As Scott Lee Kimball languished inside a Montana prison during the early years of the new millennium, he bragged to his fellow inmates that he was a hitman, a tough guy persona he may have adopted in part to elevate himself within the inmate hierarchy. For some reason, he also liked to call himself Hannibal, after the serial killer character from the Thomas Harris novels. Although his hitman description was a stretch, Kimball did kill people, especially women, but the authorities did not yet know that about him. Serving time on a variety of charges, including theft, passing bad checks, and forgery, Kimball nonetheless had hatched a plan to put him back on the streets. His scheme included talking to the authorities about a murder-for-hire plot that involved his former cellmate, Steve Ennis, and that cellmate's girlfriend, Jennifer Markham, 25, of Denver, a stripper and the mother of a 4-year-old child who, police would learn, had befriended Kimball. At the time, the FBI was investigating a sizable ecstasy operation in the Denver area, and Kimball assured investigators that he could join up with the drug ringleaders and provide information to the FBI. By December 2002, Kimball had convinced the FBI that he would make a good paid informant. The FBI agreed, in part, to Kimball's proposal, becoming involved because of the possible murder-for-hire scenario. Markham, it turned out, had been a potential witness in a Drug Enforcement Administration methamphetamine case against Ennis, and Ennis allegedly wanted another potential witness against him killed and made plans to use Markham to get the job done. Before the year ended, Kimball's plan had worked, and he was back on the streets, minimally supervised. Within a few months of Kimball's release, Jennifer Markham disappeared. Then, between August 2003 and September 2004, Kimball's uncle, Terry Kimball, 60, disappeared, along with Casey McLeod, 19, of Lafayette, Colorado, and Leanne Emery, 24, of Aurora. Terry Kimball was originally from Georgia but was believed to have been living with his nephew in Colorado at the time of his disappearance. Before the investigation of this twisted case was all over, authorities would learn that Scott Kimball had married Lori McLeod, the unsuspecting mother of Casey McLeod, in Las Vegas, Nevada, shortly after getting out of prison, and the newlyweds then spent their honeymoon camping in the area where Casey's remains would eventually be found. Although a number of people were involved in the investigation of Scott Lee Kimball, FBI Special Agent Jonathan D. Grusing and Lafayette Police Department Detective Gary Thatcher were among the primary investigators involved in clearing the difficult, convoluted case. They were assisted by several federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies in Colorado and other states. Grusing came on board on November 9, 2006, after Kimball had become a suspect in the 4 murders when he was assigned by the FBI's Denver office to investigate the murder-for-hire allegations surrounding the disappearance of Jennifer Markham. During his review of the FBI's case file on Ennis, Grusing learned that Kimball had told Carly Schlaff of the FBI's Denver office on June 29, 2003, that Markham had been murdered by one of Ennis's associates because of the fear that she would testify against Ennis in the methamphetamine case. Kimball also reportedly had stated that he'd been asked by an Ennis associate to dig up Markham's body, which he claimed was located somewhere near Rifle, Colorado, to recover her breast implants and an intrauterine device, each of which, he believed, contained serial numbers that could be used to help police identify her body. Whether or not the story was true remained to be seen, but investigators soon came to think that Kimball was concerned that the items might link Markham's body to him rather than to Ennis's associate. As Grusing continued his review of the case file, he learned that Jennifer Markham's cellular phone had last been used on February 17, 2003 at 9:30 p.m., and that her 1996 Saturn sedan, supposedly given to her by Stephen Ennis, had been noticed by officers of the Denver Police Department in a parking lot at Denver International Airport during the early morning hours of the following day. Follow-up inquiries made by the local police revealed that Markham had not been scheduled on any outbound flights, although Kimball later claimed that she had traveled to New York City to purchase a handgun that supposedly was to have been used to shoot the federal witness who was planning to testify against Ennis. It seemed noteworthy to Grusing and others that cell phones belonging to Jennifer Markham and Scott Kimball had not been used from February 17, 2003 to February 20, 2003, even though both of their phones had been used significantly to call each other prior to February 17, 2003. When Kimball was later asked about his whereabouts on those dates, he claimed that he had taken a trip to the mountains near Craig, Colorado. he remained evasive about what he'd been doing in that area. Meanwhile, according to ABC News, the fathers of Jennifer Markham and Casey McLeod began their own inquiries into their daughter's disappearances due to what had seemed to them to be a lack of interest by law enforcement in the missing persons cases. Jennifer worked as a stripper and had ties to a known drug dealer. Casey had a history of drug problems and had left home several times after she had turned 18. Bob Markham, Jennifer's father, and Rob McLeod, Casey's dad, took matters into their own hands to move their daughter's cases along. Bob Markham began posting billboards with Jennifer's photo that asked for information about the missing young woman and appeared on television news programs to further publicize her mysterious disappearance. While Markham appealed for information, it was Casey McLeod's best friend, Tabitha Morton, who had made a connection between Scott Kimball and Casey. Morton called Rob McLeod in 2005 and told him that Kimball went missing when Casey did. Kimball by that time was married to Casey's mother, Lori McLeod, which is how Morton had come to know about him. Rob McLeod immediately began searching for additional information about Kimball, and in June 2005 discovered a news article about Jennifer Markham's disappearance. After reading in stunned disbelief that Jennifer had last been seen with Kimball, McLeod began tracking down Jennifer's family, who resided in Illinois. A short time later, the McLeods and the Markhams met to compare information about Kimball and his relationship with their daughters. Lori McLeod told Bob Markham everything she knew about Kimball and what he had said about Jennifer, and the two families drove together to a few locations that they believed to be connected with their daughters' disappearances. Hoping for a clue that could shed some light on what had happened, they nonetheless came up empty-handed. However, during one of their discussions, the two families realized that a third person connected to Kimball had gone missing, Terry Kimball, Scott Kimball's uncle. Lori McLeod related how Terry had moved in with her and Scott, but that Uncle Terry had inexplicably left on September 1, 2004, never to be seen again. When Lori had asked Scott where Terry had gone, Kimball told her that Terry had won the lottery and had taken his girlfriend to Mexico. After they had pieced their information together and had a clear picture that 3 people with a connection to Scott Kimball had disappeared without a trace, Rob McLeod and Bob Markham went to the FBI. After a bit of prodding, they eventually convinced the FBI to take their information and allegations seriously. During an interview with Grusing on November 18, 2006, Bob Markham related that he and Jennifer's mother, Mary Willis, had met with Scott Kimball in August 2005. During that meeting, Kimball had said that he knew precisely where Jennifer's body was buried and that he would take them to the location in the mountains because he wanted her to have a good Christian burial. Markham and Willis, however, did not trust Kimball and declined his offer. "I figured he was a killer and I wasn't going anywhere with him," Markham told ABC News. "I figured I'd end up dead after the things that he said." Grusing met with Markham and Willis several times during the course of the investigation and learned that Kimball had told Jennifer's parents that their daughter's body was buried near Rifle, Colorado. On January 25, 2007, Grusing and LPD detective Gary Thatcher traveled to the Missoula County Detention Facility in Missoula, Montana, where they interviewed one of Kimball's former cellmates. According to the former cellmate, Kimball had asked him if he thought that fake breasts could be traced. The cellmate replied that the name of the manufacturer and the serial number were located inside the implants to allow tracing in the event of liability lawsuits. During that conversation, Kimball had reportedly said, "I know a guy that will pay you to cut implants out of a dead body." When the cellmate asked Kimball why anyone would be concerned about implants when a body would have fingerprints, footprints, teeth, and a skull, Kimball responded, "You cut off the feet, head, and hands, and there's no trace of it." Kimball also told the cellmate that the woman in question was buried in the mountains. He apparently had not mentioned which state she was buried in. And while it was not known whether he had dismembered Jennifer Markham's body when he disposed of it, the implication was that the breast implants and IUD had become a concern to him. Although it was not known how Kimball had learned of Jennifer's breast implants and IUD, it was possible that he had learned of them during his dealings with her former boyfriend, Steve Ennis. At one point, however, Kimball related information implicating another man in Jennifer's death and said that it had been the killer who had been willing to pay Kimball to remove her breast implants and IUD. Leanne Emery, 24, disappeared without a trace in January 2003 after checking out of a hotel in Colorado. Her mother and father, Howard and Darlene Emery, last saw Leanne on January 16, 2003, when she packed her suitcases into her car for what was supposed to have been a spelunking expedition to Mexico. Exploring caves had been one of her favorite pastimes and had seemingly helped to get her through a short and unhappy marriage. Although she'd faced difficulties with bipolar disorder throughout much of her young life, her parents recalled being happy for her as she set off on the trip from which she would not return. Every weekend, every spare moment she had, Leanne had been going caving, so this was not out of the ordinary, her father told a reporter for the Idaho Statesman. 2 weeks later, however, a sheriff's deputy from Moab, Utah, called her parents to report that her car had been found abandoned along a dirt road near Book Cliffs. When he told me that, it was a shock, her father said. I just felt sick to my stomach. Although her parents filed a missing persons report in Arapahoe County, Colorado, where they resided at the time, they were told that Leanne was likely a runaway and there was nothing to indicate foul play. As such, there would not be an investigation unless a body was found, although her purse and some other belongings had been found inside her car. Her credit cards, however, were missing. With the help of the banks and credit card companies, Howard and Darlene Emery were able to recreate a 10-day trail of gasoline charges that led through Colorado, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, and Nevada. It was clear that she had not gone to Mexico, and her parents were left wondering whether she had made the charges to her cards or if someone else had done so. The main purchases made with them had been gasoline. 11 days after leaving home, Leanne called her parents for the final time, saying that she would be staying in Mexico a little longer. Based on what he had already learned from putting together a timeline based on her credit card charges, her father knew that her comment about being in Mexico was not the truth. He eventually learned that the call had been placed in Colorado and that she had mailed a gift certificate to her sister from the same location. Then a glimmer of hope surfaced. Howard Emery learned that one of Leanne's credit cards had been used in California a few days after her car had been found abandoned, leaving him with the thought that his daughter was still alive. However, his hopes were dashed when he obtained the credit card receipts and found that the signatures on them were not Leanne's. It also turned out that the credit card charges in California had been made by a prostitute who told investigators that she had received the credit card in question from a man as payment for sexual services. A short time later, her parents learned that she had been corresponding with a relative in Idaho via email a few weeks before she disappeared. In one of those emails, she wrote, "I have to hide. My orders come from Hannibal, and he's a dangerous person." In another email, she wrote, "I'm in an underground world." In yet another, she wrote, "If Hannibal knew I was talking to you, he'd have me killed in a second. Plus, he'd have you killed too." It was clear to Howard and Darlene Emery that their daughter was involved in something that was troubling her, but they had no idea what the dark secret was that she was concealing from them. They considered that she may have been trying to protect them from whatever it was that she was involved in. Although the Emerys contacted their local law enforcement and the FBI, no one wanted to open an investigation into the mystery that surrounded Leanne's disappearance. On October 30th, 2007, Grusing contacted the Emerys after they relocated to Idaho and asked to speak to Leanne about a possible suspect in an ongoing homicide investigation. Howard Emery explained that Leanne had been missing for nearly 5 years. "He didn't say anything for a while," Emery said. "I think it was just a shock to him that there was another person to add to the list." Howard Emery explained to Grusing that through his own investigation, he learned that Leanne had been introduced to a man who called himself Hannibal. According to what he had learned, Hannibal had befriended Leanne and had assisted her in writing a series of bad checks and misusing her credit cards, and that the activity had continued until the time her car was found abandoned near Moab, Utah. The following day, Grusing and Detective Thatcher followed up on some of the information obtained from Howard Emery, including the fact that Leanne's boyfriend at the time of her death was an inmate who had been housed in the same cell block as Kimball in late 2002. Kimball apparently had concocted a plan to help Leanne's boyfriend escape from prison so they could unite in Mexico. Kimball instructed the inmate to refer to him as Hannibal in his dealings with Leanne, so that she would not be privy to his real name. Within days of the planned escape, Leanne's boyfriend had been placed in solitary confinement for poor behavior and had been unable to speak to Leanne. Later, after learning the circumstances of Leanne's disappearance, The boyfriend told Grusing that he knew that Kimball had taken her and probably killed her. Grusing showed Leanne's boyfriend a photo of a young girl with long brown hair dated January 18, 2003, obtained during a search of Kimball's laptop computer. By the time of his interview with Leanne's boyfriend, Kimball had been arrested for a violation of the conditions of his release and was back in jail on a variety of charges, and Grusing took advantage of the situation to gain access to Kimball's computer. The inmate confirmed that the photo was of Leanne, but said that her hair was blonde the last time he saw her. A search of Kimball's computer turned up hundreds of photos depicting violent rape pornography. The images were of women who were tied up or were in the process of being bound, gagged, and assaulted with a variety of weapons. Although most of the images had been downloaded from the internet, some were not, including images of Leanne. The implications of the photos were sordid, but Grusing and the other investigators did not share the precise details of what they'd found, particularly regarding the images of Leanne. "It's not necessary," Howard Emery said. "She was going through hell. She was going through terrible, terrible things. I don't need to know any more. I just feel very bad that I wasn't able to help her." Grusing and others had been successful in tracing Kimball's and Leanne's movements together in the Denver area from January 1st to 16th, 2003, and in the states of Oregon and Washington from January 17th to 19th, 2003, using motel receipts, phone records, credit card receipts, and check records. Grusing also discovered that Leanne had purchased Kimball's laptop for him at a Best Buy in Lakewood, Colorado on January 10th, 2003 for $1,684.73 using her bank debit card. The same method of investigation placed them together in Wyoming from January 24th to 25th, 2003. In a complicated plea bargain arrangement that was worked out in early 2009 after being charged with 4 murders, Scott Lee Kimball was allowed to plead guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Terry Kimball, Jennifer Markham, Leanne Emery, and Casey McLeod, in part so that the victims' families could have some semblance of closure. One of the counts pertained to Terry Kimball's murder, and the second count pertained to the murders of Markham, Emery, and McLeod. As part of the plea bargain, Kimball also agreed to assist authorities in locating his victims' remains. As a result, the remains of Leanne Emery were found on Wednesday, March 11, 2009, in the Book Cliffs region of southeastern Utah. On Monday, June 29, 2009, remains believed to be those of Terry Kimball were found in a remote area of Vail Pass. A year earlier, on Tuesday, September 30, 2008, a hunter had discovered a skull and other bones in a remote area of northwest Colorado. The FBI subsequently confirmed that the skull and bones were those of Casey McLeod. Markham's remains have not been found, even though Lori McLeod told FBI agents that Kimball told her that Markham's remains were near Rifle, Colorado. She explained that she and Kimball had been passing through Rifle on their way to Denver from Las Vegas when Kimball told her that he worked for the FBI and was involved in a case that involved Markham's murder. After being sentenced in 2008 to 53 years in prison on theft and a number of other charges, Kimball was sentenced on Thursday, October 8, 2009, to an additional 70 years in prison for his guilty pleas to second-degree murder. Although the 43-year-old serial murderer believes he will one day get out of prison on parole, the Colorado Department of Corrections lists his estimated parole eligibility date as July 28, 2056, at which time Kimball would be 89. And it's unlikely he'll have a successful parole hearing anyway. The optimism is strong in this one. It was a horrendous double murder at 875 Bundy Drive, and the culprit seemed obvious. On June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson, former wife of former football celebrity O.J. Simpson, was stabbed to death by an assailant on the front walk of her luxury condo. The killer also slaughtered Ronald Goldman, 25, who had brought Nicole the eyeglasses that her mother had left behind at the restaurant where he waited tables. Detectives, reportedly concerned about Simpson's safety, went to his estate and noticed a bloodstain on the door of his white Ford Bronco and on the driveway, but Simpson proved to be out of town in Chicago. When he returned to Los Angeles to answer questions, investigators saw a cut on the finger of his left hand, and they learned he'd still been in town at the time of the assault. He told several conflicting stories, raising their suspicions. Several droplets of blood at the scene failed to show a match with the victim's blood types. Simpson's blood was drawn for comparison, and it showed strong similarities with those unknown droplets. In addition, they were located near footprints made by a rare and expensive type of shoe, shoes that O.J. owned and that proved to be his size. There were other items of evidence against him as well, not the least of which was his suicide drive down the highway, complete with a passport and thousands of dollars. Circumstances and some of the best possible evidence were against him. Nevertheless, the defense team managed to refocus the jury's attention on corruption in the Los Angeles Police Department, rampant racism from the lead detective, and the possibility that evidence had been planted to frame Simpson. His experts also showed that the crime lab had mishandled evidence, placing everything into doubt. The jury briefly deliberated and then acquitted Simpson. He vowed to search for Nicole's killer, and as a matter of fact, another possible suspect did emerge not long afterward. He was angry, brutal, and quite vicious in the random murders he committed, and he always targeted beautiful women. He started in California, at least from what was known at the time. O.J. Simpson's trial was still in process when Glen Rogers became a murder suspect in a different incident not far away. The primary sources for this story are two books, Clifford Leindecker's Smooth Operator, and a book told to Joyce Spitzer by Rogers' brother, Claude Rogers, Jr., The Cross-Country Killer. In addition, several major newspapers carried it. Often the details conflict, but what follows is the essence of Rogers' activities. In September 1995, Rogers lived near McRed's Cocktail Lounge in Van Nuys, California, and he liked to stop in for drinks. Leindecker says he was generous with money and quite charming with women, especially women with red hair or reddish tones in their hair, a theme repeated by newspapers and authors seeking to make a connection between Rogers' victims and his red-headed mother. Rogers himself was blond and wore his hair quite long and shaggy. He was well-built, handsome, and had sparkling blue eyes. In addition, he was said to have such a smooth personality that he could talk most people into doing anything for him. He didn't hesitate to approach women to whom he was attracted, and he often pestered McRed's female bartender, Rain Keener, to go out with him. She repeatedly declined, which annoyed him. Still, he persisted. One day, Sandra Gallagher, a 33-year-old mother of three, according to the Associated Press, came into the bar. She had won $1,250 in a lottery game, so she was out to celebrate. As she went onto the dance floor, Rogers watched her. It was his habit to study women to see if they'd yield to his will. Any sign of self-confidence turned him off, no matter how pretty. Their postures, their clothing, their hairstyles, he read them all before he made his approach. That evening, Rogers had been looking for attention as usual from the bartender, telling her he needed a ride back to his place that day. Leindecker writes that she initially agreed to it, but then had a bad feeling, so she changed her mind. That made Rogers mad, and he allegedly told her, "I always get what I want." She would tell this story many times to the press in the days that followed. Rogers then made overtures to Gallagher, who initially declined to give him a ride, but she too changed her mind. Apparently, she was feeling charitable that day, thanks to her recent good luck. She left the bar with Rogers, assuring Keener that she felt safe because she knew him, probably believing that his association with the bar made him safe. Why would a man whom everyone saw with her try to harm her? The next morning, Gallagher's badly charred body was found in her incinerated truck, although it took 4 more days to positively identify her, and the autopsy showed that she had non-consensual sex and was strangled. But Rogers, once a regular at the bar, was nowhere to be found. He'd also left his digs, where police found a woman's earring that had belonged to the victim. Sometime later, someone reported that an acquaintance of his said that Rogers had referred to this murder as the 8th time. But Rogers had boarded a bus, or purchased a truck, and he was gone. The police had a difficult time tracking him, which proved unfortunate for at least 3 more women. But another murder had also drawn police attention to Rogers, and this victim was a man. Before Rogers went to California, he lived in the town of Hamilton, Ohio. He worked odd jobs, barely making a living, but his mother would not let him live with her. A 71-year-old electrician and veteran, Mark Peters, offered to take Glenn in and help him get on his feet. He'd ask him to do some light errands in exchange for room and board. Peters had a loving family in the area, so when he turned up missing late in October, his daughter Joan reported it to the police. She said that Peters had had a collection of coins, some antiques, and several guns, all of which were missing. The police searched extensively but found no trace of the missing man. Glen Rogers was gone as well, as was Peters' car, and the police asked Glen's brother, Clay, recently returned from prison, what he might know. Clay apparently told the police that Glen had been anxious to raise money for his bail. He was going to steal what he could from Peters and sell it. That had been in October. A little while later, Glen had reported to Clay that Peters was dead and that it had been accidental. He'd also gone up to the family cabin in Beattyville, Kentucky, so it was possible the police would find something there. Officials in Kentucky searched the cabin, and on January 10, 1994, found a skeleton bound to a chair beneath a pile of furniture. Due to the state of the remains, officials were unable to ascertain the cause of death. However, it looked like anything but an accident. They started the process of establishing the identity, and only after 2 months of painstaking effort by technicians and anthropologists were they able to say that the remains were those of Mark Peters. Before that occurred, Glen had been arrested in California and charged with assaulting a female, and the ID he showed the police was that of James Peters, Mark's son. It was an early case of identity theft, wherein Rogers had used the Social Security card to get a California driver's license and had run up considerable bills that were sent to Mark Peters. So much for repaying an old man's kindness. His family was left bereft. While the police tried to find him, he proved elusive, giving him time to kill again and then flee to another state. Apparently, Rogers went straight to Jackson, Mississippi from California and settled among the residents there. He had no idea that a federal warrant had been issued for his arrest. He was wanted by the FBI. He contacted a friend for money but stayed away from places where he was known. In Jackson, he moved from one cheap motel to another. Going to a state fair early that October, he met Linda Price, 34, another redhead and a mother of 2. Leyendecker describes her as having an irresistible zest for life. At 5 feet 4 inches and 110 pounds, she was slim and attractive. They met in a tent sponsored by the local newspaper. Rogers' good looks and smooth tongue must have won her over because he moved in with her for several weeks and they became drinking buddies. Her brother warned her that Rogers was no good, but she ignored him. Having been through a rough time with men, she liked the way he was treating her. Besides, she was lonely and it was nice to have some company. She stayed in touch with her mother, assuring her that she was happy. On November 3rd, after her family became concerned that they'd not heard from her, they sent the police to check her apartment. Officers discovered Linda sprawled naked in the bathtub, stabbed to death. She was lying face down, and there were 4 vicious stab wounds to her back and chest. In addition, her throat had been slashed. The pathologist estimated that Linda had been dead for 2 to 4 days, although it was difficult from the state of her remains to pin down an exact time. Her red Datsun pickup was missing, as was her purse and some jewelry. So was her new boyfriend. In fact, he'd been pretty thorough about erasing his presence. He'd showered the body to wash away the blood and perhaps any trace evidence that could connect him, and had cleaned the apartment of his fingerprints. Oddly, a message written in lipstick on the mirrors seemed to throw the blame on someone else. "Glen, we found you," it said, as if someone had been looking for him and he'd hightailed it out of there before they'd arrived, so they'd killed Linda instead. It was a fairly transparent ploy, and no one believed that anyone but Glen Rogers had killed her. When the police put his name into the computer for the FBI's National Crime Database, they turned up the arrest warrant from Van Ness. Now they knew they had a killer, and perhaps even a serial killer. Again, Rogers boarded a bus and went to Louisiana, where he met Andy Jules, or Lou, Sutton, 37, in a bar in the Shreveport suburb, Bossier City. He met with Sutton and managed to persuade her to let him stay with her. But before he did, on an inexplicable side trip, he took a bus to Tampa, Florida. He'd be back, driving a car that he hadn't had before, but Andy would never know from whom he had stolen it. Having worked on the carnival circuit as a way to cross the country, Rogers certainly knew about Gibsonton, Florida, or Gibtown as the residents called it. He probably figured it would be easy to pick a woman up there, although she might be a little unusual. Gibsonton is a unique town south of Tampa, the residence of numerous carnies, such as the Bearded Lady, Rubberface, the Human Blockhead, Midgets, and Giants. Most of the buildings are one-story, run-down concrete eyesores, but it's interesting to enter a grocery store and see the mixed clientele. Some residents kept elephants in their yards. They lived in this place because they were different and had a shared history of being outcasts and exhibits in traveling carnivals. There was even a sensational murder in Gibtown once of a bully known as Lobster Boy. Grady Franklin Stiles Jr. was born with a deformity that made his hands look like lobster claws. He was sixth in a line of men in his family with such a deformity, and 2 of his 4 children had it as well. He also could not walk due to legs that had developed imperfectly. He was known to be mean, even abusive, and he actually shot a young man who became interested in his daughter. However, because no prison could deal with his deformity, he escaped serving time. His second wife apparently decided that she'd been abused long enough and mentioned to a relative that something had to be done about him. On November 29, 1992, only 3 years earlier, a neighbor hired by Grady's son-in-law shot and killed him as he watched television. The crime drew media attention to the town of carnival freaks. Whether or not Rogers knew about it, he certainly knew what the town would be like. He signed into the Tampa 8 Inn for 3 nights and found a bar nearby called Showtown USA, where he ordered a drink and looked around. It was the afternoon of November 5th. Rogers spotted 4 women out together, and one of them drew his attention, the one with a touch of red in her hair and a hint of insecurity. At 34, Tina Marie Cribbs, a mother of 2, was carving out a meager living as a maid at the Ramada Inn at Apollo Beach. She was at the bar with 3 other maids, just trying to enjoy herself after work. According to witnesses, Rogers began to flirt with the women, giving out 2 different names, neither of which was Glen. And because he was handsome and in good physical shape, they enjoyed his attention. He danced with them and they were happy to have him buy them drinks. He talked about his life as a carny, hawking food and tearing down rides. Then he said he needed a ride back to where he was staying for the winter. His familiarity with their area put the women at ease. He wasn't a stranger at all. He was one of them. Cindy Torgerson would later say, "He was picking us out, like oranges." He persuaded Cribbs to give him a ride and apparently talked her into coming into his motel with him. Or forced her. In fact, before she left, she'd ordered a drink, expecting to return within 5 or 10 minutes. But she never showed up. Her worried mother, set to meet her at the bar, paged her, then filed a missing persons report. People saw them together, so Rogers was an obvious suspect when her body was found 2 days later. She lay face down in a blood-splashed bathtub in room 119 of the Tampa 8 Inn, stabbed and slashed in numerous places, front and back. Her body appeared to have been washed clean of blood. Her purse, a gold watch, and a diamond ring were missing. Witnesses said they had seen Rogers leave the hotel in a car that was identified as Tina's. He'd left a Do Not Disturb sign on the door and had requested that no one clean his room, giving himself some time to escape. Oddly enough, he had signed his own name on the hotel register. Apparently, Rogers then called a relative in Ohio and said he'd killed someone. He also said there would be more. By then, he was back in Louisiana. Police in the various jurisdictions quickly swapped information, and the search for Rogers intensified. America's Most Wanted, a popular Fox television show dedicated to finding fugitives from the law, agreed to air a broadcast about the case to ask citizens for help. Rogers' picture was printed in several newspapers and on televised news reports. Police went into the traveling carnivals that came out of the Tampa area to ask if anyone had seen him, because he was known to find his way to different places to pick up work. Reported sightings failed to materialize into a significant lead. By this time, Rogers was back with red-headed Andy Sutton, dancing and drinking in a bar. She had missed him and was glad to have him back. Everyone was impressed with how nice Rogers appeared to be, and he certainly treated Andy well. They went from one bar to another, where Andy was known, before ending up back at her apartment above a Mormon church. Andy had a roommate, but she was out. Even when she did come in late that night, she didn't disturb them. If she had, she might have found Andy's body much earlier. The following day, November 9th, the roommate found Annie stabbed to death on the punctured waterbed. The weapon had been large, leaving jagged wounds on her chest and a lot of blood soaked into the blanket and sheets. Water from the bed had leaked all over the floor. When the body was transported for autopsy, 6 more stab wounds were found in her back. Rogers had apparently been angry. He'd also been quiet because he'd managed to accomplish the killing, as well as some petty theft, while the roommate was sleeping on the couch. She knew that he had been there because her purse was missing. Rogers was seen that morning placing items in a white Ford Fiesta outside Sutton's home. The car belonged to Tina Marie Cribbs. He left behind the red Datsun pickup that he'd stolen in Mississippi. Rogers was immediately named as a suspect, wanted in connection with this murder, and Louisiana joined California, Ohio, Florida, and Mississippi in an urgent search. Where he was heading at that moment was anyone's guess. But he was clearly dangerous. The FBI added Rogers to their 10 most wanted list. They circulated his description to over 42,000 law enforcement agencies across the nation. He did not, as they anticipated, return to his hometown of Hamilton, Ohio, although he would later claim that he had indeed gone there for a few days. As they pieced together Rogers' activities over the past month and a half, law enforcement determined that he'd gone from California to Florida, killing at least 4 women along the way. The description of Rogers placed in newspapers noted his penchant for women with red hair whom he met in country music bars. He was considered a smooth talker who lied easily and could persuade women to do whatever he wanted. And he wasn't being particularly secretive. He'd signed his own name at one hotel and had told a bar-hopping acquaintance that he'd committed murder. In fact, while he was on the run, he'd gone into several bars, showing his face as if he hadn't a care in the world, even drawing attention to himself by flashing money and buying everyone drinks. He seemed to know his days were numbered, and until he was caught, he was just doing whatever he wanted. Or else he had no awareness of the visibility of the trail he'd left behind. Agents knew that Rogers had 2 teenage sons living in Houston, Texas, and although the court order had barred him from seeing them, they thought he might be headed there. He also might head to Canada, where his grandmother lived. America's Most Wanted rushed its program to the screen. Flashing photographs and providing all known information to that point, the host, John Walsh, asked anyone who may have seen this dangerous fugitive to call the hotline. More than 400 people called, but no one provided a viable lead. Rogers' relatives, alert to the situation, went onto news shows to urge him to turn himself in. As quoted in the Austin American-Statesman, his mother, Edna Rogers, went on a Cincinnati-based television program and said, "Glenn, babe, if you hear this, please give up. Please, I love you." She admitted to the police that he had phoned her to tell her he was wanted and had assured her that he'd done nothing wrong. She believed him, but she did not want him to be shot while on the run, so she had sent out the appeal. Even as interest surrounded Rogers, a debate emerged as to whether he would be considered a serial killer or spree murderer in the event he was convicted of all the crimes with which he'd been charged. But murderers generally don't think about such categories when they act. They just act, so it's not always easy to pigeonhole them. According to the FBI's Crime Classification Manual, which many law enforcement agencies acknowledge, there are 3 basic categories of multiple murder: mass, spree, and serial. The first involves a single extreme event, and the other 2 multiple incidents but with different manifestations. In strict terms, mass murder is the killing of a number of people at one time and in one place, usually 4 or more, such as James Huberty's 1984 fatal shooting of 21 people at a McDonald's restaurant in San Ysidro, California. However, mass murder also included cases where the killings were a few hours apart or at closely related locales. If a single precipitating incident is linked to all the murders, but they're days or even weeks apart, the offender is considered a spree killer. Serial killers, too, may commit multiple murders across several weeks, but what distinguishes them is a hiatus, or a psychological cooling-off period, between murders. No one really knows just how long that might be. The distinction between a long spree and a series of murders attributed to a serial killer seems to rest heavily on method and motive. Serial killing is most often either a profitable crime, a crime for thrill and self-gratification, or a lust-driven crime where the killer may operate compulsively within an erotic ritual. Occasionally, it's about revenge. Spree killing, on the other hand, appears to be motivated by continuing and identifiable stress, taking place in several locales and across a relatively short period. If we examine Rogers' crimes and motives, it seems that he killed both for financial gain and his own satisfaction or relief, assuming his murders were triggered by anger. That he was sloppy in allowing people to see him with all of his victims may have truncated his killing spree, speeding it up with the stress factor of realizing that he would probably be caught or killed. Thus, he could be classified as either a serial or a spree killer. Neither category is incorrect. In fact, he might be similar to the Beltway snipers, John Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo, who started out with sporadic kills and then went on a spree for 3 weeks in October 2002. In the end, it doesn't matter, because Rogers' identity was known from the first murder. Rogers hid out where he could, using James Peters as an alias and stealing a license plate in Tennessee to put on the stolen car. But he was moving inevitably towards home, where he felt safe, despite part of him knowing the police would be looking for him there. They dubbed him the cross-country killer. On November 13, 1995, Rogers visited 2 elderly cousins in Waco, Kentucky, not far from Beattyville, to ask for money. He was driving the white Ford Fiesta. They urged him to turn himself in, but he wept and said he was confused. He may have told his siblings at this time that he had committed murder. In any event, after he asked them to pray for him and drove away, an anonymous call was placed to the police to alert them of his recent whereabouts. Later, it turned out that Edith Smallwood, his cousin, had turned him in. "I love Glenn, and it hurt," she told the Lexington Herald-Ledger, but he had to be stopped. One detective, Robert Stevens, who had a photo of the 33-year-old suspect in his possession, knew what kind of car to look for. When he spotted a white Ford parked in a specific spot, he pulled up beside it. The driver was drinking a beer. The trooper took a good look at the long-haired man and knew he had found the notorious fugitive. Rogers stared back at him for a long moment and then threw his beer can at the trooper's car. He screeched out of there, taking off before the cop could get out and make an arrest. But Stevens was hard on Rogers' heels, calling for backup even as he accelerated. Soon, 6 police cars had joined the chase. Rogers led them for 15 miles, according to the Patriot Ledger, going through 2 towns and even busting through a roadblock. He sometimes reached speeds of over 100 miles per hour. A trooper shot at his tires once to try to slow him down, but only when he finally spun out did Rogers bring his car to a stop. The police cruisers quickly surrounded him. They shoved him face down on the ground, arrested him, and took him to the state police station in Richmond, Kentucky for questioning. The media frenzy was on. Rogers' sister, Sue, agreed to be interviewed for a popular television tabloid show, A Current Affair, saying that Rogers had admitted to having killed 55 people. He frightened her. Although Rogers claimed he had killed no one, he was about to change his story. Once caught, Rogers began to confess. One officer told reporters he was talking his head off, and he apparently went on for 4 hours. His interrogators, Stevens and Detective Floyd McIntosh, found him personable and smooth, and they could see how he used his silver tongue to lure women to trust him. When they told him they were interested in him for 5 murders, he laughed and told them it was more like 70. This statement made its way to the press, and soon Rogers was being touted as the country's most prolific serial killer. Police departments with unsolved murders in more than 200 jurisdictions where he was thought to have traveled or resided started to look at their cases more closely. Given his time with carnivals, he could easily have killed in many places and then quietly left town. Several investigations were reopened, especially in those states where he had allegedly killed. From tips, police did a few excavations in search of more bodies. Even male victims were considered, given the Mark Peters murder. It looked as if Rogers killed as much for gain as for some type of sexual or emotional release. Clay Rogers added to the search, according to Linedecker, when he said to a television interviewer that there was a hidden cemetery full of victims on the family farm. It had been used for at least a quarter of a century, but nothing came of that tip either. Rogers clearly loved the attention, although he eventually asked for an attorney and stopped talking. Apparently, he didn't care for the pressure to provide details about the victims the police actually knew about. In these particular cases, he did not offer a confession. Rogers was taken to the Madison County Detention Center in Richmond and placed in a special cell where he would be repeatedly checked to prevent a suicide attempt. In the meantime, the court appointed Erwin Lewis as Rogers' attorney, and he informed the media that Rogers would be talking to no one. Rogers was being held on minor charges, including first-degree wanton endangerment, but this time he was not going to be cut loose. In prison, he began selling locks of his blonde hair and beard to the eager buyers that always emerge in such cases, as well as autographed index cards. These fetched $30 apiece. He became a favorite of adoring young girls who would flock to his hearings and trials. A website devoted to serial killers kept a daily log. This was before blogs existed. It wasn't long, however, before Rogers recanted his confession and claimed that he hadn't killed anyone. He was entirely innocent. He said he'd just been joking about the 70 bodies. Regarding the alleged crimes, he said he just happened to have been with the wrong women at the wrong time. It was all an unfortunate coincidence, and that made him a victim as well. This theme would play out for the years that his case stretched out, and once his brother described his background in a book, the source of Rogers' violence, as well as for his eventual attempts to frame others for his crimes, was clarified. As is often the case with such men, people were curious as to how Rogers could have become a multiple murderer. We'll start from the beginning. Rogers was born and raised in Hamilton, Ohio, a southwestern town near the Erie Canal. Leyendecker provides details about his early family life, as does Spicer, in her As Told To account from Claude Jr., 13 years his senior. Claude does a decent job, if sometimes too pat, of describing incidents that, collectively, may well have influenced Rogers to become the explosive type of killer he was. Born to parents well past the time they had raised his 6 brothers and sisters, Glen had a difficult birth and suffered from sleep disorders, ADHD, and repeated headbanging. He was impulsive and seemed always to be in motion. But more importantly, he had a difficult time digesting stress, and he reacted in anger to the constant abuse, neglect, and deprivation that his family suffered, mostly at the hands of his parents. He indulged in substance abuse at a young age, with both alcohol and drugs. His mother, in particular, was said to be mean. On one occasion, Claude says, she dunked Glen's head underwater for fooling around with his brother in the bathtub, and he nearly drowned. Claude also points out that it's not coincidental that 2 victims were stabbed to death in bathtubs. Another time, Edna nearly smothered him, and once, she stressed out while in the car with the kids and decided that they should all just die. She sped towards the edge of a cliff but didn't complete the action. She apparently thought her bullying was the way to control her children's behavior, and while the others did not end up becoming serial killers, Glen, with his impulsive, reactive nature, apparently twisted his anger into a solid knot. In later life, women with reddish hair would trigger it, and they suffered for what he probably had wanted to do to his mother when he was a boy. Perhaps just as important was the day Glen got into trouble in school, and Edna came in to find out who had victimized him. Blaming others was an attitude she modeled, which Rogers picked up on and carried into all of his crimes. He was not responsible. Someone else was. Nevertheless, by age 11, he was in reform school. Rogers dropped out of high school and married a woman named Debbie, with whom he had 2 sons, and he tattooed Debbie's name on the top of his right hand. At the time, Rogers worked as a cab driver for Ohio Taxi. In Hamilton, he built up quite a police record, from assault to driving infractions to forgery and arson. He even once threatened the police with a blowtorch, which got him 3 months in jail. He had a short temper and beat up his wife on several occasions. That marriage ended. Debbie got a court order barring him from her and the boys, and eventually she moved to Texas. Rogers married again to a woman named Paula, but she was a brunette, not a redhead. He drove cabs and apparently took Ritalin, a stimulant. Later in life, he worked his way across the country in traveling carnivals, primarily the Faro Amusement and Charles companies. In general, he set up and broke down rides, or hawked food, living hand-to-mouth. He was a drifter, but also had reason to leave a number of places. Spicer says, the police recorded a total of 52 arrests, traffic stops, and citations against Glen Rogers between April 10, 1990 and October 12, 1993. During one of his jail stints in the 1980s, Rogers was diagnosed with porphyria, an enzyme deficiency that causes a defect in the bone marrow that inhibits the oxygen-carrying blood cells. Sufferers experience extreme sensitivity to light. Leyendecker says that perhaps that's why darkened bar rooms appealed to him. It should be noted that there's an odd tension in the book by Rogers and Spicer. Claude seems to want to find excuses for his brother and even to exonerate him from the murders. But at the same time, one gets the impression that the more murders that can be attributed to Glen Rogers, the better, which is possibly Spicer's influence. Certainly, one of them hint that he may have committed some of the murders attributed to the Green River Killer, and also makes a strong case that he murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. However, some of the facts of these cases are stated in error. Rogers seemed always to have trouble with women, brutalizing any with whom he got involved. He was now going to pay the price for believing he could freely take out his rage on innocent victims, living or dead. The states where he killed were seeking to bring him to trial, but he was also eyed in another murder. In fact, a double homicide. Because O.J. Simpson, acquitted in a criminal trial for the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, was heading to the civil courtroom, sued by the victims' families for wrongful death. Spicer takes great pains in The Cross-Country Killer to support the notion that Rogers knew Nicole and possibly killed her. Leyendecker mentions the connection as well, but shows why it's a rather unlikely possibility. Rogers had left Ohio for California in 1993 and was in the Los Angeles area in 1994. He allegedly bragged to a drinking companion that he had killed at least 8 times, so the 5 to which he had been definitively linked may not be his only victims, although some murders in which he was suspected proved to be solved in other ways. According to Leyendecker, the private detective for Simpson, William Pavlich supposedly said that he had spoken with an acquaintance of Rogers who claimed that Rogers had actually admitted that he was responsible for the double homicide and had framed O.J. for them. O.J.'s attorney was looking for any other viable suspect. The New York Post ran a story quoting Rogers' associate to the effect that Rogers was actually in the bushes outside Nicole's Brentwood condo, stalking her after she'd broken up with him when Goldman arrived. Rogers killed both and then admitted his deed to the story's source. The man was even allowed to touch the knife that Rogers had used. The Post included Pavlich's claim that he had found evidence linking Rogers to the Simpson-Goldman murders. This included the fact that Rogers, working as a house painter, had been on a job in the area 3 months before the incident, not far from the condo. He said that the defense team would base their defense for Simpson on the possible association. Rogers liked to slash and stab his victims, and the victims had been slashed and stabbed. However, Rogers also liked to take credit for murders he did not commit. Leyendecker indicates that there are more reasons to disregard Rogers as a suspect than to accept him. Among them is the fact that the killer was probably stalking Nicole, and Rogers did not tend to be a stalker. Nicole had no red tint in her hair. O.J.'s blood and DNA linked him to the crime scene. No physical evidence links Rogers to the crimes. Rogers' M.O. was to leave the area after killing, but he didn't leave L.A. until 1995. And Rogers never used gloves. The L.A. police found the suggestion that Rogers was the killer to be without substance, and Pavlich backpedaled by saying that he had checked out the tip about Rogers, but had never said that the defense team would use it. In fact, he claimed that he'd never even told them about it, although they certainly knew about it from some source. In addition, if there had been any good reason to believe that Rogers was a viable suspect, O.J.'s attorney in the civil suit would have raised it. However, he made no mention of Rogers as a suspect. In a later interview, Simpson himself dismissed the possibility. Then it was learned that the source of the story about Rogers' confession failed a polygraph, and that revelation appeared to diminish confidence in the entire scheme. The New York Daily News indicated that Simpson's attorneys had never intended to use the information about Rogers, viewing it as ludicrous. However, Spicer, with Claude Rogers Jr., had kept the story alive with counterarguments in her 2001 book. let's look at their side of the story. Spicer indicates that Rogers met the former Mrs. Simpson when he was painting her house, and she invited him inside. She may have wanted him as a new toy because she was the original party girl. That story alone undermines the credibility of the rest, given how easily she could attract wealthy, accomplished men. Rogers apparently said he did not know who O.J. Simpson was. They went to clubs together not long before she died, and there were photos taken of the two of them together the night before, not supplied in the book. Rogers' brother Clay claimed he received a phone call in which Rogers claimed to be with Nicole at that very moment. He supposedly said, "This lady is loaded and I'm going to take her down." He later claimed that they'd been dating but that she'd dropped him to go back to O.J. Another unlikely story. O.J. came over that night and hugged her. Then Rogers committed the double murder and let O.J. be arrested. Spicer says a blonde strand of hair was found beneath Nicole's body that was not hers, and that some DNA found at the scene did not match O.J. or the victims. Although the defense team for O.J.'s civil trial did contact Rogers, they apparently never thought to see if the unidentified DNA matched. Spicer and Claude Jr. suggest that Rogers was with O.J. that night, helping him, although how he came to be a murderous companion of O.J.'s is never explained. To bolster the argument, they indicate that a psychic told the police that a blonde-haired serial killer was Nicole's murderer, but Rogers was not a serial killer until more than a year later, not to mention how unreliable psychic impressions are. The arguments they offer about timeframes work no better in this book than they worked for the defense team, and criminalist Henry Lee's supposed identification of a second shoe print turned out to be a misidentification. In the end, while the Spicer-Rogers book adds a lot to our knowledge about Glen Rogers, it does not close the case on the Simpson-Goldman murders. But other cases were about to be closed. Over the defense attorney's protest, Kentucky officials agreed to extradite Rogers to Florida to stand trial for first-degree murder because they thought Florida had the best evidentiary case. Horstman wrote about it for the Cincinnati Post. Kentucky made a deal that, if acquitted in Florida or convicted but not given the death penalty, Rogers would be sent back to trial for the 1993 murder of Mark Peters. Rogers immediately protested his representation by the public defender's office, claiming they did not believe he was innocent and they were secretly conspiring to send him to the electric chair. He wanted to represent himself. They in turn claimed he was undermining their efforts by talking with the media. The judge granted Rogers a private attorney, Nick Sinardi. He soon suggested that Cribbs may have been killed by another man, someone she was seen with after Rogers was with her. In fact, the attempt to throw the blame on another man became something of a circus in itself. A few weeks before the trial began in April 1997, Assistant DA Karen Cox from the Hillsborough State Attorney's Office ordered that Rogers' cell at the Morgan Street Jail be thoroughly searched, along with the cells of 3 other inmates. Cox had no warrant, but nevertheless seized 3 boxes full of photographs and papers, as reported in the Tampa Tribune. The materials removed from the cell were related to the Cribbs case, but officials from the DA's office declined to specify what they were. They stated that to search a jail cell, no warrant was necessary. Rogers called Sandra London, a groupie who had befriended notorious serial killer Daniel Rolling, the Gainesville Ripper. She not only helped him to publish a book, but was also briefly engaged to him. She was reportedly writing a book about Rogers. She told the press that the DA had declined to give Rogers an inventory of what they'd taken, but he was certain that some of it were confidential letters between himself and his attorney, protected material. These letters contained Nick Sinardi's specific defense strategy. Sinardi challenged the search, demanding the return of all items taken. Less than a week later, the papers were returned on the judge's order, but no explanation was forthcoming to reporters as to why they had been seized at all. There were hints that the action was part of a criminal investigation unrelated to the pending trial. Strangely, one of the prosecutors admitted to taking some of the items home for the purpose of keeping them secure, but claimed not to have read the documents. Sinardi requested that none of the material in the documents be used against his client in court. Reporters speculated that because the cell of another suspected killer, Jonathan London, had been searched, and he had killed a Gibsonton woman in 1996, Sinardi was going to finger this person for Cribbs's murder. Then one of the 3 other inmates reported that Rogers had attempted to get London to agree to take the fall. London was named as a defense witness, but he said he would plead the fifth and say nothing at all. He claimed he was not known in town at the time of the Cribbs murder, and his employer gave him an alibi. In fact, he'd known Cribbs and her mother and wanted to kill Rogers for what he'd done. Back to square one. During the trial, Rogers' attorneys attempted to portray him as psychotic due to early alcoholism, repeated headbanging incidents as a child, and a history of truancy and problems in school. While they did indicate that Cribbs had been seen with another man, they were unable to explain why he was driving Ms. Cribbs' car when he was finally caught. He said she had let him borrow it. Also, his fingerprints were lifted from her missing wallet, found discarded in an interstate rest area, and spots of her blood were found on shorts he had in his possession. The jury listened to the evidence, along with the witness reports, and convicted Rogers of murder. They then sentenced him to death. Rogers repeatedly said he was not concerned. He believed he would one day be exonerated. In July 1997, the state of California indicted Rogers on counts of first-degree murder and arson. The governors of California and Florida reached an agreement that would extradite Rogers to California to stand trial. Afterward, he'd be transported to Florida to serve his sentence. In October, he found himself once again in Los Angeles to stand trial for strangling Sandra Gallagher and leaving her body in her burning automobile. The judge allowed evidence from the murders in other states because they showed his pattern. On June 16, 1999, Rogers took the stand in his trial to insist on his innocence in the Gallagher murder. He said that a business associate, Istvan Steve Keeley, was the real killer. He proposed that the last time he had seen Gallagher, she was alive and with Keeley, who was on parole for shooting a maintenance man in 1972. He went back to prison for violating parole, but at the time of the murder, he was free. Rogers further stated that after leaving the apartment with Gallagher, Keeley then called Rogers to report that he had killed Gallagher. However, at this point, Rogers was prohibited from saying anything more about that conversation. He did indicate that he did not believe what Keeley had said, although he admitted that he kind of felt that she was dead and was upset about it. In closing arguments, prosecutor Pat Dixon referred to his performance on the stand as false, syrupy, sweet, sick. She claimed that the murder was premeditated, not an act of passion as the defense attorney suggested, and therefore should be punished as aggravated murder. After 4 days of deliberation, on June 22, 1999, the jury convicted Rogers of the murder and a few weeks later sentenced him to die. That August, he was transported back to the control of Florida's Department of Corrections. He still had to face charges in the murder in Jackson, Mississippi, and while he was a suspect in a murder in Bossier City, Louisiana, charges were not filed. As long as he faced 2 death sentences, enough seemed enough. While Rogers clearly had problems, both genetically and environmentally growing up, this would not cause someone to commit murder, especially not repeatedly. He did know what he was doing and that it was wrong, so he was perfectly aware that he was causing harm to others, and yet he continued to do it. Then he attempted to frame others for it. There is little about his behavior that supports a diagnosis of psychosis. Rogers' behavior is certainly in line with the kind of parenting he received and his apparent inability to deal with frustration, fear, and anger. He was clearly conflicted due to a love-hate relationship with his mother. Yet even that does not necessarily produce a killer or even a criminal offender. Rogers demonstrated a mind that could compartmentalize and shift to whatever might work in his best interests, no matter how lacking in truth and no matter who might get hurt. He was apparently doing what comes naturally, going along the path of least resistance. In A Mind of Its Own, Australian psychologist Cordelia Fine relies on brain research to describe just how our minds are set up for self-deception and self-assurance. All of us participate to some degree in self-deception, but some do it more profoundly than others. A psychopath is already poised to lie without remorse, but this added dimension provides an explanation for it. Fine states that our brains have some shifty habits that leave the truth distorted and disguised. In essence, it's untrustworthy even in the best of us, because the brain is an adroit manipulator of experience and information. It reacts emotionally. It stereotypes with impunity. It yields to social pressure and imagery. and it works to keep us thinking well of ourselves, even when the truth undermines that or when it may harm others. The secretive unconscious delights in a handful of strings to pull, concealing from us many of the true influences on our thoughts and deeds. In fact, the brain operates so subtly in these ways that we fail to see the distortions, and thus we believe that the world really is as we experience it. Our concept of ourselves is fluid, shifting with whatever we find necessary to preserve our constructed ideal. We can only guard against this distortion by recognizing that this is how the brain behaves and working hard to overcome it. A killer like Glen Rogers, who wants to save himself from conviction and execution, is hardly likely to be thus motivated. In fact, he may well have convinced himself that he really was innocent. Rogers had been scheduled to die in Florida on February 14, 1999, but he appealed right away to the Florida Supreme Court, raising several issues. He claimed that the state had not presented sufficient evidence to support the charges and that the trial court had erred in the handling of mitigating circumstances. Rogers also argued that the trial court should have granted the defense's motions for a mistrial because a witness was allowed to testify about a misdemeanor for which Rogers was convicted in California. In addition, the prosecution was allowed to present an improper argument during closing arguments, and one that had gotten another conviction overturned in a different trial. Rogers also contended that there was newly discovered evidence. His appeal was delayed until March 2001 and then denied. In 2002, reporters Stephen Combs and John Eckberg co-published Road Dog, emphasizing how law enforcement had allowed Rogers to slip away from the murder he'd committed in Kentucky in 1993. They contend that Rogers was a good suspect in the murder of Mark Peters, but a series of mistakes allowed him to get away. Before the other murders had occurred, California police had arrested him and contacted Ohio law enforcement. Detectives from Hamilton intended to fly to California to question Rogers about Mark Peters, but their chief believed it would be a waste of time and money. He canceled their trip. Combs and Eckberg, both of whom had covered the case from different angles, wanted the public, and police, to realize that economic considerations of this nature where a killer is concerned can, and did, cost lives. In April 2005, Rogers filed another appeal. It was denied in 2011. It was his last appeal. He's now almost 60 years old and will likely die in prison from natural causes, like most of the serial killers on death row do. Southern California has something for everyone. The year-round temperate climate is a boon to agriculture, industry, and tourism. Mountains and deserts beckon hikers, while beaches lure surfers and sunbathers. Farms and citrus groves employ underpaid migrant workers from Mexico. Tourists head south, seeking adventure in the streets of Tijuana, Tecate, and Mexicali. The Hollywood Dream Factory devours wannabe stars. Money leaves a trail of stench on Rodeo Drive. The darker side, of course, is unmentioned in the guidebooks and brochures. As always, crime goes hand in hand with affluence. Drugs flow across the border. Prostitutes work the streets near the studios of Disney and Universal. Runaways sleep in culverts, alleyways, or seedy crash pads, such as Hollywood's notorious Hotel Hell. Street gangs and dealers transform streets into shooting galleries. There are also the predators, aside from the ones in gold chains and limousines. Southern California is psycho-central. The region has earned its grim reputation the hard way, producing a full 10% of the world's identified serial killers between 1950 and 2000. Predictably, the killers are now celebrities, with nicknames tailor-made for the tabloids and their inferior cousin, television. The Night Stalker, the I-5 Killer, the Skid Row Slasher, the Hillside Strangler, the Freeway Killer, the Koreatown Slasher, the Candlelight Killer, the Southside Slayer, the Trash Bag Killer, the Sunset Slayer, the Orange Coast Killer. No studies have explained the disproportionate number of serial killers in Southern California, but some of the answers are as obvious as a talentless Hollywood nymphet. The first is population. Hunters go where there's game, and Southern California offers an abundance of prey. Los Angeles' population stood at 3.6 million at the turn of the new century, with another 1.2 million in San Diego. Overall, the sprawl from Santa Barbara to the Baja border totals 20 million. Innumerable others live off the record: runaways, illegal immigrants, the homeless, fugitives, and those who simply have fallen through the cracks. Among those 20 million inhabitants and others yet unrecognized, a predator can find abundant targets of opportunity. These include hitchhikers, prostitutes, fringe dwellers, unattended children, and the forgotten elderly. Many won't be missed. Who will care if their bodies are recovered from a shallow grave, a highway culvert, or a garbage dumpster? Mobility is key. Southern California invented the automobile cult. The population is large, but the density is low. A teeming highway system, for example, has made Los Angeles the global capital of bank robbery. In a predictable irony, a predator named Mac Ray Edwards helped build the highways, slaughtering children from 1953 to 1969, planting their bodies overnight in soil that he would pave with asphalt in the morning. By the time Edwards hanged himself on San Quentin's death row, the next generation already was cruising those freeways in style. Their names are nightmarish legend: Harvey Glattman, Thor Christensen, Kenneth Bianchi and Angela Bueno, Patrick Kearney, William Bonin and Vernon Butts, Fernando Cota, Randy Kraft, the Manson family. Two of the worst are now all but forgotten today, except by the families of victims and some cops. These slayers never had nicknames because reporters never learned of them until they were in custody. Yet, one of them had selected a nickname. He signs his prison fan mail, Pliers. Laurence Sigmund Bittaker was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on September 27, 1940. Mr. and Mrs. George Bittaker adopted the infant named Laurence shortly after he was born. George's work in aircraft factories occasioned frequent moves for the family, from Pennsylvania to Florida, then to Ohio, and finally California. Something in that rootless childhood stuck with Laurence, and he dropped out of school in 1957 after several brushes with police and juvenile authorities. Soon after dropping out of high school, Bittaker was arrested in Long Beach for auto theft, hit and run, and evading arrest. That bust earned him a trip to the California Youth Authority, where he remained until he was 19. Within days of his California parole, Bittaker was picked up by FBI agents in Louisiana, charged with violating the Interstate Motor Vehicle Theft Act. Convicted on that charge in August 1959, he was sentenced to serve 18 months at a federal reformatory in Oklahoma. His behavior there soon earned Bittaker a transfer to the U.S. Medical Center at Springfield, Missouri, where doctors released him after he'd served 2/3 of his sentence. Arrested next for a Los Angeles robbery in December 1960, Bittaker was convicted in May 1961, slapped with an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 15 years in state prison. A 1961 psychiatric examination found Bittaker manipulative and having considerable concealed hostility. Despite superior intelligence, he was diagnosed as a borderline psychotic and basically paranoid. The following year, a second psychiatrist noted Bittaker's poor control of impulsive behavior. These diagnoses notwithstanding, he was paroled in late 1963 after serving barely 1/6 of his possible maximum sentence. Freedom never seemed to agree with Larry Bittaker. 2 months after his conditional release, he was jailed again for parole violation and suspicion of robbery. Another parole violation sent him back to prison in October 1964. Interviewed by a psychiatrist in 1966, Bittaker confessed that stealing made him feel important, then curiously added that his crimes occurred under circumstances that were not totally my fault. Another diagnosis of borderline psychosis was recorded, and authorities released him yet again, only to see another parole violation in June 1967. 1 month later, Bittaker was tagged for theft and leaving the scene of a hit-and-run accident. Convicted on those charges, he drew another 5-year sentence, but he was paroled after serving less than 3 years in April 1970. Arrested for burglary and parole violation in March 1971, he was convicted on both counts that October, receiving an additional sentence of 6 months to 15 years. At that time, the California prison system was in such disarray that it was hardly surprising that Bittaker was freed 3 years later in 1974. His next crime began as simple shoplifting, shoving a steak down the front of his pants in a supermarket. But it escalated to attempted murder in the parking lot when Bittaker stabbed an employee who tried to stop him. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Robert Markman examined Bittaker before trial and rejected the earlier findings of borderline psychosis. He branded Bittaker a classic sociopath. As Markman explained that term later in his memoir Alone with the Devil from 1989, the diagnosis simply meant that Bittaker was incapable of learning to play by the rules. He would never learn by experience, and he would just keep butting his head against the barriers of acceptable behavior. In short, he was a hopeless case beyond any known treatment or rehabilitation. Dr. Markman also warned that Bittaker was bound to escalate his criminal behavior, moving on to more serious crimes. He was a highly dangerous man with no internal controls over his impulses, a man who could kill without hesitation or remorse. Bittaker later reinforced this surmise, telling a cellmate that someday he planned to be bigger than Manson. Prison psychiatrists concurred with Markman. A 1977 jailhouse evaluation found Bittaker more than likely to commit new crimes upon his release. 1 year later, in July 1978, another psychiatrist dubbed Bittaker a sophisticated sociopath whose prospects for successful parole were guarded at best. Again, the warnings were ignored, and Bittaker was released in November 1978, but not before he had made a special friend. Roy Lewis Norris was born in Greeley, Colorado on February 2, 1948. Unlike Bittaker, Norris lived in his hometown until he was 17 when he dropped out of school and joined the Navy. He was stationed in San Diego, but in 1969, Norris spent 4 months in Vietnam. Norris never saw combat, but he did see drugs. Marijuana was his drug of choice, and it was widely available. Back in Southern California, by November 1969, Norris attacked a female driver in downtown San Diego. He forced his way into her car and attempted to have non-consensual sex. It only took 3 months for Norris to get arrested again. Free on bail pending trial for attacking the motorist, Norris knocked on another San Diego woman's door. He asked if he could use her telephone. When the woman refused, he tried to break in through a living room window, then ran around back to the kitchen. Reaching a window there, he finally entered the house, but police arrived before he could harm his intended victim. At that point, the Navy had seen enough of Norris. He received an administrative discharge for psychological problems after he was diagnosed as having a severe schizoid personality. Still awaiting disposition of his previous assault cases, Norris attacked a young woman in May 1970 on the campus of San Diego State College. He tackled the student from behind, clubbed her with a stone, and then slammed her head repeatedly into a concrete sidewalk. This time, the charge was assault with a deadly weapon, and it was finally enough to take Roy Norris off the streets. He was confined to a Atascadero State Hospital as a mentally disordered sex offender. He spent 5 years there before being released on probation. Officially, he was described as someone who would bring no further danger to others. Norris proved the prediction wrong 3 months later in Redondo Beach. Cruising the streets on a motorcycle, he spied a 27-year-old woman walking home from a restaurant after a quarrel with her boyfriend. Norris stopped to offer her a ride, which she declined. Undeterred by the rejection, Norris leapt off his bike and attacked the woman, strangling her into semi-consciousness with her own scarf. Dazed, she did not resist as Norris dragged her behind a nearby hedge and had non-consensual sex with her. Police were unable to act because of her vague description of her attacker. But 1 month later, the woman saw Norris again. She memorized his license number. Convicted of non-consensual sex, Norris was shipped to the California Men's Colony at San Luis Obispo. It could have been worse. The colony is easy time as California prisons go, a cakewalk compared to Soledad, Folsom, or San Quentin. Norris also met a friend at the colony who would change his life. Reminiscing years later, Norris would claim that Larry Bittaker twice saved his life at San Luis Obispo. The experience bound him to Bittaker, although the details are vague. The prison code demanded that Norris follow any plan Bittaker devised, no matter how bizarre. It helped, of course, that they shared near-identical fantasies of domination, non-consensual sex, and torture. Next time a woman fell into his clutches, Bittaker confided, he would kill her afterward, a surefire method of evading punishment. In fact, he thought, it might be fun to play a game, selecting one victim for each teen year, 13 through 19, and to see how long each victim could be kept alive and screaming. Bittaker was paroled on November 15, 1978, returning to Los Angeles where he found work as a machinist. Norris was freed exactly 2 months later on January 15, 1979. He moved in with his mother at an LA trailer park and used his Navy training to find work as an electrician. Bittaker wrote to Norris in February 1979 and arranged a rendezvous at a cheap downtown hotel. Over drinks, they renewed their prison friendship and repeated their dark desires. Spring was coming to the Southland. It was nearly hunting season. As a first step toward fulfilling his vision, Bittaker purchased a silver 1977 GMC cargo van. The van had its advantages. There were no side windows to worry about, and there was a large sliding door on the passenger side. If their intended victims spurned the offer of a ride, Bittaker reasoned, they could pull up real close and not have to open the doors all the way to snatch someone from the sidewalk. Larry named the van Murder Mac. From February to June 1979, Bittaker and Norris cruised up and down the Pacific Coast Highway. They stopped at beaches, flirted with girls, and often took their photos. Norris later estimated that they picked up 20 prospects without harming one, and his estimate may have been low. Detectives later counted some 500 photos of smiling young women among Bittaker's belongings. Most were never identified. They were test runs, Norris later explained. The non-consensual sex and murder could wait until they found the perfect isolated spot to take their victims. Sometime in late April, cruising aimlessly, the hunters found a remote fire road in the San Gabriel Mountains overlooking Glendora. A padlocked gate barred access, but Bittaker smashed the lock with a crowbar. They were in. Now all they needed was a girl. They found her on June 24, 1979. Bittaker would later tell police that the day started innocently enough. He spent the night in Murder Mac, parked outside the trailer Ray Norris shared with his mother. They spent the morning working on a bed Bittaker had constructed in the back of the van. The bed was mounted on a frame, with space beneath it to conceal a body. At about 11 a.m., they began prowling. Bittaker described it as a nice Sunday to cruise around the beach area, drinking beer, smoking grass, and flirting with the girls. We had no set routine. They made the rounds, driving north and hitting all the stops between Redondo Beach and Santa Monica, looking out for female hitchhikers. Sometimes they'd park the van and scout a stretch of sand on foot. It was 5 p.m. back in Redondo Beach when they found a likely target. She took them both completely by surprise. Bittaker and Norris later quarreled over who was first to notice 16-year-old Cindy Schaefer. Each man accused the other of pointing her out and suggesting that she be their first contestant in their game. Ironically, she was not at the beach or wearing a swimsuit. In fact, Schaefer was walking back to her grandmother's house after a Christian youth meeting at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Murder Mac pulled alongside, and Norris offered her a ride. Schaefer declined and ignored the van as it trailed behind her. Then the van surged ahead and swung into a driveway, motor idling. Norris met her on the sidewalk, smiling, repeating his offer. As Schaefer brushed past him, Roy grabbed her and muscled her into the van. The sliding door worked perfectly, muffling her cries for help as Bittaker cranked up the radio's volume. Norris grappled with Schaefer and then sealed her lips with duct tape. He also bound her wrists and ankles. One shoe was left behind on the sidewalk as Murder Mac sped away. In his prison-penned memoirs, Bittaker later recalled that, throughout the whole experience, Cindy displayed a magnificent state of self-control and composed acceptance of the conditions and facts over which she had no control. She shed no tears, offered no resistance, and expressed no great concern for her safety. I guess she knew what was coming. Or perhaps Bittaker simply lied. He drove to the mountain fire road and parked out of sight from the highway. The men smoked grass and questioned Schaefer about her family until they tired of the routine and ordered her to strip. Bittaker left the van for an hour or so, giving Norris some privacy. Then he came back to take his turn. In custody, months later, each accused the other of insisting that Schaefer die. Norris first tried to strangle Schaefer, but he bungled the job. He left to vomit in the weeds. When he returned, Norris said, Bittaker was choking Schaefer, but her body was still jerking, alive to some degree, breathing or trying to breathe. Bittaker then handed Norris a wire coat hanger, and they twisted it around her neck, tightening the makeshift garrote with a vice grip pliers. Norris recalled that Schaefer convulsed for 15 seconds or so, and that was it. She just died. Wrapping the body in a plastic shower curtain, Bittaker and Norris drove back along the fire road until they found a deep canyon. They lifted Schaefer's body from the van and heaved her into the chasm. Bittaker said the desert scavengers would clean up after them. The exhausted friends agreed that it had been nearly perfect, but something was missing. Next time, they would keep a trophy of the hunt. Bittaker and Norris went hunting again on Sunday, July 8, 1979. They saw a likely prospect in early afternoon, thumbing rides across Pacific Coast Highway, but the driver of a white convertible pulled in ahead of them and plucked her from the roadside. Norris grumbled over their bad luck, but Bittaker counseled patience. They'd follow the convertible for a while and see where the hitchhiker was dropped off. Their patience was soon rewarded. The convertible's driver signaled for a ramp exit ahead, braking first to deposit his passenger on the berm. She stuck a thumb out, waiting for the next ride. Meanwhile, Norris left Murder Mac's passenger seat and threw himself under the raised bed in the back. It was a change in strategy to make the van appear less threatening. It worked. Andrea Hall was 18 and thankful for the ride. She introduced herself to Bittaker as he pulled back into traffic, gratefully accepting his offer of a cold drink. Hall went to fetch it from a cooler in the rear of the van, choosing a soda and turning back toward her seat. Norris lunged from hiding then and swept her legs out from under her. More grappling on the floor of Murder Mac, more blaring music from the radio as Bittaker drove on. Hall fought for her life, but Norris was too strong. Twisting an arm behind her back until she finally surrendered, the submission enabled Norris to bind her wrists and ankles and cover her mouth with tape. The fire road was familiar territory now. There was no time for small talk with their second victim. They repeatedly had non-consensual sex with her by turns. When both of them were tired, Bittaker loaded his Polaroid camera, dragged Hall from the van, and sent Norris on a beer run down the mountain to a small roadside convenience store. When Norris returned, he found Bittaker alone, smiling over photos of Andrea Hall, her face contorted by fear. "He told me that he told her he was going to kill her," Norris later informed the police. "He wanted to see what her argument would be for staying alive. He said she didn't put up much of an argument." Bittaker told Norris that he'd stabbed Hall twice with an ice pick, one in each ear, but he had to strangle her when she refused to die. When the murder was finished, Bittaker said he had pitched her off a cliff. Bittaker and Norris made their third foray on Labor Day, September 3. Cruising through Hermosa Beach, they spotted two girls seated at a bench at a bus stop where Pier Avenue met Pacific Coast Highway. 15-year-old Jackie Gilliam and 13-year-old Leah Lamp weren't waiting for the bus, but they seemed happy to accept a ride with no special destination in mind. Bittaker and Norris later told police the girls were also glad to accept Larry's offer to smoke a joint. Lighting up, he passed the joint around and told his passengers that he was heading for the beach. Jackie and Leah challenged him moments later as Bittaker turned away from the ocean and started driving northward, but he stalled them with excuses, claiming he merely wanted to find a safe place to park while they got high. The girls protested when Bittaker parked near a suburban tennis court. Leah started to open the door, but Norris was faster, swinging a sawed-off baseball bat against her skull. A fierce struggle ensued. Bittaker waded in to help Norris, finally subduing the teenagers and trussing them with duct tape. Only when they were secured and silenced did he notice several tennis players watching from the nearby courts. Worried that someone might call the police, Bittaker gunned the van and sped away toward his hideout in the San Gabriel Mountains. But no one called the police. The witnesses returned to their tennis games, dismissing the strange incident. Bittaker and Norris kept their latest hostages alive for nearly 2 days. They kept an audio tape of their non-consensual sex and torture. Among other things, the tape captured Norris having non-consensual sex with Jackie Gilliam, demanding that she play the role of a cousin who was the object of some of his sexual fantasies. Tired of the game and running dangerously late for work, Bittaker repeated his trick with the ice pick, stabbing Gilliam in both ears. As with Andrea Hall, it made her scream but failed to kill her, so they took turns strangling Jackie to death. Afterward, they turned on Lamp, Bittaker squeezing her throat while Norris pounded her head 7 times with a sledgehammer. They pitched their victims off a cliff, with the ice pick still embedded in Jackie Gilliam's skull. On Sunday, September 30th, they selected Shirley Sanders, an Oregon resident visiting her father in Manhattan Beach. When she declined a lift in Murder Mac, they sprayed Sanders with chemical mace and dragged her kicking from the sidewalk. Both men had non-consensual sex with her in the van, but they were careless, and she escaped. Sanders reported the assault, but she could not identify her assailants. She did not remember the license plate. Unable to pursue the matter further, she returned to Oregon. The next month was nerve-wracking for Bittaker and Norris, who worried that police might come for them at any moment. Bittaker found a new apartment in Burbank, while Norris remained with his mother. The killers began to relax as the weeks passed without any signs of police attention. The pair went hunting again on Halloween night, deviating from their beach routine to prowl the residential streets of the Sunland and Tujunga districts of the San Fernando Valley. They spotted 16-year-old Lynette Ledford hitchhiking and offered her a ride. She happily accepted, and within 5 minutes, Norris wrestled her to Murder Mac's floor. Bittaker chose not to waste time driving to the mountains. He reasoned that they could have non-consensual sex and torture Ledford just as well when they drove around the suburbs of Los Angeles. Norris took the driver's seat while Bittaker turned on the tape recorder and went to work on their captive. The tape records him slapping her, demanding, "Say something, girl." "What do you want me to say?" she responds. The slapping continues, interspersed with cries of pain. Frustrated, Bittaker asks Ledford, "You can scream louder than that, can't you?" Ledford tries to accommodate him, but Bittaker wants more. Soon he goes to work with a vice grip pliers. "Scream, baby," he urges. Next, Norris's voice is heard. "Make noise there, girl," he orders. "Go ahead and scream, or I'll make you scream." "I'll scream if you stop hitting me," Ledford sobs when Norris starts striking her elbows with a hammer. Norris swings the hammer 25 times while he chants mindlessly, "Keep it up, girl, keep it up. Scream till I say stop." Bittaker parked the van and prepared for the kill. "I got a section of coat hanger," he later told police, and wrapped it around her throat and tied it up with the pliers. Emboldened, he thought it would be amusing to see what happened if they dumped their victim on someone's front lawn. They chose a yard at random in Hermosa Beach and loaded Ledford's corpse into a bed of ivy. The corpse was discovered the next morning. The find shocked Los Angeles since it came only days after the arrest of hillside strangler Angelo Buono. The police said they were unaware of any other Buono victims. Of course, there were missing girls and women on the books, but who could say if they were dead? More to the point, how could police identify the killers in the latest unsolved case? In a sense, Lynette Ledford spoiled the fun. She was the second 16-year-old Bittaker and Norris had murdered, leaving 3 teenagers unaccounted for. The hunters did not worry, though. From where they sat, it seemed as if they had all the time in the world. But they were mistaken. Roy Norris himself was part of the problem. Despite the murder game's shortcomings, Norris enjoyed it so much that he simply couldn't keep quiet. By October 1979, he'd started bragging to another friend from prison, Jimmy Dalton, emphasizing his role as a criminal mastermind. Dalton thought it was all talk until Ledford's body was found. He called his lawyer, and they both went to the Los Angeles police. LA's finest listened to Dalton's story, then passed him to detectives in Hermosa Beach, where Ledford's corpse had been discarded. Hermosa Beach detective Paul Bynum headed the Ledford investigation. He had no forensic evidence to support a charge in the Ledford slaying, but Dalton's mention of a silver van rang a bell in Bynum's memory. He dispatched an officer to Oregon to interview Shirley Sanders, who was attacked 1 month before. Photographs were proffered for Sanders to examine. Leafing through the stack, she picked out Bittaker and Norris as the men who had kidnapped and had non-consensual sex with her. Bynum approached Deputy District Attorney Steve Kay, who had prosecuted Norris on his previous non-consensual sex charge in Redondo Beach. Kay cautioned patience, even though a quick arrest would halt the murder spree. They needed time to build a strong case. Police mounted surveillance on the pair. Once again, Norris was the weak link. He was seen selling marijuana on the street. Police made their move 2 days before Thanksgiving 1979. They arrested Norris for a parole violation on the marijuana charge, while Bittaker was jailed on suspicion of kidnapping and having non-consensual sex with Shirley Sanders. Norris waived his right to counsel and sparred with the interrogators for a while. Eventually, he crumbled, casting himself as a reluctant accomplice to murders planned and carried out by Bittaker. Norris insisted that the prison code demanded that he go along for the ride. After all, he owed Bittaker his life, but apparently not his silence. On the strength of Norris's confession, both men were charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder, plus additional charges of kidnapping, robbery, non-consensual sex, deviant assault, and criminal conspiracy. Each defendant tried to blame the other for the most egregious acts. Norris now claimed that he'd been high on drugs most of the time, unable to resist Bittaker, but the audio tapes told a different story, revealing Norris as a full participant. Norris realized he'd have to do more to avoid the death penalty. In February 1980, Norris-led Detective Bynum, Steve Kay, and members of the Sierra Madre search and rescue team on a tour of the San Gabriel murder sites. They found Leah Lamp and Jackie Gilliam, with Bittaker's ice pick still buried in Gilliam's ear, but no trace was found of Cindy Schaefer or Andrea Hall. They were lost forever. But Norris had delivered enough evidence to clinch his plea bargain. With that finding on file, Norris was sentenced to 45 years to life, with a minimum of 30 years to serve before parole. Given his record and the nature of the crimes, it was unlikely in the extreme that Norris would be released then. Steve Kay was committed to seeking the death penalty for Laurence Bittaker. In an unwitting tribute to Bittaker's jailhouse ambition, Kay declared that for sheer brutality, the crimes of Charles Manton's cultists didn't come close to Bittaker's rampage. Despite his experience in prosecuting murderers and every other kind of felon, Kay twice broke down weeping during Bittaker's 3-week trial. For his part, the defendant seemed to enjoy the proceedings. Bittaker had prepared for trial by writing his memoirs, fittingly titled The Last Ride. Though warned repeatedly by his attorney, Bittaker insisted on finishing the manuscript, apparently convinced that jurors would believe his assertion that Norris masterminded the operation. The gamble failed, and on February 17, 1981, Bittaker was found guilty on 5 murder counts and 21 other related felonies. California, like all other states, holds its criminal trials in stages. The first determines guilt or innocence. The second determines punishment if a defendant is convicted. To support a death sentence, California prosecutors must demonstrate special circumstances, such as slayings deemed especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. Bittaker's audio tapes were replayed for the jury, which promptly recommended death. As with Norris, another probation report was generated. Bittaker's examiner wrote that during the years this officer has been submitting evaluations to the court, he has had occasion to interview many individuals convicted of brutal crimes, but none to the extent of the ones for which this defendant has been convicted. During the interviews with him, although verbalizing some feelings for the teenage deaths that he had caused, there was no outward expression or emotion displayed. His whole attitude was almost as if he'd been able to divorce himself from the emotions felt by the major portion of society. The report concluded that there was little doubt that he would return to a life of crime, and possibly a life of violence, if released into society. The jury's recommended sentence clearly would be the most permanent protection available. The judge agreed, and Bittaker was sentenced to death on March 24, 1981. Death penalty sentences are neither sure nor swift. The appeal of a death sentence is automatic, regardless of the defendant's wishes. 2 years elapsed before the California Supreme Court appointed Bittaker's appellant attorney. 6 more before the same court affirmed Bittaker's death sentence on June 28, 1989. Bittaker was absent on October 4, 1989, when Torrance Judge John Shook set his execution for December 29th, but he had little to fear. His attorney filed yet another appeal that automatically stayed the execution. On June 11, 1990, the California Supreme Court declined to hear the case again. Later that same year, while actor Scott Glenn was preparing for his role as an FBI profiler in The Silence of the Lambs, he visited the Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit at Quantico, Virginia. Legendary profiler John Douglas gave Glenn a tour of the facility. Glenn listened to the Bittaker Norris tapes, and he left Douglas's office in tears. When Bittaker was not busy drafting appeals, he amused himself by filing frivolous suits against the state prison system. There were more than 40 in all by October 1995. In one case, where he claimed he'd been subjected to cruel unusual punishment by receipt of a broken cookie on his lunch tray, state officials paid $5,000 to have the suit dismissed. Before the state was granted summary judgment, they had to prove that Bittaker could skip his lunch and still survive by only eating breakfast and dinner. It was all great fun and cost Bittaker nothing since California prisoners are permitted to file their suits for free. When not pursuing nuisance litigation, Bittaker enjoyed a daily game of bridge with fellow inmates Randy Kraft, Douglas Clark, and William Bonin, themselves convicted serial killers with an estimated 94 victims among them. The game was left short-handed in February 1996 after Bonin was executed, but Bittaker had other diversions. In the late 1990s, a catalog of prison memorabilia offered his fingernail clippings for sale to murder groupies. And there's fan mail, enough to keep him busy between card games. Bittaker often signed his letters with a nickname, Pliers. Norris accepted a plea bargain whereby he agreed to testify against Bittaker and was sentenced to life imprisonment on May 7, 1980, with a possibility of parole after serving 30 years. He died of natural causes at the California Medical Facility in February 2020. Bittaker died while incarcerated on death row at San Quentin State Prison on December 13, 2019, at the age of 79. His death was reported as being due to natural causes.
Etta Kane went out on August 19th in 1979 to hike the trails in a park at the foot of Mount Tamalpais, also known as the Sleeping Lady, which overlooked San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge. At 44, she was a married bank executive with an athletic lifestyle. On this day, she found no one to join her, so she went out alone to get her workout. But she did not return home that day, so her worried husband contacted the police. Believing she was in trouble, they sent out a search team, including dog handlers, just in case she had fallen and was in some inaccessible place. But despite the fact that her car remained untouched in the parking lot, they failed to locate her that night. Found the next day, Etta was dead. She'd been attacked from behind and had a bullet wound on the back of her skull. The police believed, from her position on her knees with her face on the ground, that possibly she had been forced to show subservience to her killer, perhaps even to beg for her life. The killer had removed $10 from her wallet, along with some credit cards, and had taken her glasses but had left her jewelry. It was the first known killing on Tamalpais. Witnesses described two lone men, one blonde and acting rather strangely, and the other wearing a dark blue jacket which apparently made him sweat. He'd hid his face with it, but people estimated that he was about 35. The autopsy showed that Etta had been shot once with a .44 caliber gun, and it appeared that she'd been the victim of an execution-style attack. Yet she had not been involved in sexual intercourse with the attacker, so the motive for this unthinkable attack remained a mystery. In fact, no one who knew Etta could think of any reason why someone might want to harm her. There was little evidence in the area to assist the police to track her killer, so the murder went unsolved. It shook up people who used the park, but after a while, things returned to normal. Eventually, however, Etta Kane's murder would gain a different status as more than just an isolated unsolved homicide. It would become the first of more to come. The principal source for this spate of murders during the early 1980s is Robert Graysmith's book, The Sleeping Lady, as well as news reports from area California papers, primarily the San Francisco Chronicle. Another key source is John Douglas's first book, Mindhunter, because he was the FBI profiler who got involved in the case when it appeared that a serial killer was on the loose. He provides important insights into how this killer was studied, as well as explanations for why he might have been a psychopathic lust killer in the first place. Graysmith opens his book with a legend of the Sleeping Lady. A sun god fell in love with an Indian maiden, so he carried her off into the sky, but then he stumbled over Mount Diablo, and as he fell back to earth, she was killed. The place where she hit the ground is where the mountain supposedly grew up into the profile of a sleeping woman, or a dead one. Not until spring the following year was there another violent incident, but in early March, the body of Barbara Schwartz, 23, was found murdered in the same park where Etta Kane was killed. Out hiking with her dog on the 8th, the young baker had been repeatedly stabbed rather than shot, and her wounds had been to the chest, but there had been a witness who had watched the entire episode, and it was she who led the rangers to the crime scene. This female hiker was watching through the trees as a thin, athletic man, about 25 she guessed, approached Barbara Schwartz, whose dog was barking. He had a hawk nose and dark hair, and he wore hiking boots. To her surprise, he suddenly began to stab Barbara with a knife. They struggled for nearly a minute, and then he fled as Barbara fell to the ground. The witness ran for help, so the crime scene was quickly processed and a witness report drawn up. The police found a pair of bloody stained bifocal glasses that they hoped had belonged to the killer. In retrospect, the witness's description would prove to be wildly erroneous in every respect, which she herself would later admit, and it would mislead the investigation for some time. Other hikers that day had seen a lone male wearing glasses who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a raincoat despite the fact that it was not raining. Although no one knew it at the time, this man was more likely Barbara's killer. The pathologist counted 12 separate wounds in her chest, and he estimated that her attacker had used a 10-inch knife. A few days later, some kids found a boning knife near the crime scene, crusted with blood. It proved to have been purchased at a chain grocery store, but the specific location could not be pinned down. Unfortunately, a TV reporter handled it, obliterating fingerprints. The bifocals found near Barbara turned out to be a prison issue, so investigators busily checked lists of recently released convicts, especially those with a record of sex crimes who resembled the sketch a police artist had made from the witness report. At this point, the FBI's San Francisco-based field office got involved, along with other agencies. However, the investigation turned up no good leads. In fact, the police in another jurisdiction did question a man that night who claimed to have been wounded in a convenience store attack, but having no access to the Marin County All Points Bulletin, they failed to put two and two together. While they cannot be blamed for that, they neglected to find out that there had been a convenience store robbery in the area. In any event, this man, with his quiet manner, looked nothing like the predator who had stabbed Barbara Schwartz to death, so the link would probably not have been made that night. The next day, the wounded man visited an optometrist, Barbara Schwartz's doctor, to get a new pair of glasses. Although police questioned him about Barbara's prescription, he never heard about or saw the flyer about the eyeglasses found at the scene. That was unfortunate, for it's likely he would have recognized the unique prescription. Instead, the killer was free to continue. Again, months passed, and then another young woman entered the park alone to go jogging. People were certainly afraid about being in the wilderness areas, but a few wanted to demonstrate that the parklands were largely safe. They would soon learn differently. Ann Alderson, 26, and a former Peace Corps volunteer, was seen by several people on October 15th at the end of a long Columbus Day weekend, and the park's caretaker recalled seeing her sitting alone in the 5,000-seat amphitheater to watch the sunset. He considered warning her about the potential danger of being alone at dusk, but decided not to disturb her. Ray Smith says that earlier that day, this same witness had seen a lone male in the area as well, around age 50, who was just standing around. Two other people, says John Douglas, recalled seeing Anne near the area where Etta Kane had been killed over a year before. Then she apparently came under attack, an easy mark by all accounts. She, too, had also been shot with a single bullet from a .38 pistol, which had gone through the right side of her head. But in this incident, there was a significant difference. Anne had non-consensual sex and was allowed to get dressed again. Her right earring was missing, and she'd been propped, face up, against a rock. What linked this murder clearly to Etta Kane's was her position. It appeared from her twisted arrangement that she might have been forced to kneel as well before being killed. What police did not yet know is that there were two other victims that weekend, but only Anne had been quickly found. Not far away, a double homicide around the same time provided a tentative lead on a suspect because the victims had both been shot by an apparently demented individual. In a home not far from Mount Tamalpais, on October 16, 1980, two people were found shot to death. According to the court reports, this is what occurred. Mark McDermott, 35, and his brother Edwin, 40, both resided with their mother, Helen McDermott, 75, in Mill Valley. At approximately 8:30 p.m., sheriff's deputies forced their way into the home at the request of a concerned friend. They found the body of a man lying in a hallway off to the left of the living room, whom they learned was Edwin. He had been dead approximately 12 hours, and several bullet wounds were evident in his head and chest. In a locked bedroom was the body of an elderly woman, subsequently identified as Helen, lying on the bed and covered by a blanket. The body had a single bullet wound behind the left ear. Scattered around the floor were 8 spent .22 caliber casings, 5 near Edwin's body, 1 in the living room near the door to Helen's bedroom, one near a bookshelf between Edwin's and Helen's bedrooms, and one in Edwin's bedroom. Looking around, the deputies went outside and observed a small padlocked door leading into the basement. After forcing entry, they discovered a note tacked to the inner side of the door, addressed to Shitheels, and stating that by the time the note was discovered, the reader would be way too late. The author would be found on the news or on a slab. It was signed Mr. Hate. This smelly, dirty basement area had been the bedroom of Mark McDermott. He seemed a likely suspect, as there were spent .38 caliber casings in his room, along with 3 live rounds of .22 caliber ammunition and ankle holsters for a handgun and a knife. The coroner later said that while it was impossible to determine either victim's exact time of death, samples of the vitreous humor liquid from their eyes suggested that both deaths had occurred from 3 to 4 days earlier. Within a few days, the local newspapers and the Marin County Sheriff and other members of his staff received letters from an individual who claimed responsibility. A handwriting expert testified that the author of these letters was the same person who had written the note tacked to Mark's bedroom door. The writer claimed that he would not be captured alive. Clearly, he was following the news coverage, so the police devised a plan to lure him in. They indicated that if he surrendered, they would treat him fairly. They ran a letter directed to Mark, giving him a phone number. An individual identifying himself as Mark McDermott called the number that evening, October 24th. He said he would consider giving himself up, but he had some things to do first. He called again 2 days later, describing details about the killings. He said he had tried to kill his mother and brother quickly, but he'd miscalculated with Edwin and had to shoot him 5 or 6 times. His motive was to stop Edwin from hurting others and to prevent his mother from realizing that he'd killed Edwin. He then agreed to turn himself in the following day. When he approached the police, McDermott was wearing a belt with a .38 caliber revolver in it. He also had a set of thumb cuffs and 3-speed loaders. In his car were a .22 caliber pistol, a 12-gauge shotgun, ammunition, a metal box containing numerous hypodermic syringes, and some vials of insulin. Mark had diabetes. When the investigation was complete, the police thought they had a good sense of the story. Edwin had a record of acting strangely and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He deteriorated rapidly. Mark became impatient, referring to him as it or the thing. On 1 or more occasions during the 6-month period prior to the murders, he had confided to a friend in a dejected manner that he didn't know what would become of his brother once their mother was gone, and that someday he would put it out of its misery. McDermott had borrowed the guns he used in the homicides, and had then prepared himself to go on the run for a number of months. In his defense, he said that he had acted out of diminished capacity and indicated that, like his brother and mother, he suffered from schizophrenia. There was little dispute that Edwin's mental state was disorganized, and evidence was offered that Mark, too, had experienced headaches and blackouts. He claimed he could not even remember the murders, or when he did, he recalled a number of different versions. The jury nonetheless found Mark McDermott guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, and he received the death penalty. Yet his potential part in the Trailside murders was quickly resolved. None of his weapons matched the bullets used on the 2 victims who'd been shot, and most telling, after he was in custody, the murders continued. The next discovery was horrifying. Late that November, it became clear that the killer had been busier than the police had realized. 4 bodies were found on the same day, and the victims appeared to have been killed in pairs, 2 recently, and 2 at least 6 weeks earlier. A young woman named Shauna May was supposed to meet friends on November 28th in Point Reyes National Seashore Park to go hiking. The park was a few miles north of San Francisco and had not yet become the scene of slaughter. When she failed to show, her friends alerted park officials. It was 2 days before they found her nude body. She'd been trussed with picture frame wire, shot 3 times in the head, and shoved into a shallow trench. The autopsy later determined that she had non-consensual sex. Close by, to the point of touching her, was the body of another young woman, 22-year-old Diana O'Connell. She too had gone missing while hiking with friends. One had been in front of her on the path, the other some ways behind. Neither saw her slip away. The 2 victims lay together, face down. It seemed that Diana, shot once in the head, had been murdered at the same time as Shauna May, since another hiker had heard 4 shots in that area at mid-afternoon. Their clothing was piled into their knapsacks, and a pair of panties was stuffed in Diana's mouth. She'd been strangled with wire and had non-consensual sex. The police assumed that the killer had interrupted one of these women in her hike with the intention of having non-consensual sex and the other had come along at the wrong time. As a witness, she had to be eliminated too. A later investigation indicated that they had not known each other. But the day turned out to be worse than anyone had anticipated. During the search, 2 more bodies were discovered just half a mile away, actually found first, and both victims had been shot in the head. For the first time, one victim was male. They were identified as Richard Stowers, 19, and Cynthia Moreland, 18. They had been engaged to be married and had gone hiking together in mid-October in an area that Cynthia reportedly knew quite well. They'd been reported missing on October 11th, but had not been found. In fact, Rick was considered to be absent without official leave by the Coast Guard. An autopsy placed their time of death just a few days before that of Ann Alderson. So either there were 2 predators roaming the area, or the same person had gone looking for victims in 2 different parks. Then ballistics analysis confirmed that the killer of Ann Alderson had also shot May and O'Connell. There was only one deadly predator. Hikers were warned in both parks not to hike alone, although being with another person had not helped Stowers and Moreland. People who loved the nature trails found other places to go or remained home until the murders were solved. Those people who had spotted a victim with someone offered what little they could recall, and Marin County Sheriff G. Albert Howenstein Jr. had a composite drawing made to show others who'd also been in the area. However, it was difficult to get a consensus on key features. Douglas says that the witnesses conflicted on such things as the age of the man seen with the victim and his facial features. Many people still recalled an earlier series of murders in the area that had never been solved, and Douglas indicates that there was speculation about whether he'd risen his ugly head again. Between December 1968 and July 1969, a decade earlier than the trailside killings, a man shot 2 couples in Vallejo, California, on 2 separate occasions and called to take credit for them. One man had survived to give a description. Then the editors of 3 San Francisco papers each received part of a strange letter claiming to be from the Vallejo killer. He had used too much postage, and his message consisted of a printed cryptogram composed of symbols and signed with a crossed circle symbol. One had to put them all together to crack the code, which a local teacher, after painstaking work, managed to do. Its author was clearly playing a sadistic game, as he described his joy in killing people and his intention to keep doing so. Thus began a cat-and-mouse game by the Zodiac, as he called himself. Then he attacked the 3rd couple. On September 27, 1969, Cecilia Ann Shepard and her friend Brian Hartnell were picnicking at Lake Berryessa when a man wearing a black executioner's hood approached them. He stabbed them, attacking the girl repeatedly, and afterward called the police to report it. He struck again 2 weeks later, killing cab driver Paul Stein. Soon after, the Chronicle received a letter with a torn piece of Stein's shirt. Yet no leads proved productive, and there was speculation that this same killer had been responsible for the murder of a young woman in another town as well. The Zodiac kept in sporadic contact with the SFPD and the Chronicle, but his killings seemed to end with 7 victims, despite more extravagant claims and threats on his part. Many different suspects were developed, but none checked out. The case proved to be one of the rare times when a serial murderer appeared to be quite clever and well-educated, making his crimes into a layered series of games. That he seemed to withdraw and lie low proved disturbing, because if he remained at large, he could always start up again, there or elsewhere. Douglas suggested that he might have been arrested for something, which had kept him from acting. For all anyone knew, this was the same person, freshly released. Although the MO was certainly different, no one was calling to take credit for these murderers, nor offering any codes. Winter passed without further mishaps that anyone knew of. They would later learn this was not the case, but the police were busy with their investigation. Still, they had no leads. Around this time, the new art of profiling got some play. Graysmith is dismissive, but John Douglas actually had something interesting to say. In 1980, Douglas writes, the police from the San Francisco Bay Area had requested the FBI's help on the series of hiking path murders. By this time, the press had already dubbed the offender the Trailside Killer. The initial request went to Special Agent Roy Hazelwood, who was a sex crimes expert. He and Douglas had published an article that year about lust murders, setting forth the distinctions between organized and disorganized killers, and Hazelwood believed that the non-consensual sex was generally motivated by aggression, sex, or power. The fantasies that occur around puberty influence the type of victim a lust killer selects, as well as his approach, preferred sexual activities, rituals, and decision to complete the act or not. with murder. Hazelwood viewed sex offenders as either impulsive or ritualistic. Impulsive offenders were opportunistic and generally of lower intelligence and economic means, and their sexual behavior often served power or anger needs. Ritualistic offenders, on the other hand, indulged in paraphilias and compulsive behaviors that satisfied a specific psychological need. As they centered their lives around this activity, they learned to lie and manipulate in order to keep it hidden from others and secretly active. Hazelwood discussed the case with Douglas, who at the time was the Bureau's only full-time profiler in the field, and they worked it together. They were part of the first generation of FBI profilers, an elite group of agents handpicked to learn the art of the psychological analysis of crime scenes. They had yet to have any striking cases that would gain them national exposure, but they were being consulted more often by local jurisdictions whose investigators were willing to look into any avenue for assistance. The basic idea of a criminal profile was to acquire a body of information that revealed a common pattern for a general description of an unknown subject, in terms of habit, possible employment, marital state, mental state, and personality traits. Probing for an experiential assessment of a criminal from a series of crime scenes involved detailed victimology, learning significant facts about the victim's life, especially in the days and hours leading up to his or her death. Their movements were mapped, and investigators study all of their personal communications for signals to where they may have crossed paths with a viable suspect. Douglas went to San Francisco to examine the crime scene data and case photos, and he said the killer would be familiar with the area, so a local man, but he was shy, reclusive, and may have a speech impediment. Contrary to what some local psychologists had decided, who had described the offender as charming, sophisticated, and good-looking, Douglas thought he would be unsure of himself in social situations. He chose victims of opportunity rather than preferring a certain victim type. He was white, intelligent, blue-collar, and had spent time in jail. His MO was to approach from behind, if possible, and become aggressive to overwhelm the victim. He was like a spider waiting for a bug to fly into his web. That Douglas had been so specific about the speech impediment drew a lot of doubt from the task force members. They wondered how he could know something like that. Douglas explained that the secluded killing areas, the method of approach, and the fact that the offender did not approach his victims in a social situation to lure them indicated some degree of shyness or shame. He believed it was due to a physical malady. Overpowering someone gave the killer some sense of compensation for his handicap. He has some kind of defect that really bothers him, he said. The profile did not offer anything that one could call a viable lead unless they had a suspect, so the police were still in the same place. They had a guy who roamed the thickest areas of the hiking trails, lying in wait for potential victims. With the many miles of trails around San Francisco, there wasn't much they could do. After Douglas returned to Quantico, the killer struck again in March 1981. This time, though, he made a serious blunder. For him, it was the beginning of the end, even though he had switched to yet another park. Ellen Marie Hansen and Stephen Hurdle, undergraduates of the University of California at Davis, were hiking in the Henry Cowell Redwood State Park on March 29, 1981. This area was about 80 miles south of San Francisco, near to Santa Cruz, another town that had suffered a series of murders during the early 1970s. Edmund Kemper, John Linney Fraser, and Herbert Mullen had killed there around the same time. Fraser targeting a family, Kemper killing co-eds, and Mullen imagining he had to eliminate to protect the state from an earthquake. It had been nearly a decade, however, since all of that had happened, and all three offenders were safely behind bars. Steve Hurdle would later describe what had taken place, as he managed to survive despite being shot. A man approached them, he said, not far from an observation deck, and he had a pistol in his hand. He threatened them with it and insisted that Hansen allow him to have non-consensual sex with her. She refused, and Hurdle begged the man to let them go, but the stranger lifted his gun and, in front of Hurdle, shot Hansen point-blank twice, in the head and once in the shoulder. Hurdle was horrified but unable to get away as the stranger then shot him as well. However, the bullets burrowed through his neck, so he was not killed. The man fled the area as Hurdle sought help from other hikers. He was obviously in a perfect position to offer police a description of this attacker, although trauma involving guns often interferes with one's memory. Steve did recall the man's crooked yellow teeth and thought he was about 50 and balding. He'd had a backpack and wore dark glasses, as well as a gold jacket with lettering on the back and a baseball cap. In addition, he'd spoken in quick, commanding sentences. Steve estimated that he'd been about 5'10" to 6 feet tall and about 170 pounds. Along with what Hurdle offered, other people also reported a man they'd seen on the observation deck running after the gunshots and driving off in a red car of foreign make. One girl thought it was a Fiat. The Post-Standard indicated that there had been 7 witnesses altogether who reported the man to the police. The resulting physical description differed markedly from that of the Marin County killer, but not the MO. As much as police need to rely on eyewitnesses, they also know that memory is tricky and many people who believe in what they've seen are nevertheless wrong. About 80% of people exonerated in recent years who served time in prison can attest to the mistakes. One man even had 5 witnesses give erroneous testimony that linked him to a murder. Yet investigators did manage to get some good shoe print impressions so that if they developed a suspect, they could compare his shoe size and perhaps even his shoes, if he didn't toss them, to the impressions. They ran the composite drawing in a number of newspapers, both to alert people to what this dangerous person looked like and to get new leads from residents who might know him. Only 4 days later, a woman called to describe a man who resembled the picture. She'd been on a cruise to Japan some 26 years earlier and confronted a young man named David Carpenter, a purser on that cruise, who'd been bothering her daughter with inappropriate behavior. She recalled that he'd stuttered, the speech impediment that Douglas had suggested, and had proof of his name from where he'd signed her daughter's book. The police looked into it, but there were many men in Northern California named David Carpenter. As they moved forward with their investigation, the killer was reading the newspaper. He decided it was time to grow a beard. He also had found a way to lure another young woman into his net. However, this time, he killed much closer to home, leading the police right to him. Either stupid or arrogant, he made yet another mistake, and while the police benefited, a pretty blonde fell victim. On May 2nd, Heather Roxanne Skaggs, 20, told her boyfriend that she was going to see David Carpenter about a used car. Supposedly, a friend of Carpenter's was selling it, and he was going to help her to purchase it. She was a student at Econo Quick Print, where Carpenter taught people how to use computer typesetting machines, and sometimes he had given her a lift home in a company car. She had mentioned wanting a car of her own, and he told her about this opportunity. He even offered to loan her whatever amount she did not yet have. In fact, he pressured her so much with additional incentives that she finally gave in and agreed to go see it. Before leaving, she gave her boyfriend, Dan Pingle, the number and address of David Carpenter and a time when she expected to return. But she did not return then, or hours later, so Pingle went looking for her and confronted Carpenter. He pretended that they'd never connected that morning. Now frantic, Pingle alerted the police. He knew that Carpenter had instructed Heather not to tell anyone where she was going and to bring $400 for the car. She'd been in a vulnerable position and had even expressed some concern about going. Heather's disappearance brought up Carpenter's name again, already identified as resembling the composite drawing. This was too great a coincidence. Although no body had been found, Heather was about the right age to possibly have become a victim like those killed along hiking trails. The police checked records and found Carpenter's parole officer, Richard Wood. As he listened to their concerns, he started to add things up. Gray Smith records his gut-level impression that Carpenter might be the killer the police were looking for. The police now learned that Carpenter had not shown up in the records of released inmates when they'd initially looked, due to a technicality. He'd been released by California to serve a federal sentence, Douglas explains, and while free, he was technically in federal custody. If not for this, he might have been flagged much earlier. Wood thought they should keep a watchful eye on Carpenter, and he did what he could to facilitate their access to him. Detectives interviewed him about Heather and thought he resembled the composite of the person seen at the Trailside Murders sites. They had also learned that he was a habitual sex offender, another item not fully documented in his records. The multi-agency task force got into gear to start following him. The FBI, along with local authorities, set up a surveillance van outside the house at 36 Sussex Street in San Francisco where David Joseph Carpenter, 51, lived with his aging parents. They also followed him to places he went, especially when he associated with other criminals. Gray Smith includes several photos from a videotape when they caught him walking with a shopping bag in his hand. They approached him carefully, speaking in soft tones so as not to alarm him or inspire him to reach for whatever was in the bag. He seemed confused at first, but soon insisted on getting a lawyer. At this point, the agents told him he was under arrest. "Please don't hurt me," he begged. In Carpenter's car, a red Fiat with a bent tailpipe, as described by witnesses, police found books about local hiking trails, along with many more such maps in his home, over 60 in all. They also located Carpenter's former fiancée, who told them that Carpenter had lost his gold jacket around the time of the Hanson murder. He said it had been stolen, although that had struck her as unlikely. This testimony proved that he'd at least had a gold jacket at that time, placing him circumstantially at the site of the shooting of Hanson and Hurdle. Thus, Carpenter drove a car similar to the one described by the surviving victim, had the same optometrist as another victim, had the right distinctive type of clothing, and had a record for violent sex crimes. He also suffered from explosive rages and had recently tried to change his look with a different type of frame for his glasses. In addition, several witnesses had recognized him as the man who had been in the area of an attack. The police put him in a lineup, inviting everyone who had made a report to participate. Steve Hurdle went to the station to endure the ordeal of seeing again the man who had shot him and killed his girlfriend. Despite the newly grown beard hiding Carpenter's face, Steve quickly picked him out as the perpetrator. The Post-Standard indicated that 6 out of the 7 witnesses did the same, although several were not quite certain. A car lineup was also arranged and witnesses identified the Fiat. Carpenter was formally charged with the murder and attempted murder in Santa Cruz. At his arraignment, he stuttered so badly he had a difficult time answering the judge's questions, which was to simply agree that his name was as stated. Carpenter's face contorted and his head shook as he struggled to respond, states the Post-Standard. He finally managed to utter a yes after the passage of several seconds. On May 15, 1981, newspapers published the stories about Carpenter, the supposed trailside killer. In a press conference, officials reiterated that they believed the killer of 8 had psychologically tortured his victims first. Then, decomposed remains of a female were found in Big Basin Redwoods Park on Sunday, May 24th. Her killer had apparently tried to hide her body under a lot of brush. He'd removed her clothing and taken everything except an earring, similar to an earlier murder. An analysis of the dental work indicated that they had found Heather Skaggs. She had non-consensual sex and was shot once through the eye with a .38. That made 9 dead. By May 27th, the Syracuse Herald-Journal noted that Marin County District Attorney Jerry Herman was going to file charges against Carpenter in 5 more of the murders, all linked via ballistics analysis to Carpenter's guns, and he held out hope that evidence would surface in at least another murder. He was not going to file charges in the murders of Barbara Schwartz or Etta Kane, since the evidence was lacking. One of them had been stabbed with a knife on which there was no usable prints, and the other was killed with a different gun, which had still not been found. Still, the office would continue to investigate. Oddly enough, Lane and Gregg indicate that Carpenter had been a suspect for a time in the Zodiac killings, but his handwriting and fingerprints had cleared him. A few people recall him at one point claiming to be the Zodiac. Whatever the case, his background was being thoroughly scrutinized. Born on May 6, 1930, in San Francisco, Carpenter had been raised by strict and aggressive parents. His alcoholic father beat him or neglected him, while his near-blind mother was described as domineering. By the time he was 7, he was stuttering so badly he had a difficult time in any social situation. He was often ridiculed, which made him painfully reclusive. He received no therapy, but was instead forced to participate in extracurricular activities such as ballet and piano. He took out his frustrations on animals and also wet the bed, 2 of the 3 indicators, as Douglas pointed out. As he grew into adolescence, he looked for opportunities to express his developing sex drive, and by the time he was 17, David had been arrested for inappropriate behavior against 2 young children, his cousins. He served a year and apparently learned nothing from the California Youth Authority, because, once released, he became more predatory. Frazier states that he continued offending until he got married in 1955. Carpenter worked at various occupations, including as a ship's purser, a salesman, and a printer. He apparently had a demanding sex drive that he kept keeping under control by subjecting his wife to his constant need. They had 3 children together, but Carpenter could not continue to control himself. In addition to his violent rages, he also prowled around, looking for other women. Finally, his drive was so desperate, he resorted to outright violence. In one incident in 1960, fully described by Graysmith, Carpenter had befriended a woman, inviting her to his home to meet his wife and including her in some of his celebratory moments. Then one day he picked her up, but instead of taking her to work as promised, he drove to a wooded area of the Presidio and then acted as if he was lost. At some point he grabbed her, straddled her, and used a clothesline to bind her. With a knife he threatened her, forcing her to be still. He told her he had a funny quirk that needed to be satisfied. When she resisted and tried to get away, he struck her several times with a hammer. Douglas states that prior to and during the incident, he lost his crippling stutter. The victim described his speech as slow and deliberate, in contrast to the way he usually talked, and he seemed unduly angry. This woman might have been Carpenter's first murder victim had she not been saved by a suspicious military patrol officer who heard her call for help. He'd been looking for Carpenter's car, having spotted it earlier, and when he saw what was happening, he commanded Carpenter to stop. Carpenter shot at him, missing, so he returned fire and wounded Carpenter. Then the MP arrested Carpenter and took him in. The victim survived, but Carpenter, who claimed to have blacked out during the attack, ended up with a 14-year sentence. During this time, his wife, who'd had to put up with his temper and sexual demands, and who'd just given birth to their third child, divorced him. To psychiatrists who evaluated him, he gave a range of different stories about what had occurred, from amnesia to a lover's quarrel. He'd clearly learned to tell people what he thought they wanted to hear. In 1969, Carpenter was freed after only 9 years. He quickly got remarried, and in less than a year, he was back at it again, and the marriage failed. He tried to have non-consensual sex with a woman by hitting her car to force her out of it. When she struggled against him, he stabbed her, but she managed to get back into her car and raced towards help. Obviously, Carpenter was now looking for a way to have non-consensual sex, but not return to prison, so he was prepared to eliminate witnesses. He continued to target women until he was arrested again in Modesto on February 3, 1970. While awaiting his trial, Carpenter conspired with 4 other inmates at the Calaveras County Jail to break out and escape. They didn't get very far, and he was sentenced to 7 years for kidnap and robbery, not for any sex offenses. He also received 2 more years for his parole violations. When he got out in May 1979, he was not listed as a sex offender, although he clearly was. By August, he had murdered Etta Kane. Even while Carpenter continued his criminal activities, he found a way to pass as a normal, productive citizen. He took courses in computer printing at the California Trade School, graduating with a degree. Then he got a job as a typesetter instructor at an agency affiliated with the school. He took up hiking as a hobby, but not for the same reasons most people do. He simply liked the shelter afforded in the wilderness for grabbing young women to have non-consensual sex and kill without being seen. It remained for the courts to ensure he returned to prison for the rest of his life. On June 16, 1981, in Castle Rock State Park, rock climbers came across a jawbone. At the urging of acquaintances, they brought it in and the police sent it for analysis. It proved to be human, and with further work it was identified as the partial remains of a 17-year-old high school student, Anna K. Menjivar, missing since December 28 the previous year. Many people had suspected that Carpenter had something to do with her disappearance. She had worked part-time at the bank where Carpenter was a client, and he often engaged in conversation with her. People were under the impression that she was the reason he came to the bank, but the evidence against him was slim. Even the cause of death could not be established. Yet other cases could be prosecuted, and perhaps that would become some sort of justice for young Anna. Carpenter was formally charged with the 5 Marin County killings: Ann Alderson, Diane O'Connell, Shauna May, Cynthia Moreland, and Richard Stowers, 2 non-consensual sex charges, and an attempted non-consensual sex charge. The police had recovered the .38 that he'd given to a friend, a bank robber who wanted no part in protecting a killer and who suspected that Carpenter was setting him up, and they now had everything they needed to move forward with a strong case. Given its inflammatory nature in the Santa Cruz and San Francisco communities, the venue was shifted 300 miles away to Los Angeles. Carpenter insisted he was innocent and continued to do so throughout 2 trials. His first trial was for the murders of Heather Skaggs and Ellen Hansen, and the attempted murder of Steve Hurdle. It started on October 11, 1983. The judge seated 1 jury to decide his guilt and a second one to decide the penalty in the event of a conviction. Along with the alternates, this made for a substantial body of people for the attorneys to address. It took many weeks of voir dire before DA Art Danner could present his opening argument in May, which focused on eyewitnesses and ballistics evidence. Carpenter's gun had been linked to each of the murders, and Steve Hurdle's testimony identifying Carpenter as the attacker who shot him and killed his girlfriend was persuasive. It was no surprise that after 6 weeks of testimony, the 8-woman, 4-man jury deliberated for 8 hours over the course of 2.5 days to reach their verdict. On July 6, 1984, David Carpenter was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The balding, bespectacled defendant had no visible reaction, reported the Syracuse Post-Standard. The attorney shrugged it off, saying that Carpenter had expected to be convicted and had prepared for it. He also described his client to the press as a mental mess, admitting that he was a killer but resisting the idea that he should face the death penalty for it. His crimes had been impulsive, not planned, and he'd been unable to control himself. Yet no amount of psychological testimony had convinced the jury that abusive parents were entirely responsible for this killer's development towards such cruelty. The second jury found 3 special circumstances that warranted the death penalty: committing multiple murders, committing murder during non-consensual sex, and lying in wait. Carpenter was to be given the death sentence via execution in San Quentin's gas chamber, but the court was not finished with him. He had a second trial coming right up for the Marin County killings, though it would be delayed for several years by legal wrangling. And this trial would have an unexpected and disheartening glitch. The second trial opened in San Diego on January 5, 1988. Deputy DA John Posey had a huge job ahead of him in his first death penalty case, with more than 60 witnesses, but he'd long prepared for the task. Carpenter's attorneys were public defenders Frank Cox and Steve Berlin. Robert Graysmith attended this proceeding and offers a first-hand account. Unlike the Los Angeles trial, in which the defense had offered few witnesses, Carpenter's witness list this time numbered over 30, and he himself would testify. It took until May 10th, in a trial that once again proved that Carpenter's gun was the one that shot the victims, and he was convicted of all 5 of those murders. He offered carefully constructed alibis, but the prosecutors proved that his documentation had been altered or that he'd been mistaken about some of his dates. For 7 days, Carpenter was on the stand. Although he appeared calm and prepared, reading from his calendar and collection of receipts, he stuttered from time to time as he described his acquaintances from prison and his various liaisons with women. He also detailed his activities during the time of each of the murders of which he was accused. Still, he also showed his anger and his slippery and glib nature. It was no surprise that after only 7 hours, another jury also recommended the death sentence for him, which the judge accepted. However, a few months later, the jury forewoman, Barbara Durham, revealed something that could have made a difference. She told friends that she had been aware, or became aware during the trial, of Carpenter's convictions in Los Angeles in 1984 for the Santa Cruz murders. She had concealed this fact during voir dire, or during the trial. Judge Herbert Hoffman had to consider whether to call a mistrial and have Carpenter retried. Since he thought the evidence had been strong, it was a difficult decision. On February 21, 1989, Judge Hoffman ruled that while he believed that Carpenter was certainly guilty of the crimes, since a member of the jury had unlawfully referred to his prior conviction during discussions, he had to order a new trial. He made no secret of the fact that he considered this a travesty of justice, especially because the trial had been costly. In 1994, state prosecutors asked the California Supreme Court in San Francisco to overturn that decision, since the evidence for Carpenter's guilt was overwhelming. However, the deputy state public defender insisted that the jury had been contaminated and the trial had been essentially biased and unfair. On March 6, 1995, the court refused to give David Carpenter a new trial. Judge Armand Arabian stated that it's virtually impossible to keep secrets in such cases, and he believed that the forewoman's knowledge had not unduly biased the jury. Thus, they overturned Judge Hoffman's decision, probably without too much disappointment for him. In 1997, the state Supreme Court upheld the death penalty for the Skaggs and Hansen murders. And on November 27, 1999, they also upheld Carpenter's death penalty from his second trial. 6 of the 7 judges agreed that he'd had a fair trial for the 5 Marin County murders and had been sentenced properly. In December 2009, San Francisco police re-examined evidence from the October 21, 1979 murder of Mary Frances Burnett, who was jogging at Land's End when she was attacked and stabbed to death. A DNA sample obtained from the evidence was matched to Carpenter through State Department of Justice files. In February 2010, police confirmed the match with a recently obtained sample from Carpenter. Carpenter is still a suspect in the murders of Etta Kane and Barbara Schwartz. He was sentenced to die in the gas chamber and remains on San Quentin's death row. He's now 91 years old. Within the walls of Warren Correctional Institution in Lebanon, Ohio, Donald Harvey, inmate number A199449, a self-professed angel of death, is serving out 4 consecutive life sentences. From April 1983 to September 1986, While working as an orderly for Drake Memorial Hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio, Harvey committed a series of murders. It has been nearly 35 years since Harvey's arrest and conviction, and many questions remain. Why had such a seemingly bright and ambitious man taken it upon himself to play God with the lives of so many? Were these true mercy killings, as he claimed, or were they nothing more than an outlet for a twisted man to achieve a sick form of gratification? Donald Harvey was born in Butler County, Ohio in 1952. Shortly after his birth, Harvey's parents relocated to Boonville, Kentucky, a small community nestled away on the eastern slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. In an August 14, 1987 interview with Cincinnati Post reporter Nadine Luthan, Harvey's mother, Goldie Harvey, recalled that her son was brought up in a loving family environment. "My son has always been a good boy," she said. Martha D. Turner, who was principal of the elementary school Harvey attended for 8 years, backed up McKinney's comments in her own interview with the Cincinnati Post. "Donnie was a very special child to me," she said. "He was always clean and well-dressed, with his hair trimmed. He was a happy child, very sociable and well-liked by the other children. He was a handsome boy with big brown eyes and dark curly hair. He always had a smile for me. There was never any indication of any abnormality." Former classmates of Harvey described him as a loner and a teacher's pet. He rarely participated in extracurricular activities, opting instead to read books and dream about the future. Following his graduation from Sturgeon Elementary School, Harvey entered Boonville High School in 1968. Earning A's and B's in most classes with little effort, he became bored with the daily routine and dropped out. Having no real goals, Harvey was not sure what he wanted to do with his newfound freedom. For unknown reasons, he eventually decided to relocate to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he secured a job at a local factory. In 1970, work began to slow at the plant, and Harvey was eventually laid off. His mother called him a few days later and asked him to travel to Kentucky and visit his ailing grandfather, who was recently placed in a hospital there. Harvey agreed and within days set off to Marymount Hospital in London, Kentucky. Although no one knew it at the time, this trip would later prove to be the beginning of a long journey into madness and murder. While in Kentucky, Harvey spent much of his time at Marymount Hospital and was soon well known and liked by the nuns who worked there. During one particular conversation, one of the nuns asked Harvey if he would be interested in working there as an orderly. Since he was currently unemployed and didn't want another factory job, Harvey agreed and started work the next day. Although he was not a trained nurse or doctor, Harvey's duties required him to spend hours alone with patients. Some of his duties included changing bedpans, inserting catheters, and passing out medications. Harvey's first few weeks at the hospital were uneventful, but something snapped within him along the way. To this day, criminal psychologists are unable to explain what brought out his murderous tendencies. Whether he was unable to cope with the pain and suffering around him, or simply enjoyed watching his victims die, may never be known. According to Harvey's later confessions, he considered himself an angel of death or mercy killer. But the details he eventually revealed about his first murder negate that self-serving description. During an evening shift, just months after starting at the hospital, Donald Harvey committed his first murder. Years later, in a 1997 interview with Cincinnati Post reporter Dan Horn, Harvey described it. When he walked into a private room to check on a stroke victim, the patient rubbed feces in his face. Harvey became angry and lost all control. "The next thing I knew, I'd smothered him," he said. "It was like it was the last straw. I just lost it. I went in to help the man, and he wants to rub that in my face." Following the murder, Harvey cleaned up the patient and hopped into the shower before notifying the nurses. "No one ever questioned it," he said. Just 3 weeks after committing his first murder, he killed again when he disconnected an oxygen tank at an elderly woman's bedside. As the weeks went by and no one detected foul play in his first 2 murders, Harvey became more brazen. Whether out of boredom, opportunity, or experimentation, his methods varied with each murder. He used various items, such as plastic bags, morphine, and a variety of drugs, to kill more than a dozen patients in a year. In one case, he chose an exceptionally brutal method. The patient had an argument with Harvey because he thought Harvey was trying to kill him, and during the course of that argument, he reportedly knocked Harvey out with a bedpan. Upon recovering from the blow, Harvey waited till later that night, snuck into the patient's room, and stuck a coat hanger through his catheter. As a result of the puncture, infection set in and the man died a few days later. On March 31, 1971, a drunk and disorderly Harvey was arrested for burglary. While being questioned about the crime, Harvey began babbling incoherently about the murders he had committed. The arresting officers looked into his claims and questioned him extensively about them, but in the end, they were unable to find any substantial evidence to back them up or charge him with any crime relating to them. A few weeks later, he went to trial for the burglary charges and pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of petty theft. After paying a small fine for his indiscretion, Harvey decided it was time for another change of scenery and enlisted in the United States Air Force. Harvey served less than a year in the Air Force before he received a general discharge in March 1972. His records list unspecified grounds for the discharge, but it was widely rumored at the time that his superiors had learned of his confessions to the Kentucky police and did not want to deal with any similar matters in the future. After his release from the military, Harvey dealt with several bouts of depression. By July 1972, he was unable to control his inner demons and decided to commit himself to the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Lexington, Kentucky. Harvey remained in the mental ward of the facility until August 25th, but then admitted himself again a few weeks later. Following a bungled suicide attempt in the hospital, Harvey was placed in restraints and over the course of the next few weeks received 21 electroshock therapy treatments. On October 17, 1972, Harvey was again released from the hospital. Goldie Harvey later condemned the hospital for releasing her son so abruptly, feeling that he had shown no apparent signs of improvement from the time of his admittance. Harvey spent the next few months trying to get his life back in order and eventually found work as a part-time nurse's aide at Cardinal Hill Hospital in Lexington. In June 1973, he started a second nursing job at Lexington's Good Samaritan Hospital. Harvey kept both jobs until August 1974, when he took up a job as a telephone operator and then secured a clerical job at St. Luke's Hospital in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. According to his later confessions, Harvey was able to control his urge to kill during this time. The more feasible explanation would be that he did not have the same access to the patients as he did at Marymount Hospital, which could also explain why he shifted from job to job during this time. The majority of serial killers are opportunists, and Donald Harvey was a man with few opportunities. He had not yet evolved enough to take his urges outside of the place he felt safe in committing his crimes, the dimly lit patient rooms, his killing sanctuaries. Harvey was a different kind of hunter, and in order for him to get hold of his prey, he had to first find the right environment. In September 1975, Harvey moved back to Cincinnati, Ohio. Within weeks, he got a job working a night shift at the Cincinnati VA Medical Hospital. Harvey's duties varied, and he performed several different tasks, depending on where he was needed at the time. He worked as a nursing assistant, housekeeping aide, cardiac catheterization technician, and autopsy assistant. Harvey had found his niche and wasted little time in starting where he'd left off. Since he worked at night, he had very little supervision and unlimited access to virtually all areas of the hospital. Over the next 10 years, Harvey murdered at least 15 patients while working at the hospital. He kept a precise diary of his crimes and took notes on each victim, detailing how he murdered them, pressing a plastic bag and wet towel over the mouth and nose, sprinkling rat poison in a patient's dessert, adding arsenic and cyanide to orange juice, injecting cyanide into an intravenous tube, injecting cyanide into a patient's buttocks. All the while Harvey was committing his crimes, he was refining his techniques by studying medical journals for underlying hints on how to conceal his crimes. Over the years, he amassed an astounding 30 pounds of cyanide, which he had slowly pilfered from the hospital and kept at home for safekeeping. Typically, Harvey would mix a vial of cyanide or arsenic at home and then bring it to work. When no one was around, he would slip the mixture into his victim's food or pour it directly into their gastric tube. The early 1980s brought about variations in Harvey's methods. He moved in with a gay lover, Carl Howeller, and soon began poisoning him out of fear that his mate was cheating on him. Harvey would slip small doses of arsenic into Howeller's food so that he would be too ill to leave their apartment. Harvey's confidence was hitting peak levels, and he began feeling as though he was unstoppable. On one occasion, following an argument with a female neighbor, Harvey laced one of her beverages with hepatitis serum, nearly killing her before the infection was diagnosed and treated. Another neighbor, Helen Metzger, was not so lucky. Harvey put arsenic in one of her pies, and she died later that week at a local hospital. In April 1983, Harvey had a squabble with Howeller's parents and began to poison their food with arsenic. On May 1, 1983, Howeller's father, Henry, suffered a stroke and was remitted to Providence Hospital. Harvey visited Henry Howeller there and placed arsenic in his pudding before leaving. Howeller died later that night. Harvey continued to poison Carl's mother, Margaret, off and on for the next year, but was unsuccessful in his attempts to kill her. In January 1984, Howeller broke off the relationship with Harvey and asked him to move out. Harvey was angry at the rejection and spent the next 2 years trying to kill Howeller with his poisonous concoctions. At one point, he even tried to kill a female friend of Howeller as a way to get his revenge. While neither attempt worked, he did manage to land Howeller in the hospital at one point, as a result of the poisons he had unknowingly ingested. While leaving work on July 18, 1985, security guards noticed Harvey acting suspiciously and decided to search a gym bag he was carrying with him. Inside the satchel, the guards discovered a .38 caliber pistol, hypodermic needles, surgical scissors and gloves, a cocaine spoon, various medical texts, 2 occult books, and a biography of serial killer Charles Sobrage. Fined $50 for carrying a firearm on federal property, Harvey was then given the option to quietly resign from his job rather than being fired. Nothing about the incident was ever noted in his work record, and hospital authorities did not investigate whether Harvey had committed any other crimes while working at the hospital. 7 months later, in February 1986, Harvey once again got work at a local hospital. This time he was hired as a part-time nurse's aide at Cincinnati's Drake Memorial Hospital. His new employers were unaware of the incident at his previous job, and his work folder said nothing but good things about him. Harvey soon earned a full-time position at the hospital and settled back into his old routine. Over the next 13 months, Harvey murdered another 23 patients by disconnecting life support machines, injecting air into veins, suffocation, and injections of arsenic, cyanide, and petroleum-based cleaners. Authorities became suspicious of Harvey in April 1987 after the death of John Powell, a patient who was comatose for several months but had since started to recover. An assistant coroner noticed the faint scent of almonds during the autopsy, the telltale sign of cyanide. Authorities could not find any evidence or motive pointing toward any of Powell's friends or family members, so they soon began to focus on hospital employees who had access to Powell's room. The list was short, and upon learning Donald Harvey's hospital nickname, Angel of Death, given to him because he always seemed to be around when someone died, authorities began to focus their entire investigation on him. In April 1987, after securing a search warrant for Harvey's apartment, investigators found a mountain of evidence against him: jars of cyanide and arsenic, books on the occult and poisons, and a detailed account of the murder, which he had written in a diary. Following this new discovery of evidence, Harvey was arrested on one count of aggravated murder, and after filing a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, was held under $200,000 bond. The evidence against Harvey was growing rapidly, and investigators were beginning to look into several other mysterious deaths at the hospital. Harvey realized that it was only a matter of time before they discovered the full extent of his crimes, and decided he should try to make a plea bargain to avoid Ohio's death penalty. On August 11, 1987, 35-year-old Harvey sat down with investigators and confessed to committing 33 murders over the past 17 years. As the days went by, that number eventually grew to 70 in all. Investigators were skeptical of the numbers Harvey was giving them and wanted to have his mental state assessed prior to taking his claims as fact. Following several psychiatric tests by numerous experts, a spokesman for the Cincinnati prosecutor's office explained the dilemma to the Cincinnati Post. "This man is sane, competent, but is a compulsive killer," he said. "He builds up tension in his body, so he kills people." Donald Harvey entered the courtroom on August 18, 1987, and pled guilty to 24 counts of aggravated murder, 4 counts of attempted murder, and 1 count of felonious assault. Just 4 days later, a 25th guilty plea earned him a total of 4 consecutive 20 years to life sentences. In addition to his life terms, Harvey was fined $270,000. Harvey was indicted in Kentucky on September 7, 1987, where he confessed to committing 12 murders while employed at Marymount Hospital. In November, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 8 life terms plus 20 years. In February 1988, he entered guilty pleas on 3 additional Cincinnati homicides and 3 attempted murders, drawing 3 life sentences plus 3 terms of 7 to 25 years. 2 years later, the investigation into the remaining deaths was closed after investigators determined that there was not enough evidence to pursue them. In a 1991 interview with a reporter from the Columbus Dispatch, Harvey gave a rare glimpse into his mindset. "Why do you kill?" "Well, people controlled me for 18 years, and then I controlled my own destiny. I controlled other people's lives, whether they lived or died. I had that power to control. What right did you have to decide that? After I didn't get caught for the first 15, I thought it was my right. I appointed myself judge, prosecutor, and jury. So I played God." On July 23, 2001, the Associated Press printed an article listing the worst serial killers in the United States. Donald Harvey was rated number 1, followed by John Wayne Gacy, Patrick Kearney, Bruce Davis, and Dean Corll. Donald Harvey's first scheduled parole hearing was set for 2047. He would have been 95. One would think that cases such as Harvey's and Shipman's would galvanize the medical community worldwide to develop procedures to safeguard against murder in medical institutions. However, discoveries of serial murders within hospitals have risen drastically over the years. The number of victims these serial killers are able to claim before attracting attention strains credibility. British Dr. Harold Shipman is one of the world's most prolific serial killers, claiming at least 215 victims. The list of medics who kill and their number of victims continues to grow. Richard Angelo, Long Island, New York, at least 10 murders. Orville Lynn Majors, Clinton, Indiana, at least 130 murders. Roberto Diaz, Riverside, California, 12 murders. Brian Rosenfeld, Florida, 23 possible murders. Michael Swango, New York, at least 4 murders. Efren Saldivar, California, at least 6 murders. Beverly Allett, Britain, at least 4 murders. Janine Jones, Texas, at least 20 murders. Jane Toppin, Massachusetts, at least 31 murders. Waltraud Wagner, Maria Gruber, Eileen Lidolf, and Stefania Meyer, all from Vienna, at least 15 murders. The previous list is far from inclusive and does not address the hundreds of suspicious deaths of patients in hospitals and nursing homes. Until hospital employees are screened effectively, staff members are trained to be more vigilant, hospital administrations are more receptive to investigating suspicious cases at an early stage, and stricter regulations are put in place, these crimes will continue to plague justice systems around the world. Well-known forensic scientist Henry Lee summed it up quite well on April 29, 2002, in an interview he gave to the Los Angeles Times regarding Efren Saldivar and similar crimes. He said murders committed by hospital staff were the easiest kind of serial killing to get away with. You have to figure out who the victims were long after they're buried, he said. You have to dig up bodies. You're going to have a difficult time finding true trace drugs or elements in there. The next issue is how to link to the suspect. Why him? What's the proof? Prepare to fail. On March 28, 2017, authorities reported that Harvey had been found in his cell severely beaten. He died on March 30, 2017. On May 3, 2019, fellow inmate James Elliott was charged with aggravated murder and other charges related to the death of Donald Harvey. Elliott was serving time in the Toledo Correctional Institute for burglary and assault. He admitted to plotting the assault on Harvey for at least a week because he received kosher meals fitting Jewish dietary law. He waited to see what officers were on shift because Elliott believed some kept better watch than others. Elliott brought a shank to Harvey's cell with plans to stab him, but had to change plans because the angel of death screamed. He entered Harvey's cell, pulled the door closed behind him, and attacked Harvey. Staff were alerted to the situation when they heard screaming coming from the area of Harvey's cell. They investigated and found him unresponsive and bleeding. They found Elliott later with blood on his shoes and clothing. Elliott did not initially admit to assaulting Harvey. Later, he did admit, according to the report, that he had kicked Harvey in the head multiple times after punching him and knocking him to the ground. Two things principally motivated the prison attack on Harvey, Elliot wrote. First, it was a way to get the attention of prison officials because he was unhappy with the food being served by the institution and that complaints and grievances were not getting their attention. He contacted the News Journal, via letter, in 2018 admitting to the murder. While he declined to comment in court, Elliot did write about the killing in his letter. Hopefully, everyone from our area will take some solace in the fact that one of their own gave Harvey the punishment that he should have gotten from the courts. I picked Harvey because I knew it would give them a better understanding of just how unhappy we, myself and the other inmates in the institution, were about the food. Elliot also said that killing one of America's most well-known serial killers would enable him to do something constructive for the friends and neighbors he robbed and stole from and never gave anything in return. I was born and raised in the Knox-Whitley County area and more than likely knew of some distant relative of one of his victims in the Laurel County area, Elliot wrote. I guess a part of me saw this as an opportunity to finally do something constructive for my neighbors by way of closure, and in turn, balance the karmic scales in my favor. No matter how bad a person is, that does not give you the right to be the judge, jury, and executioner, Judge Duhart told Elliot. No one has that right except the Lord above. In September 2019, Elliot was sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to killing Harvey. On a cold, blustery morning, January 18, 1983, a businessman called the police once again to report a maroon Cadillac that had been left in the parking lot of the Varnus Boat Club in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, New York. It had been there for over a week. Clearly, it was abandoned. The police had already been there once, and upon determining that the car had not been reported stolen, had left it where it was. They assumed that the owner would eventually come to collect it. Yet no one came, so the club manager asked police to have another look. They decided to investigate more fully. By now, they were aware of a missing person report on a man from the area, filed by his wife, and this car fit the description of the one they were seeking. The car appeared to be empty, although there were dark stains on the seats. One officer jumped up and down on the rear bumper, and from the way the car rocked, he decided that the trunk was empty, so they towed it to a police garage. Forensic analysts allowed the car to warm up inside for 2 hours before starting their examination. Then they popped the trunk and found something they didn't expect, a chandelier. But there was something else. Beneath the chandelier was the dead body of a heavy-set, dark-haired man, 40-ish, who appeared to have been shot several times. His body had frozen into rigor mortis, and the cold January temperatures had kept it rigidly in place, with one hand defensively over the face. His black leather jacket was wrapped around his head like a turban, and his torso was frozen to the spare tire. A bullet hole went right through his now solid hand, and an examination later indicated an execution-style killing, with a bullet hole behind each ear. In all, the man had been shot 7 times, and he lay in a pool of frozen blood. According to his son, who later claimed the car, papers from the gloves used by crime scene technicians were dumped into the blood, as if the criminalists had used the once fine car as a trash can. In the back seat was a wire that apparently had been attached to a recorder, but the recorder was gone. There was also a New York magazine, according to reporters Gene Mustaine and Jerry Capici in Murder Machine, which featured a cover story on dealing drugs. There was little doubt in anyone's mind that this killing had been a professional hit and that the body was meant to be discovered. It was unlikely the killer or killers would ever be found. Yet, in many ways, the victim had done himself in, a common fate for those who run with the wrong crowd. This man had left home on January 10th, around 9:30 in the morning, saying he had an appointment that afternoon to go over some legal papers. His daughter's birthday party was scheduled for that evening, and he assured his wife he would be there. He was always around for birthdays. But he never returned this time. The family filed the missing person report that led to the opening of the car, but it was 8 days before they learned that he had been executed and left locked in the trunk of his car. His 17-year-old son cried in disbelief, but the man's wife did not. She had him buried in St. John's Cemetery on Long Island. It was years before the real story came out, offered from 2 perspectives,
the son who knew that his father was in trouble, and someone who knew the gang that had killed him. Currently, there are two primary sources for information about Roy DeMeo: Murder Machine and Albert DeMeo's For the Sins of My Father. Each offers a significantly different perspective on the man reputed to be the mafia's most cold-blooded killer, responsible for orchestrating possibly as many as 200 executions. How does someone go from such a powerful and feared position in one of New York's prominent crime families to sharing the bloody trunk of his car with a broken chandelier? Roy Albert DeMeo was born in 1942 into a working-class Italian family in Brooklyn, New York. Like most teenagers in the 1950s, especially those in economically deprived circumstances, he looked for ways to make money. From hanging out with the sons of a neighbor, mafia boss Joseph Profaci, Roy learned about the illegal practice of loan sharking. Someone with means loaned money to people who could not get loans from regular venues such as banks, and for this favor, they would then charge exorbitant interest rates. At first, Roy's assignments were just to pick up the interest owed each week from various businesses, but eventually he learned how to make the loans on his own. Through that enterprise, he was drawn more deeply into organized crime and was exposed to the ways of the Southern Italians who had transplanted to New York. Southern Italian men, as detailed in Howard Abedinsky's Organized Crime, had long developed certain ideals that fueled ambition in an arena where they were otherwise powerless. According to their code, a real man did not cooperate with authorities, maintained self-control in the face of adversity, carried out vendettas to avenge any slight suffered by his family, and did not forget. According to this ideal, the family connection was the only basis for trust, and that included even the most remote blood relatives. Outsiders could become family through rituals that involved the tradition of godparenting. The patriarch decided all of the important matters in the family, including who would live and who would die, as well as the enterprises in which the clan made money. Carlo Gambino and Paul Castellano, for example, forbade drug dealing among family members, especially heroin, because the stiff penalties could easily turn dealers into government informants. Those who participated in this illegal and forbidden venue risked being made a memory. Everyone, writes author Richard Gambino in Blood of My Blood, was responsible to the capo di famiglia. The duty of family members was to make the family, especially the patriarch, wealthy, respectable, and powerful. That meant good marriages and honorable alliances with other families of statuses, mostly Sicilians with Sicilians. Those who were strong and aggressive on the family's behalf were rewarded with more responsible roles. To prevent anarchy and the avenging of imagined slights, rules were devised to keep order. Hence, even as criminals exploiting society at large, if they respected the rules, they could consider themselves men of honor, a concept associated with domination, manhood, and strength. When several families were allied, or at least in agreement, one man stood out as the boss of all bosses, the capo di tutti capi. The others owed him their support and respect. He offered protection in the form of employment, lawyers when arrested, expenses for the family when serving time, and threats against business rivals. For these services, he took a cut from everyone's pie. All business was transacted through him, and he settled grievances among family members. Nicholas Pileggi says that the attitude developed among wise guys, or members of traditional families dealing in organized crime, that crime was preferred over legitimate business because much more money could be made. In Wise Guy, Life in a Mafia Family, he states, they lived in an environment awash in crime, and those who did not partake were simply viewed as prey. To live otherwise was foolish. Easy money, especially made by getting one over on someone else, was the best money. Apprenticeships often occurred within the neighborhood gang. You came into contact with it, you got assignments, and you proved yourself. As an adolescent, Roy DeMeo might just as easily have learned some other trade. His mother hoped he would become a doctor, but loan sharking proved to be easy money, made quickly, and he was good at it, partly because he had no qualms about using violence against someone who failed to pay on time. He saw nothing wrong with the practice. Strongly impressed with the shiny Cadillacs that the neighborhood gangsters drove while he was growing up, he made his choice. It wasn't long before he met members of the Gambino crime family. Carlo Gambino commanded some 250 made men and hundreds of other associates, who collectively controlled a virtual crime empire in the New York area. Roy wanted in, so he proved himself as a soldier under the command of Anthony Gaggi, known as Nino. The more money he turned over to Nino from his own take, the more Nino could pass on to his overbosses. Nino had influence, and Roy had the ability to earn, so they used each other. Nino Gaggi had grown up in the dog-eat-dog world of Manhattan's Lower East Side, learning fast about the survival of the fittest among the racketeers who made up the crime families. Those who were powerful got the spoils, and they displayed their power in material wealth, fine clothing, and a polished appearance. Beneath tailored suits, silk ties, and manicured nails, they were willing to do whatever it took to develop, hold, and improve their position in the family. At 5'8" and 160 pounds, Nino had been a fighter, and he'd quickly sniffed out the opportunity for himself in the form of his father's cousin, Frank Scalise. A loan shark with connections in high places, Scalise was an underboss for Albert Anastasia, and Nino ran a stolen car ring for him. In 1957, Frank Scalise was hit while out buying fruit, allegedly because he was selling memberships into the family to enrich himself. Then, 2 more soldiers from the same family were assassinated, including his brother, which provoked a war in the underworld. By the end of that year, Anastasia was murdered, which meant someone could take over the reins. Carlo Gambino and his cousin and trusted underboss, Paul Castellano, rose to the top of the heap, and Nino, having proven himself on the lesser rungs of the ladder, now became a made man. To become a made man in a crime family, one had to demonstrate 2 abilities on a continuous basis. One was to make money. As one character on the mafia television series The Sopranos told another, "You're only as good as your last envelope." To prove one's manhood meant lining the pockets of the bosses, as well as one's own. The other qualification was to kill when necessary. Family members had to be trustworthy, which meant they kept quiet about the family's clandestine operations. If they didn't, they were dead. However, people could be whacked or eliminated based on mere suspicion and innuendo. So if someone wanted to usurp another's business operations, he had only to spread the rumor that the target man was either an informant or talking subversive, as in threatening to undermine the boss. People got whacked for lesser crimes. But Roy's were not insignificant. Roy was 32, living in a nice home in an exclusive community with his wife and children when he committed his first murder for the family. He was running an extortion scheme with Nino against a lucrative X-rated film business, and when the owner and his partner were raided and arrested, it appeared that one of them, Paul Rothenberg, might offer up his association with Roy and Nino in a deal. Roy scheduled a meeting with him at a diner, ostensibly to assist with legal expenses. When they got out of their cars, Roy pulled a silencer-equipped gun, took the businessman into an alley, and executed him with several bullets to the head. Used to being a bully as a teenager, he had no problem threatening people. Now that he had killed, it was just business as usual to him. In fact, it empowered him. Once you've killed someone, he was later to impress upon his apprentices, you can do anything. Thereafter, he began to train a crew of young men to become killers on demand and to get rid of a body quickly and efficiently. Roy had once been a butcher's apprentice, so he understood how to cut limbs from bodies. Among DeMeo's initial recruits was a 16-year-old Jewish kid named Chris Rosenberg, who despised his ethnicity and desperately hoped he could one day prove himself to the extent that the Italians would welcome him as one of their own. Roy met Chris in the Brooklyn-based neighborhood of Canarsie, where Chris was dealing pot, and helped him move into a larger money-making arena. He got Chris and his friends into the business of stealing cars that could be turned into saleable items for wealthy clients overseas. A car mechanic named Freddie Dinome joined them. Then 2 more came aboard, high school dropouts Joey Testa and Anthony Center. Roy bought an owner's interest in Phil's Lounge, a bar in the front of a 2-story building from which he had run his illegal operations, and one of his cohorts renamed it the Gemini Lounge. Joey and Anthony were soon dubbed the Gemini Twins. A 5th young man with a killer's cold heart, Henry Borelli, came onto the team, and they would all meet at this bar to socialize, organize their illegal business operations, and perform more clandestine tasks. Roy began collecting weapons as he kept his impressive arsenal of machine guns, automatic rifles, and silencers in a room at the lounge. He also installed his cousin, whose nickname was Dracula, into the adjoining apartment. Because he could stomach it, Roy devised a specific form of getting rid of someone, which eventually came to be known as the Gemini method. He trained his crew how to participate in a disassembly line. If someone needed to be made a memory, disposal was always a problem, so his method appeared to be an answer. Mustaine and Capici, recording what they had learned from the confessions of Nino Gaggi's nephew, Dominic Montiglio, present the method in detail in Murder Machine. The target person, whom someone higher up had ordered eliminated, would be invited into DeMeo's Gemini Lounge, or, in one case, the meat department at a supermarket. He'd be shot at once by one crew member, often Roy himself, wrapped in a towel by another to prevent blood from messing the place up, beheaded, and hacked into pieces. The various parts were then packaged in plastic garbage bags like meat and tossed into a dump. Just like taking apart a deer, DeMeo told his gang, there was no real difference. While they did execute a few females, there's no record of female dismemberment. However, this manner of disposal had to be refined. The first time they tried it, on a criminal card dealer who turned informant in 1975, they were careless. First, Chris, Joey, and Anthony used a pretty girl to lure Andre Katz, so she was a witness. Next, they hauled him off the streets publicly, leaving his car open and empty, clearly a missing person. Then they took him to a supermarket, where they met Roy. Then he told them the plan, and they had to go along with it or walk. It was the moment of truth for all of them. Could they deal with hacking a human being apart? On this Night of the Knives, as Mustaine and Capici call it, Chris used a butcher knife to still the man's heart by piercing it clean through several times. The crew donned butcher's aprons to proceed, and the others wrapped the body parts in green bags. Then they dumped these packages into a garbage bin to be hauled away. However, the team had miscalculated when the garbage collection would occur, giving a foraging homeless man ample time to pull open the packages and expose the human body parts. He ran, but another man coming along saw what it was and called the police. In all, they found 8 neatly wrapped packages, but never did find the genitals. The coroner who examined the mess and eventually identified the remains was Roy's second cousin. The girl who had innocently lured the doomed victim read about his death in the papers and turned on the crew. The police arrested 2 of them, but no evidence connected them to Roy. He got them a lawyer, but they had to serve some time. When their trial came, their lawyer undermined the girl's credibility and the 2 crew members were acquitted. To Roy's relief, nothing came of the incident that compromised him, and thereafter, with the exception of a victim they hastily left half decapitated in a motel room, the crew took on the added chore of taking the parts themselves to the dump. A few were buried beneath ongoing construction, and one was sealed into a barrel into which concrete was poured, but it appeared that the standard disposal was the local garbage dump. Such disappearances happened frequently and systematically. By some estimates, in less than a decade, there were between 75 and 200. The 5 men involved in the disassembly line said to associates that they got a kick out of it. According to Mustaine and Capici, they used to say killing made them feel like God. In 1976, when DeMeo was 34 and had been training his killing crew for over a year, Carlo Gambino died. Inevitably, power shifted and the new godfather was now Big Paul Castellano. This was one more good thing for Roy, because the person closest to Castellano was Nino Gaggi. Although Castellano despised Roy, since he was a Neapolitan and therefore considered by the Sicilian gangsters as unreliable, Nino kept putting in a good word for him. Being a man with a strong sense of duty, Roy had no trouble showing that he had what it took. Becoming a made man was his goal, and that meant getting attention for his feats. Making money was one of them, but the other, killing people, he developed into such a grisly art form that stronger men with greater status actually feared him. Castellano listened to the rumors about him with concern. He wanted no cowboys in the family, going off and killing for the hell of it. He told Nino he did not want Roy to become a made member of the family. Roy thought it was just a matter of turning more money over to him, so he redoubled his efforts in his illegal businesses. He made deals with the Irish gangs on the west side, bringing in 10% of their business. Nino told this to Big Paul, who could not help but be impressed. Once Paul decided to make some changes in the family roster, Nino once again advanced Roy's name for the status of made man and Paul once again refused. Yet he eventually acquiesced on the strength of Roy's ability to negotiate with the troublesome West Side gang. And finally, Roy DeMeo got his button. He was a member of the Gambino family. He pledged his allegiance to Omerta, the Sicilian code, and knew there was no getting out of this alive. However, he continued to deal in drugs, despite the rule against it, and he was drawing the FBI's attention. His reputation as a killer was of interest to them. That's what concerned Paul Castellano. When the crew killed a man who had offered information to a grand jury, along with shooting his young mistress and leaving their bodies to be found, it was clear to Castellano that Roy was acting on his own initiative. He had performed 2 murders that had not been discussed or approved by his superiors, and there would be more. But Castellano had his own problems. With breaches in security, made men wearing wires, and murmuring among family members that his leadership style was weak, Big Paul had to watch his back. The FBI was always there, just waiting for a chance at him. We had what I believe was one of the first court-authorized video installations on an organized crime case, said an FBI agent who had done surveillance on Castellano's enterprise. This was around 1975 or 76, as best I recall. We targeted Castellano's loan shark operation and managed to install a hidden video camera, along with microphones in what was their loan sharking headquarters. No microwave transmission then. We had to hardwire everything and monitor it from a nearby Catholic school. Every day the money would come pouring in from various collection points to their location. We had them on camera counting the money, stacking it in piles, and checking their lists as to who paid and who didn't, etc. They had compromised a loan officer from a branch bank and would send their clients to the bank, where the loan officer would make sure the paperwork was right for their loan. In effect, they were using the bank's money for their loan sharking operation, skimming the vig off the top, and, most of the time, the bank got repaid as well. It was a sweet deal, until, as one of the thugs explained to me in flawless Brooklynese as we raided the place, "Yous guys are f***ing this all up." Castellano withdrew out of the social clubs, meeting with members less often. And since Roy was not called on the carpet for his crimes, he expanded and empowered his killing crew. The years from 1977 to 79 were their most prolific, and anyone who got in the way or tried to cheat the crew on deals seemed to disappear. Even members of the crew were vulnerable, and it wasn't long before one of them, acting on his own initiative, got himself into big trouble. Sometimes Chris Rosenberg, who felt like a son to Roy, would introduce himself as Chris DeMeo. Also like Roy, he would go out on his own in business deals. When a drug deal went bad in 1979 with some Cubans in Florida, Roy learned that Chris had scammed them using his last name, DeMeo. Chris had also told them that he had a powerful father living in Brooklyn, and he was involved with 3 Cubans and 2 Jewish men who had gone to New York and had disappeared. That means that when the Cubans came looking for the man who had stiffed them and possibly snuffed their associates, Roy's family would be right in the line of fire. That was unforgivable. Yet Chris was like a son to Roy, and when the Cubans told him what would satisfy them, he blanched. They wanted Chris dead, with a notice in the newspaper that it had been accomplished. Otherwise, they would come looking for him themselves. Nino had his nephew instruct Roy to take care of it, but Roy stalled for several weeks, and the order was given again. Still, Roy stalled and withdrew into his home, paranoid that the Cubans would come looking for him. At one point, he spotted a dark-haired young man sitting in a Cadillac outside his home, apparently looking through some papers. Roy's wife, Gladys, said that the man had come to the door that day trying to sell a vacuum cleaner. It seemed an unlikely story to Roy. He felt sure it was just a way to see if Roy lived there. In light of the fact that the man was still hanging around in the neighborhood and that he certainly looked Hispanic, Roy decided to take action and save his family. He and a cousin who was there with him got guns and went outside to confront the man. Roy went marching out to the car. The man looked up, started his car, and drove off, with Roy in his own car tailing him and shooting at him. After 7 miles, Roy caught up and shot the man 7 times, killing him. Then he went back home, herded his wife and 3 children into the car, and took them to a hideout. When they eventually came home, Roy learned what he had done. The Cuban outside his house had been an 18-year-old college student, Dominic Ragucci, who was legitimately selling vacuum cleaners door to door as a way to put himself through college. Roy had made a mistake. He sold his Cadillac, and according to his son, Albert, in For the Sins of My Father, Roy wept over the murder of an innocent civilian. It was one thing to kill other soldiers, or to kill informants, or people who double-crossed him on a deal, but this boy should not have died. Albert viewed his father as a genuinely caring man who was devastated by this error. And yet, the Chris Rosenberg situation was still up in the air. Roy knew he had to act. Calling the crew together one night without Chris, Roy told the others that he would do the shooting. He had brought Chris into the life. He would take him out. As hard as it was for him, he had a duty. This was part of being a made man. The incident took place on May 19, 1979. Roy asked Chris to come, and after Chris had greeted Roy with a kiss on the cheek, Roy shot him in the head. The others finished the job and put the body into Chris's car so it would be found and reported. That settled the Cuban crisis, but another one was on its heels. This time, a family member was telling Castellano that Nino and Roy were dealing drugs, so Nino decided that the man and his son had to disappear. Yet, the job was badly botched and got Nino arrested, while Roy ran off. The murders continued unabated, even as Nino got out on bail. Detectives began to link some of them, and the crew began to fall apart. Nino's attempts to foil his convictions failed, and he went to Attica. He picked Roy as his stand-in man, which did not please Big Paul, who was growing tired of all the killings. Nino had no idea yet how this arrangement would contribute to his downfall. For the crew, Henry and Freddie were arrested for 2 murders. They were also tied to the stolen car ring. Soon the other crew members were under investigation, but Nino's conviction was overturned and he was out. Yet the FBI agents watching them were putting more pressure on everyone, from Paul Castellano on down the line. The government had a powerful weapon in the RICO law, or Racketeering Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, enacted to go after mafia crime families. It allowed witness protection, wiretaps, and the power to impanel grand juries. The penalties for such criminal enterprises were stiff, even just for membership. Assistant U.S. Attorney Walter Mack took over the case, looking for anyone who would implicate Roy DeMeo in murder, and he was a bulldog. The task force kept pressuring Roy, who grew more agitated, just as they hoped. Finally, they got a break with the arrest of a crew member, Vito Arena, who began to roll at once. He described the murders in which he had been involved and even showed investigators some of the body dump sites. Roy soon found out that Vito was a government witness, so he made himself scarce. The police delivered a grand jury subpoena to his home. Roy told Nino and Paul about Vito's defection, and Paul realized that Vito knew about him as well. Roy would have to go before a grand jury, and he could not be trusted. The FBI surveillance equipment picked up a conversation in which John Gotti was asked, on behalf of Big Paul, to accept a contract on Roy. Gotti declined because Roy's gang was known to be dangerous. Big Paul finally ordered an end to those things that were getting them all into trouble, notably the drugs and the members who were acting out too much. He gave Nino the task of taking care of Roy DeMeo, as depicted in Boss of Bosses, saying that DeMeo loved killing too much. Nino had brought him into this life, in a way, so he would take him out. Roy's son, Albert, writes about how frightened his father was during those days, and how he would take his son aside to ask him to do things in preparation for Roy's sudden departure. Roy was thinking about going into the wind, as mobsters referred to being on the run, but he also realized that he might be killed. He'd brought trouble down on the family, and someone was going to end his connection with them, one way or another. He was right. Before the government could have their way, the family got him first. Albert DeMeo grew up with a fairly good idea of what his father was doing, although he was later shocked by photos he saw during a grand jury hearing, and by what he read in Munstein's and Capicci's book, Murder Machine. He once told a girlfriend that if she wanted to understand him, she should read about Michael Corleone in The Godfather. While his mother gave him a Bible to read, his father gave him Niccolò Machiavelli's political treatise, The Prince, seemingly the blueprint for the Italian underworld. Albert found the book fascinating. After serving 14 years as a secretary to the Second Chancery of the Signoria in the Florentine Republic, Machiavelli had fallen out of power in 1512. He wrote that religion and morals have no place in the rise to power. A prince cannot indulge in the virtues of goodness because, to hold power, he must be a lion and a fox. In other words, he must rely on such traits as cruelty, craftiness, mercilessness, and dishonesty. If necessary, he should not hesitate to break promises. He must ally himself with his own kind, choose wise counselors, and do whatever must be done in the name of power. The survival of the fittest was the ultimate game, and even the closest of alliances could be betrayed. Pulled into this world before he could understand it, Albert found himself torn between utter devotion to his father and disgust over what he was sometimes asked to do. At the age of 13, he was putting a gun in his backpack to go to school. He saw things, but never imagined the extent to which his father was fully involved in crime, including multiple murders. In a literate memoir, Albert describes what it was like to grow up in a family where his father made a fortune through criminal ventures, and his mother, like many other wives in these families, allowed herself to be protected from knowing how she and her children were being supported in such a grand lifestyle. This was the way of the mafia. The men engaged in their war, but the women were to be protected from knowing anything about it. In the end, this system inevitably broke down, since mobsters often shot those who made them paranoid or whom they felt had betrayed them, and it was difficult for the women to ignore the violence by which their husbands and sons had lived and died. The men seemed to want their families to exist in this pure arena, wherein they could view themselves as somewhat genteel. At home among family, they could forget their own self-loathing over what they felt they had to do. Their home was the pristine castle, the place where they could exercise the part of themselves they most wanted others to believe they were. For example, they swore freely in the bars and ogled half-naked women, but did not swear at home. They had sex all over the place away from home, but the members of their home life were to be faithful. They killed, lied, and stole without compunction, but this is not an acceptable part of their family man identity. While these men had a supreme ability to compartmentalize, to be psychopathic in one venue but caring and good in another, their families were also viewed as idealized extensions of a part of themselves. It was another area of control. Family members, especially wives, were not allowed to be people in their own right. They were to play a role that suited the mobster's purpose. Albert felt some of this and was largely protected, but his father ended up bringing him partly into the Cosa Nostra, our thing, by introducing him to members of the notorious crime crew and by asking him to learn to use a gun, potentially for criminal purposes. He did not witness a dismemberment, and he often underestimated the potential for brutality in someone he met at the Gemini Lounge. So it came as a shock to him to learn more about his father's activities via other reports. According to his reaction, he did not quite believe the full story. After Roy was found dead in the trunk of his Cadillac, the very thing that he most wanted to prevent happened. His family suffered for his crimes. His wife, finally brought into public awareness through media stories, ultimately sold the dream house into which Roy had moved his family, while Albert spiraled into a deep suicidal depression, which he documents in detail in his revealing memoir. Mafia life had been far from glamorous, he writes, and despite the fine clothing, nice cars, and high standard of living, Roy had inflicted a lot of psychological damage on the people around him. Albert had realized by the age of 10 that his father's occupation was different, and unlike other kids, he had nothing much to share at school. He knew that his father carried a gun and kept odd hours. As the years passed, tension mounted and his father became increasingly more paranoid. He was away from the family more, and he gave the adolescent Albert charge of protecting his mother and sisters, and even took him on a few jobs. It was a poor legacy to hand down. When Albert was only 15, Roy enlisted him in a plan to fake his death, should the need arise. When Roy was killed 2 years later, Albert had to identify his body and avoid the FBI's intense scrutiny. Seeking revenge, he was nearly killed. Eventually, his life fell apart, his wife left, and he was faced with the realization that his father's life of crime had taken a terrible toll. He would not forget the bloody fate to which his father's crimes had consigned him, the body in the morgue, the crime scene photos, the photographs of victims. It was only after he read Murder Machine that he understood how truly brutal the man he adored could be. He also learned from an insider about the intimate betrayal within the family that had brought his father down, just as Roy DeMeo had done to Chris Rosenberg. Fearing that Roy might become a cooperating witness for the government, Castellano had ordered Nino to take care of him. Nino was a man whom Roy trusted, so when Nino invited him one day for a meeting, he went. Nino met him, along with the Gemini twins. Roy took off his leather jacket, and Nino fired at his head. He was hit 7 times, including the symbolic bullets that the twins put into his skull, behind the ears. Then they put him into the trunk of his car, placed the chandelier over him that he was taking to get repaired, and parked him at the club in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. The government had lost Roy DeMeo as a witness, but they had not lost Nino or Paul. They continued to look for evidence against these men. Nino was arrested in 1984 and released on bail. He was eventually convicted of a conspiracy to steal cars and sentenced to 5 years. On these same charges, Joey Testa and Anthony Center, the Gemini twins, were acquitted. Then they were all brought up, along with the other crew members, on multiple counts of murder. Before the trial was over, Nino, 62, died in prison. The others were convicted. Eventually, thanks to a bug in Castellano's home and surveillance photos of a meeting of the heads of the crime families, the grand jury returned an indictment against everyone at the meeting, including Castellano. Before he went to trial, however, John Gotti made a power play to become head of the Gambino family by having Castellano assassinated in front of Sparks Steakhouse on December 16, 1985. When John Gotti's underboss, Sammy the Bull Gravano, testified against Gotti in the trial in which Gotti was convicted of his part in the murder of Castellano, Gravano also recalled Castellano's lack of reaction to DeMeo's demise. Apparently, when one accepts the life, one accepts whatever form of death comes with it.
Southern Ohio's rural counties, with their rocky and wide-open spaces, are perfect for outdoor recreation. Coal miners, factory workers, and farmers make up most of the population, and many take advantage of the streams and forests during hunting and fishing seasons. These counties were at one time a place where residents would leave their doors unlocked at night, and violent crime was considered a problem of big cities. But all that began to change in the spring of 1989. On November 10, 1990, 21-year-old Jamie Paxton, a steelworker, awoke just before dawn. It was a frosty Saturday morning, but Jamie had plans outdoors. Ohio's annual bow hunting season was in full swing, and he was not going to miss the opportunity to bag a deer. Jamie lived with his parents in a cozy white-frame house in Bannock, Ohio. Following breakfast, just before 7 o'clock, the handsome young man, nearly 6 feet tall with blue-green eyes and dark brown hair, headed out the door with his crossbow. Jamie's mother, 49-year-old Jean Paxton, had expected her son home by mid-afternoon. When he failed to show, she assumed he had a successful hunt and would pull up the drive any minute with a buck in his trunk. At 2:40 p.m., as Jean went about her household chores, she looked out the window and saw a sheriff's car pull up. She dashed onto the porch where her husband Mickey was clutching a post for support. "Don't tell me," she screamed. "Don't even tell me. Jamie's dead." Her son had been found by friends on a brushy hillside along Route 9, dead from apparent rifle bullet wounds to his chest, right knee, and buttocks. The killing of Jamie Paxton horrified the quiet community. Hunting accidents were not uncommon in southern Ohio, but Sheriff Tom McCourt knew that this was no accident. When we saw more than one wound, we knew it could not be an accident. Plus, it was a bullet wound rather than an arrow, and the gun season was not in yet, Sheriff McCourt explained. The killer had left no clues behind. Investigators checked the area for spent cartridges, tire tracks, footprints, anything that might shed some light on the killer's identity. Sheriff McCourt said that his deputies also checked the area around the body, looking for the spent projectiles that had passed through the body. Investigators were bewildered by the senseless killing, and after interviewing and polygraphing friends, family members, and acquaintances, they were even more baffled. Everyone in the area knew Jamie Paxton. No one that we knew of, or even to this day, had ever disliked the young man, said McCourt. Jean Paxton decided that mourning Jamie was not enough. She wanted to know who had killed him and why. Jean Paxton used the only method at her disposal to try to get the answers she and her husband so desperately sought. A short time after Jamie's murder, Jean began a letter-writing campaign, sending letters to the killer via the Martin's Fairy Times Leader newspaper. To the murderer of my son, Jamie, would it be easier for you if I wrote words of hate? I can't because I don't feel hate. I feel deep sorrow at losing my son. You took a light from my life on November 10th and left me with many days of darkness. Have you thought of your own death? Unless you confess your sin and ask for God's forgiveness, you'll face the fire and fury of hell. When you're caught, I'll be sorry for your family. They will have to carry the burden of your guilt all their lives. Investigators had told Jean that the killer was probably ruthless and would not be moved by her pleas. But she persisted. It's been nearly a year since you killed my son, she wrote in October 1991. Has your life changed in the past 11 months? Our family hasn't lived since last November 10th. We're surviving one day at a time. There's one question on our minds all day long, and every time we wake up at night, we want to know why Jamie was killed. Jean's work finally paid off. The killer sent an anonymous, typed letter addressed to the Times Leader, Sheriff McCourt, and the Paxtons. After providing previously undisclosed details of the murder scene, he explained himself. I am the murderer of Jamie Paxton. Jamie Paxton was a complete stranger to me. I never saw him before in my life, and he never said a word to me that Saturday. Paxton was killed because of an irresistible compulsion that has taken over my life. I knew when I left my house that day that someone would die by my hand. I just didn't know who or where. Technically, I meet the definition of a serial killer, but I'm an average-looking person with a family, job, and home just like yourself. Something in my head causes me to turn into a merciless killer with no conscience. To the Paxtons, you deserve to know the details. I was very drunk, and a voice inside my head said, do it. I stopped my car behind Jamie's and got out. Jamie started walking very slowly down the hill toward the road. He appeared to be looking past me at something in the distance. I raised my rifle to my shoulder and lined him up in the sights. It took at least 5 seconds to take careful aim. My first shot was off a little bit and hit him in the right chest. He groaned and went down. I wanted to make sure he was finished, so I fired a second shot aimed halfway between his hip and shoulder. He was crawling around on the ground. I jerked the shot and hit him in the knee. He raised his head and groaned again. My third shot also missed him and hit him in the butt. He never moved again. 5 minutes after I shot Paxton, I was drinking a beer and had blocked out all thoughts of what I had just done out of my mind. I thought no more of shooting Paxton than shooting a bottle at the dump. I know you hate my guts, and rightfully so. I think about Jamie every hour of the day, as I'm sure you do. Don't feel bad about not solving this case. You could interview till doomsday everyone that Jamie Paxton had ever met in his life, and you wouldn't have a clue to my identity. With no motive, no weapon, and no witnesses, you could not possibly solve this crime. The letter was signed, The Murderer of Jamie Paxton. The Belmont County Sheriff's Office now had its first lead. Jean Paxton's love for her son and her antipathy for his killer had exposed a serial killer the authorities had no idea even existed, and when he struck again, the pieces began to fall into place. On Saturday, the 14th of March, 1992, 49-year-old Claude Hawkins decided to do some early morning fishing after finishing up his midnight shift at Pittsburgh Plate and Glass Company. Married and the father of 4, Hawkins loved fishing and had a favorite spot just below Wills Creek Dam, northwest of Belmont, Ohio, in Coshocton County. He was found dead a short while later, shot in the back at close range. Since the Hawkins murder occurred on federal land, the FBI was called in. Special Agent Harry Trombitis from the Columbus Field Office was one of the officers assigned to the case. Usually you'd find some type of shell casing in the area. I remember looking very hard, metal detectors, hands and knees, for any shell casings and that. None were ever found. And so that was something that if in fact we had somebody who was evidence conscious enough to pick up the shell casing after they shot and killed somebody, we were dealing with a different brand of person here. The FBI was convinced that Hawkins' murder was not a solitary event. On March 26, 1992, in New Philadelphia, just south of Canton, officers from 4 counties, the Ohio Division of Wildlife, and the FBI gathered to compare notes. As the meeting progressed, the assembled officers discovered that the earliest of possible related homicides occurred on April 1, 1989. At about 9:30 a.m., on a back road in Tuscarawas County, about 100 miles north of Belmont City, 35-year-old truck driver Donald Welling had been out jogging near his home when someone put a .30 caliber rifle bullet through his heart from approximately 10 feet away. At the same time, local authorities could not find a motive or any evidence to help them solve the murder. Jamie Paxton's murder was also brought up, and a link seemed apparent. Investigators concluded that the killer had been inactive for 19 months before Paxton's murder in Belmont. They also discovered that 18 days after Jamie's murder, on November 28, 1990, there had been another murder in Duxbury, Massachusetts. Resident Kevin Loring, a 30-year-old refrigerator technician who was married and the father of 3 children, had been murdered by a single gunshot wound to the face. He'd been hunting deer in a strip mine area in Muskingum County and south of Coshocton County. The murder of Loring had been deemed a hunting accident, but there was little question now as to what had actually happened. It didn't take long for investigators to realize that a serial killer was roaming the back roads of southern Ohio. On the morning of April 5, 1992, 10 days after the New Philadelphia meeting, another outdoorsman was found dead. Gary Bradley, a 44-year-old steelworker with a wife and 3 children from Williamstown, West Virginia, had been shot in the back while fishing in Noble County, adjacent to Belmont County. The serial killer had apparently struck again. In early May, a secret 5-county federal and local investigative task force was established. The group met at the FBI field office in Columbus, where officers from each of the 5 counties presented details of their cases. The so-called Hannibal Lecter Squad, a group of 3 personality profilers from the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit in Quantico, Virginia, formed a profile of the killer, concluding that he was a white male over 30, a gun enthusiast, avid hunter, and owned at least several weapons. The killer would have above-average intelligence, but was introverted and without many friends, and would resolve personal problems in a cowardly fashion. He might have a drinking problem and engage in obscene telephone calls, arson fire, and vandalism by shooting out windows or tires of vehicles. He likely would take sadistic delight in mutilating and killing animals of all sorts. Stressful events would trigger his criminal episodes, which usually would be committed while he was drunk. The killer, the profile said, lived within easy driving distance of the slayings. Whoever killed the outdoorsman did it for his own satisfaction and pleasure, said Dr. Emmanuel Tenay, a professor of psychiatry at Wayne State University in Detroit. If it's pleasurable to kill dogs and cats at random, the much better prey is humans. They're a bigger trophy. People enjoy killing. Let's face it, that's why they do it. By midsummer, the task force had investigated and ruled out at least 100 possible suspects, but they were not much closer to finding the killer. On July 30th, 1992, which would have been Jamie's 23rd birthday, Jean Paxton sent another letter to the paper. She described how she had baked her son's favorite cake that day, but Jamie wasn't there to enjoy it. There's a small child in our family whose biggest worry was who's going to blow out the candles on Jamie's cake. The next time there's a birthday party in your family, I hope you think of the cake on our table and know you're the reason Jamie wasn't there to blow out the candles. In August, investigators concluded that the killer was not going to risk sending in another letter himself and decided to go public. In a press release to the media, they explained that they suspected a serial killer was hunting outdoorsmen in a loose cluster of eastern Ohio counties. The headline of the Saturday, August 22nd edition of the Plain Dealer read, "Slayings linked in rural Ohio." The article stated that 5 sportsmen had been murdered, and investigators suspected a single serial sniper in their deaths. The paper also included a copy of the FBI's suspect profile. On August 26, 1992, Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Walter Wilson got a call from 43-year-old Richard Fry. Apparently, Fry had read the August 11, 1992 report in the newspaper. "I'd like to meet with you," Fry told Detective Wilson. "I saw the reports about the task force that had been formed to solve the killings, and I just think I got a guy who should be investigated as a possible suspect." The man was nervous about coming into the station, so Detective Wilson agreed to meet him at a private location outside of town later that day. During their meeting, Fry explained to Wilson that the profile sounded a lot like an old high school buddy of his, Tom Dillon, an employee of the Canton Water Department. In the 1970s, Fry said, he and Dillon often drove around eastern Ohio together, drinking beer, shooting road signs, and committing minor acts of arson. Fry recounted his conversation to David Knox and two other Akron Beacon Journal reporters. Back in the year we graduated, we were having a problem with some other kids at high school. One of these standoffs, you throw something at my car, I throw something at your car. But nobody ever throws a punch. One night, one of the other guys kicked his car. Tom pulled out his gun and took a shot at the guy. I asked him this, "Did you really mean to hit him?" And he said, "Yes, I meant to hit him." I used to go out hunting with him because we were gun enthusiasts. In the beginning, it was all pretty legitimate, but then we started hitting these dumps in southern Stark County. We'd go down there hunting rats and things. I remember we ran into a couple of scraggly dogs one time. They were all diseased. They were sick. I remember they had open sores. Tom said, "Do you think I ought to kill them?" And I said, "Well, you'd probably be doing them a favor." I remember him shooting them. I didn't think too much about it. Wild dogs can be vicious. Then he started shooting dogs, just dogs along the road. I said, "Tom, shooting a wild dog is one thing, but that dog doesn't look very wild to me." He said, "You can't let them damn things be running around." I let it go by once or twice, but then I said, "Tom, you gotta quit it, or I won't go out with you. Those are somebody's pets. Somebody loves them. It's just not right to do that." We used to discuss serial killers too, Fry added, especially Ted Bundy. Tom was fascinated by Bundy. In time, Fry said, Dillon became more sadistic. Once while driving back from Atwood Lake in Carroll County, Tom pulled off the side of the road and pulled out this gun and started shooting at this farmer. Apparently, the farmer was a good way off, 200-300 yards. One of the others in the car protested, "What the hell are you doing?" Dillon explained that he couldn't hit a target at that distance with a pistol, "So I'm just plinking at him," Fry said. "I just didn't have anything more to do with him. In fact, if I'd see him someplace, I didn't even wave to him or talk with him." I ran into Dillon again in Newcomerstown, in southern Tuscarawas County, in about 1986. This was the first I'd spoken to him in a long time. I said, "What in the world are you doing clear down here?" He said, "Oh, just driving around, this and that." When I saw him in Newcomerstown, I thought, he's moving farther south because he's still up to his old ways. They moved the Ohio Gun Collectors Association gun show up to Cleveland, and I wasn't a member, so Dillon invited me to be his guest. He said he had stopped killing animals, so I said, "I guess we can be friends again." I remember one time, he and I were driving and he said, "Do you realize you can go out into the country and find somebody and there are no witnesses? You can shoot them. There's no motive. Do you realize how easy murder would be to get away with?" I said, "Yeah, but why would you do it?" On a trip to a gun show last summer, we were talking about Ted Bundy and how can a guy get away with all that. Tom said, "Do you think I've ever killed somebody?" The question really caught me off guard. I said, "No, I don't think so." And he said, "That just proves you don't know me very well." The way he said that to me was really scary. I've never seen him like that before. I thought to myself, has anybody been shot? Fry went on to say that Dillon lived with his family in Magnolia, about 75 miles from where Jamie Paxton was murdered. It did not take long for them to find ample evidence to support Fry's claims about Thomas Dillon's penchant for animal killings and vandalism. On September 20th, 1992, a witness saw a red Toyota pickup truck, similar to Dillon's, near a spot where a dog had been killed in Tuscarawas County. A .25 caliber slug was removed from the animal's body. Fry confirmed that Dillon owned a .25 caliber rifle and, at Detective Wilson's request, bought it from Dillon. Days later, a ballistic match was made. When Wilson ran a check on Dillon's history of firearms purchases, he learned that Dillon had bought numerous weapons from a licensed federal firearms dealer. The dealer's records showed that Dillon had bought 18 weapons in the last few years, including 2 Mausers of the kind used to kill 4 of the 5 outdoorsmen. Detective Wilson dug deeper into Dillon's past, beginning with his employment records. Except for a trivial disciplinary action for absenteeism in the 1970s, Dillon's 22-year work record was good, but his criminal record was more interesting. In 1969, while a student at Ohio State University, Dillon had been investigated for possessing a Russian mortar military weapon. Authorities did not press charges,
citing that the mortar was more of a collector's item than a weapon. A second, more recent and illuminating incident had occurred in August 1991. Dillon had been cited by a game warden for illegal target practice near a state hunting area in southern Stark County. In search of his pickup truck, the warden seized a .22 caliber pistol with a silencer. Dillon later pleaded guilty to possessing an illegal silencer and was released on bond on the condition that he does not possess any firearms. He was awaiting final sentencing. The more the task force dug into Dillon's past, the more likely a suspect he became. The task force began tailing Dillon from the air and on the ground in mid-October 1992. During their surveillance, officers followed Dillon on weekend jaunts of 75 to 125 miles over country roads in Belmont, Harrison, Tuscarawas, Holmes, Coshocton, and Carroll counties. Dillon often stopped for a beer and would sometimes begin drinking as early as 7:15 a.m. On November 8, 1992, investigators got to witness an example of Dillon's vandalism firsthand. He went on a shooting spree, targeting electric meters, oil well pumps, and stop signs. Dillon also stopped next to a car with a for sale sign on it, picked up a large rock, and threw it through the windshield. Task force members lost Dillon on his way home from Belmont County on November 11, 1992. But later that day, investigators discovered that numerous cows had been killed with a crossbow in Tuscarawas County. Authorities had been informed that Dillon sometimes used a crossbow. Richard Fry helped obtain several of Dillon's arrows, and they were the same model and style as those recovered from the dead cows. Authorities followed Dillon to a gun show in New Philadelphia on November 21, 1992, where he bought a .22 caliber rifle. The purchase of the gun was enough to arrest Dillon for violating his bond on the silencer charge, but there was still nothing to link him to the killings of the outdoorsman. Investigators faced a tough decision. By waiting to arrest him, they risked losing him and giving him the chance to kill again. Ohio's deer season would open November 30, 1992, drawing more than 300,000 hunters into the woods. Authorities decided not to take the gamble. They arrested Dillon outside a Tuscarawas County convenience store on November 27, 1992, hoping that a search of his home would reveal other damning evidence. Unfortunately, searches of Dillon's house, Toyota pickup truck, camper, office, and safe deposit box turned up nothing. 5 days later, at his bond hearing, prosecutors revealed that Dillon was the prime suspect in 5 killings. The barrage of publicity that followed Dillon's arrest finally gave the task force the break they needed. On December 4, 1992, a Stark County man came forward and told investigators that he had bought a 6.5 by 55 mm Swedish Mauser rifle from Dillon at a Massilian gun show on April 6th. The man turned the rifle and a receipt over to investigators. Ballistic tests matched the bullets recovered from Gary Bradley and Claude Hawkins with the rifle. On January 22, 1993, a Noble County grand jury indicted Dillon on 2 counts of aggravated murder with death penalty specifications, and his bond was set at $1 million. Noble County prosecutor Lucian Young wanted to seek indictments in all 5 slayings, but because of publicity about Dillon, he went ahead with 2, planning to file other charges later. Officials at the Stark County Jail placed Dillon on homicide watch after 2 strips of a blanket were found in his cell. One of the strips had reportedly been fashioned into a noose. Dillon claimed the strips were used to cover his eyes while he slept. Shortly after that incident, Dillon told a mental health counselor that he would strangle inmates if he had the chance, and he wouldn't shed a tear. Thomas Lee Dillon was born in Canton, Ohio on July 9, 1950. His father succumbed to Hodgkin's disease and died when Dillon was just 15 months old. Psychologist Jeffrey Smalden said that Dillon viewed his mother as a cold woman who never praised or punished him. Dillon has no memories of his mother ever hugging him, kissing him, or telling him she loved him, he said. Classmates from Glenwood High School in Plain Township remembered Dillon as extremely intelligent, but a loner. His 1968 senior yearbook lists no extracurricular activities. Tom was removed from the group, said classmate Ronald Skelton. He was a person who marched to the beat of a different drummer, separated from the mainstream. Another classmate, Thomas Bright, said that Dillon was quiet, especially in a group. I always liked him, Bright said. I got a kick out of him. He made me laugh. Dillon loved to hunt. He simply liked to kill and enjoyed watching animals suffer. As a teenager, Dillon began keeping count of the animals he killed on a calendar in his bedroom of his home on 37th Street Northwest in Canton. He also kept a separate calendar listing all the girls he'd had sex with. Following high school, Dillon attended Kent State University's Stark campus and later Ohio State University. In the summer months, we'd all hang out at Willow Springs swimming pool on 55th Street, said a man who remembers Dillon. I just ran around with him a couple of years. We all drank together. I never saw him shoot a gun, but I heard other people talking about him. Crazy Dillon went out drinking and he was shooting a pistol out the window, or he shot the windows out of a school. I heard things like that a couple of times. Dillon graduated from Ohio State in 1972 and went to work as a draftsman for the Canton Water Department. In 1978, he married Catherine Elsass, a nurse from Alliance, Ohio. By the early 1980s, Dillon began boasting to friends that the count on his death calendar had reached 500. He had also attended Ohio Peace Officers Training in Laurence Township in Stark County, where he graduated with expert marksmanship. In the mid-1980s, several of Dillon's neighbors complained to police because Dillon was killing their dogs. Dillon was a bad hunter, said a man who hunted with Dillon for several years. He would shoot at farmers' cats after getting permission to hunt on their land. He just didn't care. He often boasted of killing a deer caught in high water while crossing a river. He brought the deer home without field dressing it. He gutted the carcass in his yard and made a mess of it, the hunter said. Dillon didn't seem to understand the concept of friendship. He never offered to do a favor or asked for one. It was always a trade, he said. I'll do this if you do that. He never talked about women. He never mentioned his wife and love in the same sentence, he said. He was always changing guns and carried weapons even when he rode a bike. The hunter estimated that Dillon fired approximately 1,000 rounds a year in target practice. Dillon shot so often that he had permanently damaged his hearing. He seemed to get a physical thrill out of killing, the hunter said. He once used a knife to finish off a wounded groundhog. He was shaking. He was in a frenzy, wild-eyed. Dillon's family members were shocked by his arrest. His mother-in-law, Ann Elsass, a retired high school teacher and guidance counselor, refused to believe that her son-in-law was capable of murder. Dillon is a witty, kind man who has always had a yen for guns, she said. Even though she refused to believe initial allegations against him, she told the Akron Beacon Journal, "If they're true, they're true." Elsass said her daughter Catherine worked as a nurse at Timken Mercy Medical Center in Canton and would rely on her faith in God to get her through the ordeal. "My stomach is churning," she confided. "I have to keep my spirits up for Kathy. Maybe part of me wants to deny this. Tom was always pleasant. He was always joking. He seemed like a son to me. We were a very close-knit family," she said. On February the 9th, 1993, 100 spectators gathered outside the Noble County Courthouse as Dillon, handcuffed and in shackles, was escorted inside. The proceeding was short, and Dillon pleaded not guilty to murder charges in the deaths of Gary Bradley and Claude Hawkins. A third murder charge was filed against Dillon on May 22, 1993. He was charged with aggravated murder in the death of Jamie Paxton. "This is what we've been waiting for the last 2.5 years, said Gene Paxton. "It looks like the end's in sight." Just 4 days after being charged with Paxton's murder, Dillon was sentenced to 3 years and 10 months in prison, the maximum, on the unrelated federal firearm charges. Before he could be tried for the 3 capital murders, Dillon placed a call from jail to a WTOV television reporter on July 3, 1993, and confessed to the murders. A similar call had also been placed to an Akron Beacon Journal reporter. "I have major problems. I'm crazy. I want to kill. I want to kill," he said. The following day, Dillon's attorneys put together a plea bargain in which Dillon would confess to all 3 murders on the guarantee that he would not receive the death penalty and that no further charges would be brought against him. On July 12, 1993, Thomas Dillon entered his pleas before Judge John Now in Noble County Common Pleas Court. He showed no emotion as he answered "guilty" to each charge. Under the plea agreement, Naw sentenced Dillon to life in prison with no chance of parole for 165 years, the maximum sentence. Paxton's mother, Jean, said she was relieved the case was over. "Today is the beginning of the end for Thomas Dillon," she said. Nonetheless, she was upset that Dillon showed no remorse. "We were given a life sentence the day he decided to kill our son," she said. "I think he's a pathetic coward. He's taken the coward's way out of everything." Noble County Prosecutor Lucian Young III said the plea agreement was the most practical solution, even though he preferred a sentence of death. "I kind of felt like he ought to die," he said. Dillon's lawyer, Roger Seinenberg, countered claims that Dillon felt no remorse. "He has some regrets about this, but he's also got to put it all behind him," he said. At 7 o'clock the next night after the sentencing, the Paxtons' telephone rang. It was Thomas Dillon. He told Jean Paxton that her pathetic coward comment had hurt him. "That's what you are, Thomas," she replied, "and if you start with your cocky attitude, I will hang up. I've had enough of that for the past several months. I'm not interested in what you have to say. But there are things I want you to know. Thomas, have you ever heard the expression, 'tears are the safety valve of the heart'?" He had not, so she talked about repentance and prayer. "Quit your profanity, stop the loopy simpering in front of the cameras, and pick up the Bible before it's too late," she said. Paxton continued speaking to him for an hour, finally concluding, "We've spoken long enough. I can't hate you, but I can never forgive you for what you've done to our lives." In July 1993, Dillon admitted to setting 160 fires and committing other acts of vandalism in eastern Ohio during the preceding 5 years. Noble County Sheriff Landon Smith estimated that Dillon's fires caused more than $2 million in damages. The fires were set in Coshocton, Belmont, Guernsey, Carroll, Columbiana, and Tuscarawas counties. Dillon pleaded with authorities not to be sent to Ohio's toughest facility, the maximum security prison in Lucasville, in November 1993. "If I go to Lucasville, I'm a dead man," Dillon said. When news of this comment reached Jean Paxton, she collected 8,000 names on a petition. Dillon was sent to Lucasville. On October 21, 2011, Dillon died in the prison wing at Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio, at the age of 61. He died of cancer after 3 painful weeks in the hospital. Yosemite National Park is a vast area of mountain paths, alpine wilderness, and redwood forests, one of the most beautiful scenic attractions in America. Set aside in 1890 to preserve a portion of the natural beauty of the Sierra Nevadas in California, its breathtaking topography rises as high as 13,000 feet above sea level. 200 miles of winding road and 840 miles of foot trails have lured tourists, campers, and skiers for decades. But under the mosaic of green conifer pines, domes of granite rock, silvery waterfalls, and misty mountain sky, a killer lurked. His first victims were a 43-year-old woman and 2 teenagers. They were missing for more than a month, and when the FBI located their bodies, a cry of serial killer shook the peaceful tranquility of God's country. The saga began on February 12, 1999, when Carol Sund, her daughter Julie, 15, and 16-year-old Silvina Peloso left the Sund home in Eureka, California, and started on a vacation to where the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains melt into Yosemite. After first flying to San Francisco, where Mrs. Sund rented a red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix, they paused in Stockton, where Julie took part in a cheerleading contest at the University of the Pacific. Then they headed out for Cedar Lodge in El Portal, which is located on Yosemite's western slope. There, a room for 3 was reserved. They arrived at the inn early on the 14th. Mrs. Sund and her husband, Jens, 43, both prominent realtors in the Stockton area, had been entertaining the Peloso girl for several weeks. A foreign exchange student from Argentina and a friend of Julie's, she was spending 3 months with a family that had already shown her the Bay Area and Disneyland. Jens couldn't accompany them on this trip because he needed to prepare for an upcoming business trip. On February the 15th, the ladies hiked and took in the wonders of the park. According to the FBI, witnesses later reported seeing the trio inspecting the giant sequoia trees in nearby Tuolumne Grove. That evening, by reports, the mother and the teens rented a couple of videos from the lodge's service desk to watch in their room. None of them were seen alive again. The inn staff claimed that when they cleaned the room the next morning, February the 16th, they had detected no evidence of foul play. Checkout had been done in advance, and the keys were left on the room desk, as was customary. Jen's son had scheduled to meet them at the San Francisco airport that evening on his way to Arizona, to where the others were to accompany him. While he attended his meeting, the females were to tour the Grand Canyon. Jens did not find his wife at the airport and assumed she had flown ahead, writes columnist Robert F. Howe in Time magazine. She was not in Phoenix either, but he played a round of golf there the next day, and when she had still not attempted to contact him, he called the police. Evidently, it seemed that the ladies had never returned the rented Pontiac, nor notify an anxious rental agency that they were extending their agreement. Local police and Yosemite security began to search the area where the missing three were last seen. The initial suspicion was that they may have wandered off the main hiking paths and got lost in the maze of confusing woodland. But soon, that assumption dwindled. For 4 weeks, police, family, and volunteers combed the rugged terrain of the Sierra Nevada mountains in and near Yosemite National Park by helicopter, foot, and skis. They were looking for a missing red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix and the women who rented it. But when days passed and, strangely, Carol's wallet showed up on a Modesto, California street, its money and contents intact, the FBI smelled something bigger. At this point, we've not yet uncovered evidence to allow us to determine conclusively whether this was a tragic accident or a criminal act, said FBI agent Nick Rossi on February 26th. But 2 weeks later, FBI predictions darkened. After a massive search and rescue team working around the clock in a 30-mile radius failed to find anyone, Agent James Maddock, now placed in charge of the investigation, told the press, "We feel almost certain that the women were victims of a violent crime." Because of the discovery of Son's wallet in suburban Modesto, police and FBI canvassed, to quote Maddock, "the logical routes in and out of that spot," interviewing homeowners and business owners and others who may have seen them. The Bureau relocated its headquarters from Yosemite to Modesto at this point, and, on February 28th, 12 days after the women's disappearance, hinted that it was no longer treating the Sund incident as a missing persons case, but as a murder. More than 1,000 leads, they confessed, produced nothing. Still, the Bureau intensified its search, recruiting the use of more high-tech equipment and air support. As the last days of February stumbled into March, the public still hoped. In Modesto, a march and vigil were held for the missing persons. Unofficially, Jen Sund offered a $250,000 reward for information that would lead to the return of the missing women. After a couple of weeks, he upped the sum to $300,000, but to no avail. Mrs. Sund's parents, Francis and Carol Carrington, appeared on television's Good Morning America to entreat the prayers of Americans and their help in locating their daughter and the children. In nowhere else were expectations higher than among the other Sund children, who believed their mother and sister Julie would be returned. By the middle of March, however, even their anticipations sagged. Her mother, sister, and a family friend had been missing for a month by the time Gina Sund read her poem in front of 1,000 or so people who gathered in Modesto. "Deep in my heart, I know something my mind does not want to learn," said Gina, 13. "I try to stay strong because I know that's what you'd want your baby to be. But, Mummy, I don't want you to leave me." Then came hard reality. The Sund family's worst fears were confirmed when a hiker wandered onto the site of a burned-out red 1999 Pontiac hidden off Highway 108 in the Stanislaus Forest region late in the day on March 18th. The California Highway Patrol verified the car's license plate as Mrs. Sund's rented vehicle and immediately notified the FBI. Agents arrived at the scene early on the 19th. Opening the trunk, investigators found 2 charred bodies. The corpses were unrecognizable, but within days were identified as Carol Sund and Silvina Peloso. Authorities now suspected that young Julie may have met with a similar fate elsewhere. Canvassing the vicinity, FBI agents spread out along Highway 108, questioning locals and stopping cars for any information that might tell them how and when the car got there, but, more importantly, to find Julie. But it was near Lake Pedro in Tuolumne County, miles away, that the badly decomposed body of Julie Sund was at last found on March 25th. The girl's throat had been cut. Throughout the next several weeks, a task force, comprised of FBI agents and law enforcers from 4 surrounding counties, dedicated to no other purpose than to round up suspects, arrested several known sex offenders, drug users, and ex-convicts with a record of violence from within a 75-square-mile area between Modesto and Sonoma. The police figured that the killer of the 3 women was someone familiar with the county, for whoever was guilty had successfully maneuvered an otherwise obvious shiny red Pontiac unseen through the natural terrain of ravines, lakes, dense woods, and country roads. More so, opined the FBI, only a native would have been aware of the out-of-the-way site where the car, with its grisly contents, was eventually abandoned. The FBI believed that the killer knew the area of abandoned gold mines well enough to hide the car off a spur road where locals dump old refrigerators, cars, and washing machines, and well enough to know that the smell of a burning car would likely not attract attention because the air often reeks from people burning their garbage. Unsettled locals were starting to whisper about possible murderers in their midst. By mid-April, those who had been apprehended on suspicion were ordered to testify in front of a grand jury in Fresno, California. A few weeks later, James Maddock, in charge of the FBI manhunt, confirmed what the news media outlets already were reporting, that the key players in the sightseer slayings had been arrested and were in jail on related charges. Although not named in print at the time, these names have since been published by the Fresno Bee. Michael Mick Larwick, 42, of Modesto, part of a vagabond group of methamphetamine drug users and friends centered in the Modesto area. Larwick, who grew up in Tuolumne County, near where the bodies of Carol Sund and Silvina Pelesso were found, was jailed March 16th after he allegedly shot a Modesto police officer, an event that was ensued by a 14-hour standoff. He had a long criminal record and has been questioned extensively by the FBI. He denies any role in the Yosemite slayings. Eugene Rufus Dykes, 32, also of Modesto, and Larwick's half-brother. Arrested in March, he was serving a year at Jewel Institution for an unrelated parole violation and had a long criminal record including sex and weapons convictions. In an interview from Jewel in June, he denied any involvement in the murders. Billy Joe Strange, 39, an El Portal parolee who worked at the Cedar Lodge Lounge and Restaurant where the murdered women were last seen. He was arrested on March 5th when he allegedly reported to his parole officer with liquor on his breath. The FBI pushed for Strange's arrest, but he denied any part in the triple murders. Reportedly, many friends have rushed forward to his aid, calling the FBI's suspicion a travesty. Daryl Gray Stevens, 55, Strange's roommate. Convicted in 1978 for rape and robbery, he was jailed on March 14th for failing to register as a sex offender. Stevens told the Bee that he is innocent. When the 4 men listed previously were considered the main murder suspects in the initial inquiries, others have since been questioned by the FBI. These people, who were never regarded as the possible killers, were nonetheless dragged into the case as perhaps abettors or witnesses. Rachel Lou Campbell, 36, of Modesto, who was charged in April with stealing checks and credit cards and converting them into cash and merchandise worth $365,000. Campbell, who pleaded innocent to that charge, reportedly was a key witness. When first arrested on mail fraud charges, she had in her possession Carol Sund's checking account and automated teller machine numbers. Larry Dwayne Utley, 41, an associate of Dykes and Larwick, first picked up during a March parole sweep. He was arrested in May on an unrelated criminal charge, but was soon released. Teresa K. Gray, 36, of Modesto. The FBI task force investigating Yosemite issued a federal warrant for her arrest after she failed to appear in Stanislaus County Drug Court in June. Kenneth Soldier Stewart, 24, a former cellmate of Dykes, who was charged with attempted murder. He had been questioned about any involvement. Angelia Dale, who testified before the federal grand jury. She was subpoenaed because she's a friend of Dykes and Larwick. Maria Ledbetter, 24, of Modesto, an admitted methamphetamine addict and former girlfriend of Dykes, about whom she was questioned extensively. Jeffrey Wayne Keeney, 32, of Modesto. Arrested on an unrelated drug charge, he had been questioned about the Yosemite case. By the end of June, the FBI had reviewed the testimonies and the evidence linked to the suspects in custody. At that time, the Bureau stated that, while no one had yet been charged, it felt that those responsible for killing the 3 women at Yosemite were already behind bars. The nation breathed a sigh of relief. Others, too, had been questioned in the slayings, more routine than anything, and released. One of these was a man named Cary Stayner, clean-cut, with no record of violence, and was in the employment of Cedar Lodge as its handyman. 3 weeks after the FBI made its statement above, the case was reopened. And the nation grimaced. A 4th victim was brutally slain just a few miles from Cedar Lodge. Acting on a tip from a caller who was worried about the whereabouts of his friend, Joie Ruth Armstrong, park rangers found her mutilated body on the morning of July 22nd. It was discovered beyond a campground adjacent to her living quarters in the Foresta community, an enclave of some 30 cabins for use by park workers. 26-year-old Joie had been employed by the Yosemite Institute. Station KCRA-TV in Sacramento, citing an unidentified source, was the first to leak the terrible news that the girl was decapitated. She had probably been murdered on the evening of Wednesday, July 21st, investigators determined. In fact, she had been seen that day at the Institute offices, near where Carol Sund and the teenagers were found earlier in the year. Miss Armstrong was probably only hours away from leaving her quarters to visit a friend in Sausalito, California. When she did not appear as planned, her would-be host had phoned the park. Police found her car in front of her cabin, packed for the trip. In light of its earlier estimation that the case was closed, the FBI remained relatively quiet but conceded that the case needed to be re-evaluated. Chief James Maddock said he himself questioned whether the Bureau could have done anything to prevent Armstrong's killing. "I've struggled with that issue for the last 24 hours and continue to do so," he confessed. He did feel, however, that the FBI spared nothing to investigate the earlier killings. "I'm confident we've done everything that could be reasonably done." The Armstrong tragedy reawakened dark fears and brought back those bad dreams the local residents thought they could put behind them. By Friday, the day after she was found dead, a hush had fallen over Yosemite Park. Freckled, red-haired, and full of energy and enthusiasm, Armstrong loved children, nature, and teaching. Those loves took her to Yosemite, a place known for its peace and beauty, wrote the Modesta Bee, one of a line of community bee newspapers throughout California. Written the weekend after Armstrong was slain, it went on, "For the past year, she had worked for the Yosemite Institute, a nonprofit group that runs education programs through a partnership with the National Park Service. Joie was a bright light to all who knew her," said Mike Lee, the Yosemite Institute's director. "We'll remember her as so full of laughter and love, and as a committed and gifted teacher." Authorities went to the meadow Armstrong loved on Thursday, not long after she was reported missing, and found her body next to a stream she and her friends used for drinking water. "You should come see this place. I wonder if you ever will," Armstrong had emailed her friend only days earlier. "I love my garden and living in Yosemite, one of the most beautiful places in the whole world." On Saturday, July 24th, within 48 hours of the Armstrong killing, FBI agents and in-charge James Maddock announced at a press conference that a man was in custody on strong suspicion of murder and that a significant announcement would be made shortly. The suspect, Cary Stayner, 37, had been one of the people questioned about the triple killings in February. But, at that time, no evidence linked itself to Stayner, and he had been released. Because he was the handyman at the Cedar Lodge in El Portal where Carol Sund and her 2 charges had stayed before they were murdered, his questioning at that time seemed to have been more routine than anything. But now, after another ghastly murder, he was again led in for questioning, immediately after the body of Miss Armstrong was found. This time, agents detained him and forced him to answer more questions. Investigators searched his truck and confiscated his backpack for examination. Upon release, the FBI warned him not to leave El Portal, as they probably were not through with him. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, a witness claimed that Stayner was angry about authorities seizing his backpack after he was questioned earlier that day. He was also angry about how his truck had been searched. Evidently, the agents also searched Stayner's apartment later in the day and discovered evidence that they determined linked him to Armstrong's murder. And they found even more. Special Agent Maddock explained, "During the last 24 hours, we've developed specific information linking Stayner also to the Sund Peloso murders." What this evidence was not made known, but he did indicate it was discovered in the search of Stayner's apartment over Cedar Lodge. Stayner, in the meantime, had disappeared from the locale and was gone from the premises by the time agents came to arrest him. This was Friday evening, July 23rd. However, they caught up with him at the Laguna del Sol nudist colony, where he was known to frequent. Its manager had seen a newscast on television, recognized Stayner's photo as one of his guests, and notified the FBI. Agents returned him to El Portal on Saturday, where he was put through a lengthy interrogation. By evening's end, the FBI felt it had gathered enough evidence and damaging testimony to arrest Cary Stayner for murder. Sunday morning, they rushed him to Fresno to officially lodge a complaint, then to Sacramento on Monday, where he was arraigned before the courts. That same day, Stayner allowed himself to be interviewed by a reporter from KNTV. During the session, an unexpected event occurred. In a voice that seemed relieved to be unburdened from a deep, long-kept secret, Stayner blurted, "I'm guilty. I did murder Carol Sund, Julie Sund, Silvina Peloso, and Joie Armstrong." His confession and the details that followed shocked America. In the interview, Stayner said he had fantasized about killing women for the last 30 years and described in detail how he murdered Carol Sund, her daughter Julie, and visiting Argentine student Peloso. He'd strangled Peloso and Carol Sund in their rented cabin in the Cedar Lodge Motel, then took Julie Sund to a lake, where he killed her early the next morning. He abandoned the group's rental car with the bodies of Mrs. Sund and Silvina inside, returning 2 days later to burn the evidence and to retrieve Mrs. Sund's wallet, which he dumped in Modesto to confuse authorities. Stayner said he thought he had gotten away with the earlier crimes, but could not resist the urge to kill Armstrong after he struck up a chance conversation with her. Concluding the interview, he addressed the victims' families. "I'm sorry their loved ones were where they were when they were. I wish I could have controlled myself and not done what I did." FBI sources claim that he had already confessed his guilt during the Saturday evening interrogation. In the Bureau's mind, this time it had the right man. He had given the FBI details only the killer would know in such specificity that agents were able to recover evidence confirming his confession. Knives were used in the slayings, and the weapon suspected in Ms. Armstrong's death was recovered. Billed as Mr. Nice Guy. He would have been the farthest of suspects in the locals' minds. If that comment made by Cedar Lodge restaurant manager Kathy Hefner sounds unforgivably naive, there's more to come. Most of Stayner's co-workers would probably say they fully understand why he had fooled the FBI as long as he did. He just wasn't the killer type, not a troublemaker, not a wise guy, never violent. His only encounter with the law was for marijuana use in 1997. The relatively quiet but friendly motel handyman's only passions seemed to be nude sunbathing and hiking. On days off, he would escape to Laguna del Sol, a nudist colony in Sacramento County. Despite this sensual surrender, he never behaved lewdly nor perversely. Stayner's father, Delbert, admits that he thinks his son Cary may have suffered a trauma at age 11 when his younger brother Stephen, then 7, was abducted in 1972, disappearing for 8 years. At that time, Stephen had been forced to endure molestations by his kidnapper, whom he finally turned in to the police. The real-life drama was later turned into a television movie. But, says Delbert, puberty-aged Cary endured some emotional hardships because of that incident. After graduation from Merced, California High School, Stayner worked as a window installer at a glass company. The Cedar Lodge hired him as a handyman in 1997 and gave him the use of a small apartment on the top floor. Management found him a hard worker and honest. In his capacity, Stayner performed technical and housekeeping duties, everything from fixing electrical and mechanical breakdowns to delivering extra towels and bedding to guests. He usually ate lunch and dinner at the motel restaurant, and often after work would relax with one beer and a bowl of soup. Some who knew Cary have an incredibly difficult time accepting the facts. Sandy Cox, whose husband owned the window company where Stayner worked for in Atwater, says, "We've known Cary since he was a little boy. It just doesn't match up. Out of respect for his family and the victim's family,
We don't want to say anything else." When questioned further by the press about the FBI's error in not identifying Stayner as a suspect earlier, as well as what finally led them to Stayner, Maddock replied, "I do look forward to the day I can share the details of the investigations from start to finish." However, that answer was not good enough for many, including 2 attorneys representing some of the previously mentioned 4 men behind bars who were still considered suspects in the Yosemite killings. Some of these suspects had already passed lie detector tests, said their lawyers, and have even offered to give blood samples to support their innocence. One suspect had conclusive proof he had been working out of state at the time of the killings, but remained under scrutiny just the same. And meanwhile, their perturbed lawyers saw their clients as patsies forced to wait on the sidelines while the FBI struggled to make up its own mind. "I don't understand how such a large investigation with such experienced investigators missed the trail completely," says Ramon Magana, representing 2 of the women. "They put so much time, energy, and resources into an investigation of people that appear to be unrelated and unconnected to the case." A brother in cause to Magana is Stanislaus County Public Defender Tim Bazar, who claims, "I've never heard any evidence that ties anyone to these slayings. Not only did the FBI arrest everyone, over the last several months they attempted to put pressure on one or the other to turn the others in the group in. It actually appears they had nothing against anybody." None of these voices is more intriguing, however, than that of Mrs. Raquel Peloso, whose daughter Silvina perished in Yosemite. "I just cannot understand how so many people didn't realize that maybe Stayner was the man, since I heard that he was interviewed some time ago." In defense of the FBI's hesitancy to speak and commit, they and many others cannot believe that Stayner acted by himself. In the meantime, a grand jury continued to look into whether or not others were involved, including the previously listed suspects. "No one's off the hook yet," an unidentified source had told the San Francisco Chronicle. Quoted the Modesto Bee, "In El Portal, a number of residents are convinced that no one person could have created so much horror, especially in the Sund and Peloso slayings. The logistics of it say it had to involve more than one person," said Letty Carolyn Berry, owner of the Yosemite Rosebud Lodge, west of the Cedar Lodge. Privately, some members of the Sund Peloso Task Force are saying the same thing, sources have told the Bee. These sources say it's difficult for some investigators to believe Stayner could have gotten the jump on all 3 women without any help, let alone dispose their bodies. And on the flip side, the same paper notes another unconfirmed source that maintains Stayner did act alone, with the help of only a weapon. "Stayner," says the source, "used a gun after gaining entry to the motel room of the Sunds in Peloso and tied them up." The death penalty trial of Cary Stayner was moved from Mariposa County to Santa Clara County, California. In May 2002, Stayner pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to the 1999 murders of 3 tourists in Yosemite National Park. In mid-July of 2002, the trial began in Judge Thomas C. Hastings' courtroom with the prosecution team headed by George Williamson and the defense team headed by Marcia Morrissey. On Monday, July 22nd, the court heard the former motel handyman's taped confession, which he had given to FBI agents. According to Fresno Bee reporter Cindy Fontana, in the taped confession, Stayner calmly reviewed how he'd strangled 16-year-old Silvina Peloso in a motel bathtub near Yosemite National Park, how he assaulted Julie Sund, 15, for hours before spiriting her away from the motel room she shared with her mother, 42-year-old Carol Sund, and friend Silvina. And then, not as calmly, how he carried Julie, kinda like a groom carrying a bride over the threshold, to a lonely vista point near Lake Don Pedro, pledged his love, and then cut her throat as the sun lightened the sky. Stayner's confession to the strangulation murder of Carol Sund had been played to the court the previous week. The issue was no longer who committed the murders, but whether Stayner was insane at the time and whether the confession to the FBI agents was coerced. Stayner is serving a life sentence for the Yosemite Park murder of Joie Ruth Armstrong. The issue of whether Stayner's confession was coerced seemed to be resolved when on July 24th, the court heard the recorded demands that Stayner made to the FBI agents that he wanted satisfied before he would give them his confession. Stayner demanded that his parents be given the reward money, that he be incarcerated at a prison near his parents' home, and, to Stayner's detriment, that he be given a large cache of pornography. Previously,
the defense had maintained that the FBI had coerced Stayner's confession. In the end, Stayner confessed without the promise of pornography or reward money for his parents. After days of hearing the prosecution characterize Stayner, 41, as a cunning, cold-blooded killer, Judge Thomas C. Hastings' court was presented with the defense testimony regarding Stayner's state of mind when he committed the murders. First, the defense called Dr. Jose Arturo Silva, whose testimony the Fresno Bee's Cindy Fontana described thusly. In the constellation of mental illness, Cary Stayner alone apparently could fill the sky. His enduring preoccupation with the creature Bigfoot, the prophecies of Nostradamus, the nightmares of disembodied heads, the lack of empathy towards others, the obsessive hair-pulling, and more. A stew of disorders such as voyeurism, social dysfunction, violent fantasies, mild autism, and even a family tree laden with sexual abuse and mental illness. For the next 2 weeks, the court heard a group of experts testifying to Stayner's lack of criminal culpability due to brain abnormalities and mental illness. In mid-August, 2 experts debated the photos of Stayner's brain and sharply disagreed. Dr. Joseph Wu, an expert called by the defense, saw abnormalities that could account for Stayner's violent tendencies, whereas Dr. Alan Waxman, called by the prosecution, saw nothing special to explain Stayner's behavior. Ultimately, the closing arguments would present 2 very different views of Cary Stayner, a cold-blooded murdering sexual predator and a mentally ill victim of child abuse who was overcome by his disabilities. Morrissey, referring to the testimony of the defense medical experts made on August 21, 2002, claimed that Stayner was a long way from being the organized, sophisticated serial predator that the prosecution suggested. As reported by Court TV and Associated Press, in his rebuttal of the defense's closing arguments on Thursday, August 23, 2002, prosecutor George Williamson said there was overwhelming evidence to convict Cary Stayner of first-degree murder and 6 special circumstances that could trigger the death penalty. Williamson said defense lawyer Marcia Morrissey had to blow smoke because she didn't have facts or the law to support her claims that Stayner was too crazy to have the intent to kill required for first-degree murder. Monday, August 26, 2002, the jury in the Stayner case took less than 5 hours to find him guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, for which he may face the death penalty. He stood emotionless as he was convicted of the murders of Carol and Julie Sund and Silvina Peloso. While there were weeks of testimony during the final phase of the trial regarding Stayner's sanity, the second phase of the trial required that the prosecution prove that Stayner was sane, and the third phase of the trial would determine his ultimate punishment. The defense team lost its bid to prevent Dr. Park Dietz from testifying for the prosecution. Dr. Dietz is a well-known forensic psychiatrist who's testified in a number of major cases, including the Andrea Yates case. Winning a case with an insanity plea is usually quite difficult. The defense called Dr. Allison McInnes, assistant professor of psychiatry and human genetics at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York. Dr. McInnes addressed the issue of Cary Stayner's bad genes, which was described by Fresno Bee reporter Cindy Fontana. The story of Cary Stayner's family tree rose in bursts of bright color from a white horizontal chart: yellow for psychosis, green for obsessive-compulsive disorder, red for substance abuse, even more colors for more mental diseases ranging through 4 generations down to Stayner himself, the fruit of a family gene pool marked by psychiatric disorders. It was Dr. McInnes's belief that Stayner was legally insane when he committed the murders of the 4 women in Yosemite. Prosecutor George Williamson lost no time in challenging the credentials of Dr. McInnes in a rigorous cross-examination. Didn't Stayner know that he was killing human beings? Didn't he understand that his crimes were legally wrong? Dr. McInnes answered in the affirmative. Dr. Park Dietz made a very strong showing. He knew what he was doing was wrong, Dr. Dietz said emphatically. In his extensive testimony, he pointed out that the murders were planned, carried out with deception, covered up, and lied about. Dietz called Stayner one of the higher-functioning criminals he had encountered. On Monday, September 16, 2002, the jury determined that Stayner was sane at the time of the murders. This decision took the jury less than 4 hours to make. CNN reported on October 9, 2002, The jury recommended that Cary Stayner should die for killing 3 Yosemite National Park tourists in 1999, rejecting defense pleas to spare a mentally ill man twisted by genetics and childhood trauma. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jurors rejected the option of recommending life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for December 12th. The courtroom was silent after the decision was read. Stayner showed no visible reaction. In 2002, during the penalty phase of his trial, Stayner was sentenced to death and thereafter entered housing in the Adjustment Center on death row at San Quentin Penitentiary in California. Stayner remains on death row, though there have been no executions in California since a 2006 court ruling over flaws discovered in the administration of capital punishment in the state.